That was quick, right? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Watch out, girl. No. Wow. I'm freezing now. I'm absolutely freezing. I'm just waiting for everybody to get here. Whoops. What was I wearing? I don't even remember what I was wearing. Oh. Here's my shirt. Finally, got my shirt on. Yes. Some soup. Some soup. It pisses me off that Lady in Red sent me pillows and I still haven't got a chance to lay in bed with. I haven't slept in my bed in days. And if I put my pillows out here, they're my cat. My cat's peeing on me, man. Shit. That's all I'm thinking about is them pillows. I don't even want to touch them. It's just like something I'm looking forward to. Just laying in a brand new blanket and pillows is like a dream. I just got this gift. Greg, what are you eating? Get off of that. Get off of that right now. You goof. Mm. You got a temperament problem? I'm gonna take you to the vet. I don't want to get you, but I will. I'll get you neutered, girl. You sound like you're tempered. Ain't no game. You're right. You know, you okay? You're hot. You guys, these cats are a mess. There's tissues everywhere. They must have found my. It was attacked the Kleenex last night. Tissues everywhere. It ain't for me. It ain't for me, babe. Whoa, I'm just walking by my own house. Whoa, I'm allowed to walk by. Girl. cold and wet out. I didn't even get a chance to share it yet. What's up, guys? What's happening? Share this with Facebook. I would love to do that. If I could find my phone. I have it over here. I just shared it with Facebook. Thank you. It's crazy how it's black and white, but it don't look black and white. Crazy. I just shared it with Facebook. So everything's good. I cooked my hot pockets. I'm about to sit down. About to put my sheet over here. Get my chair ready. Hey. I got some soups. Let me eat some of them soups. Soup's ready. Fresh girl. Want some wet stuff? Hold on, I got some. You. Well, this is my. They think the Campbell soup I'm opening is for them. Oh man, I didn't expect not to spill no soup. But it's packed so tight to the brim. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Excuse me. It's for you guys. Here. Here. So you woke. Have fun, guys. They got awfully quiet. Put that wet food out. hair. Goose. All right, movie time. What's up, Lisa Woodward? Bree Sanders, Greg Jam 23. Greg, what's up, Greg? Kathy Martin, Lisa Woodward, Bree Sanders, Melissa Elizabeth, Rebecca. I don't see her on here. I see she was asking me when I'm going live. Flight crew, what's up? Movie time. Movie time. Movie time. There's two parts. There's part one and part two of this movie. People don't even know that. I got both movies. The first one and the second one.
Happy birthday, Miss Dawkins, ma'am. Younger every year.
Oh, none of your frippery, John Harold. Music and friends do make you feel. Where's Jim? He's in the kitchen, I think.
Just put a head on that one, John.
It's kind of funny and lovely.
Then you best go lock yourself up in the closet.
Oh, you made that cake?
No, I didn't, and I'll thank you not to say I did.
Jim Hawkins made a cake! Jim Hawkins made a cake!
No, I didn't. Only girls make cakes. My mother made this cake herself. So she had to have a cake for her birthday.
Jim Hawkins got the cake! Jim Hawkins got the cake! Jim Hawkins got the cake!
Stop following me around. Upon my soul.
Why, Jim, you didn't go and bake it.
Hey, here's the cake you made, Mother. I trust it's good.
It's the best cake ever.
I raise them up to Jim Hawkins, proprietor of the Emerald and Boat.
Well, I don't know what to say, but ever since Father died and with Mother having to do all the work, I'm truly glad each time she gets older. I mean, then I get older too. Soon I'll be able to do all the work and won't have to make speeches.
Everybody to the tap room. We've got the cake in there. Everybody take a seat. Oh, Jim, there go the shutters. Go up and close them, will you?
Yes, sir, sir.
Stuffed woo. You stuffed woo boo. Yeah, you are.
Now what?
I'm scared. Aren't you scared?
No, I'm not. It's girls that make me nervous. Let's go downstairs where there's more room to be scared in.
Looks like me.
I want a bunk with a sea view.
This way, sir.
He looks like a seafaring man. He certainly doesn't belong to these parts.
Hey! I want a noggin of rum.
Yes, sir.
Ah, mind your clod. Have an eye to that chest. Yeah. You never made this, boys, you understand? You never seen me and you don't know nothing. Get out.
What are you looking for?
Huh? Strangers, sonny. Strangers. I don't like strangers coming aboard me suddenly. Makes my spine jump like a porpoise, it does. What might your name be?
Jim Hawkins.
Now look here, Jim. You and me is going to be mates. You'll get a silver fourpenny bit every month if you watches out for strangers and comes and lets the old captain know when they tops the horizon.
Well, what manner of strangers?
Seafaring men.
Well, all seafaring men?
No, son. There's a special cut of the jib to these seafaring men. But most especially, I want you to keep your eye open for a seafaring man with one leg.
A seafaring man with one leg.
Aye.
Upon my word, sir, what shall I tell them? What do they want?
Yeah, never you mind what they want. You go on down below and get me a noggin of rum. A double noggin, Jim, because I'm becalmed. Becalmed and I see your troubles, and I got to fill my sails again.
Yes, sir.
Who was it, Jim? What did he say?
I don't know. Something about seafaring men with no ears and no legs and no...
Hey, drop anchor, lady. We'll fill the cask where you lie. Rum for all hands, say I. Here's a new port all full of pretty wenches and strong young buckos. Clear the decks for pleasant action. Fill a pretty belly with grog, and that's what makes the world spin on its poles, say I. Hey, belay there, the rum.
I'm not much on strong liquor, sir. Besides, we have to go now. It's getting...
Go, say you? You'll stay. You'll stay. Sit yourselves down on your binnacles. Jim made it, rum. I ain't like all seafaring men. Genteel I am, and a dove of the heart, mates. Why, I know some seafaring men, them as boarded a Spanish brig all loaded down with Castilian dons and their beauteous ladies. And what did they do? Genteel like me, you thinks? No. They slices them dons like bread loaves and feeds them to the sharks. And what do they do to the beauteous lady? Why, after cutting of their favor, as it were, saving your presence, matey, they slits the veins of their pearly white arms and uses their blue blood to warm their rum. And then what do they do?
This dude just got my attention out of nowhere.
What else was left?
There was the song, Jim, singing by all hands. 15 men on a dead man's chest. Yo-ho-ho, and a bottle of rum. Now, come on, we'll all tip the stage. Come on! 15 men on the dead man's chest. Come on, sing! And a bottle of rum. Drink, and the devil have done for the rest. Yo-ho-ho, and a bottle of rum.
So that's where that song came from.
Rum.
The fuck?
Bottle of rum, you old hag!
They still singing that song in the bar.
We'll tip it again now. Come on. 15 men.
Look at his ponytail, it's sticking up.
Man's chest. Yo-ho-ho, and a bottle of rum. Drink, and the devil had gone.
Dr. Lindsay,
Mrs. Hawkins.
Mom, it was Mother's birthday. We were just having a little entertainment, Doctor.
Well, my compliments, Mrs. Hawkins. Little brandy, Jim.
My pleasure, sir.
Come on, mates. I'll tip it again. 15 men on the deck. I'm not sure we were in for a storm, but it seems... Hey! Silence there between decks. You addressing me, sir? Is it blowing a gale of wind you can't hear me? What did I say? I've only this to say, sir. I don't know you. By your look, you continue drinking rum. The world will soon be rid of a very dirty scoundrel. Let your W. You do not know whether cut off this instant. I promise on my honor that you shall hang at the next assizes. Furthermore, sir, I'm not only a doctor, I'm magistrate here. And if I catch another breath of complaint against you, if only for a piece of incivility like this, I'll have you routed out of here. Let that suffice? I ask you patience, sir. Just a squall from a poor old sailor man who took too much rum over his bowsprit. I ask your pardon. It was a nice coffee. Don't worry, Mrs. Hawkins, don't worry. Praise be, Jim, the man was only full of talk.
But bless my soul, sir. He certainly can sing.
I like that image. I like that, yeah. Yeah, he ain't look at him. He got that energy.
18, 21.
This kid looks like a grown man. You never know back then in them days. That little boy, he could be 40 years old. He looks 40. He don't look like a kid.
Well, Charlie. Come here, Sonny, a little closer. Here. Now, is this your table for my mate Bill?
I don't know your mate, Bill.
But don't Bill live here?
No, nobody but the captain.
Oh, Captain it is.
Truly, sir. I didn't.
Ah. Here comes my old mate Bill now. Bless his heart, to be sure.
Jim, lad, the rum.
The
Might be
rum.
calmed again.
Come, Bill. You know me. You know an old shipmate, surely.
Black dog.
Black dog as ever was. Comfort to see his old shipmate Billy.
Well, speak up.
A porter, Sonny, porter.
and swing off. Ah, punch that dragon Next time I'll sever your collar.
Humor him, Jim. I'll be back shortly. Where you going? To Mr. Doolittle. I'm going to get him to ride to Dr. Livesey so he and his constables can come and get that man out of here at once.
Rum, Jim. Rum.
Are you hurt?
I gotta get away from here, Jim. I gotta slip my horses.
Captain, you've been drinking too much. Remember, the doctor said...
Ah, doctors is all swabs. I've lived on rum, I tell you. It's been meat and drink today. Man and wife. I needs rum now.
Mother locked up all the rum. She said...
Oh, I gotta have it, Jim. I gotta have it. Look, see how my fingers fidges. I can't stop it, Jim. I gotta have a drain of rum. If I don't, I'll have the horrors. And then I'll see Flint there behind you in the corner, just as plain as print.
Well, is Flint the one-legged man?
No, but he'll be there too. Both of them will be there if you don't get me the rum. Oh, go on, quick, before they come in and sketch me the black spot.
What's the black spot?
It's a summons, Jim. A summons.
Do they kill you?
No, it's my sea chest they're after.
What's in the sea chest?
Pieces of eight. Pearls as big as ostrich eggs. All the gold your heart can desire. And just for a little noggin of rum, Jim.
Would a half a noggin do?
That's my lady. There we go.
Wait here, I'll see.
Will any kind friend inform a poor blind man who has lost the precious sight of his eyes in the gracious defense of his native country, England? And God bless King George, where in whatever part of this country he may now be.
You were at the Admiral Benbow, Black Hill Cove, sir.
Ah, I hear a voice, a young voice. Will you not take my hand, me kind young friend, and lead me in?
Certainly, sir.
No, boy. Take me to the captain.
Oh, no, sir. Upon my word, I dare not.
Take me in straight or I'll break your arm.
Oh, it is for yourself, I mean. He has his cutlass. Another gentleman...
Come now, march.
Yes, sir.
Hi, Bill. Your old friend Pew. Now sit where you are, Bill. A gentleman delight. I can't see, but I can hear even a finger stirring. Business is business. All right, up to it. Aye, Bill. Now, boy, take his hand and bring it close to mine. There. That's done. That's done. We'll do 'em yet. Not a doubloon. I fought and bled for it. It's mine. Every farthing of it. It's mine. I'll swing on execution dock, but... Ah!
Jim, what happened? Dead.
You have some 10 to 9. Black spot. And they'll be back again, too.
Who will be?
The men that wanted to kill the captain, they went on the treasure in his chest upstairs.
Let's get out of here.
No, Mother, the captain owes us money. We'll go get what he owes us first. They can't take that.
Jim, I'm so frightened.
I'll see no harm comes to you, Mother. I'm not afraid.
We shouldn't, Jim.
Come on, Mother. Gee, he says there's gold and silver and pearls as big as ostrich eggs.
We'll show that we're honest. We'll take what is our due and not a farthing over.
Well, there's nothing there at all.
Some coins, though.
Open the door. I answer. Yes, something.
Take your hand.
Down with it. Neil's dead. Well, some of your brass brain lovers. Dead, I say. I've been here before. Someone's turned out the chest to lower the law. There. There's the money. Ah, money, you string. Drinks fish. Drinks fish, you below. Is it on bill? It's that whining, sneaking brat. I should have torn his arm off. I should have put his eyes out. Scatter and find them. Good after bud, mate. Hit the whip. Hey, Johnny. Lockdown. Wallace. You wouldn't leave old Pew with your mates. After the boys. Cover the pickets. Jim! Jim! Mrs. Hawkins!
Here we are, Dr. Lindsay. Here we are.
Oh, dearie me, dearie me.
Who were they?
Some men, they wanted to kill the captain, but he dropped dead just like you said he would.
What did they say?
Well, they wanted something up in his chest upstairs. Flint's fist or something, I don't know. This is all I took. You suppose that could be anything?
Flint's fist? Well, there's only one Flint. I know that.
Why, it's only a map. What are those funny red crosses there?
Bulk of treasure. Bless my... Quickly. Into the coach. Both of you. Thanks. Back here at once.
Where are we going, Doctor?
Squire Trelawney's. Jim, my boy, you may have stumbled on the secret of the century. It's it. It's it, I tell you. Squire Trelawney, are you sure? Sure? The actual chart of Flint's treasure. The very island it's buried on. Latitude, longitude. Jim, look here. The very blockhouse stockade where the infamous pirate held off a cat. Squire, you get so confoundedly overheated. What do you propose to do? Why, bless me for a fat mole. We'll dig it up. Won't we, Jim? Won't we, young Hawkins?
I've my own shovel, sir.
Shovel. You'll have more than that. You'll be the richest lad in England, in the whole world. But, Squire, a moment now. We'll need a ship.
Squire.
We need a crew. Tomorrow I leave for Bristol. In 2 weeks from today, I'll have the finest ship and the choicest crew in England. Those cutthroats who attacked tonight have shown us that they'll stop at nothing to get this chart. Others too, perhaps. We must proceed with absolute secrecy. Exactly, sir. Exactly. Sphinx is all. You hear that, Jim? Sphinx is all. There's just one man I'm afraid of. And who's that, sir? Who's that? Name the dog. You, sir. Or you cannot hold your tongue. I? Why, Doctor? Ask me, I... Livesey, you're always in the right bit. I'll be as silent as the grave. Tally ho, Jim! How are you, my boy?
The wonder is right, sir. Was our ship be all ready to sail?
No, not for several days. Dr. Livesey won't be here till Saturday. Ah, Hunter!
Where's our ship, sir?
Ship?
Bless my soul, sir. All right, now, give me another broadside, all together. 1, 2.
Well, Sonny, was you aiming to blow the other leg off?
I do think it's lured.
Well, you ought to be certain. You be the captain of that ship now, bean't you?
Well,
Come on, Jim, I'll show you to you.
he wants to know if I was captain.
My captain, my man, is on his way from Dover. Is there anything I can do?
No, thank ye, sir. Just an old sailor hobbled down to get a smell of the salt air and cast his eyes on a trim craft, the likes of which you sure have got here.
Yes, I think I have a good eye for a ship.
Do you mind if I just come aboard, please? Just for a spell.
Yes, you're welcome, my man, of course.
Squire, sir.
This way.
Squire.
This way, my friend. Any assistance?
Silver's the name. Long John Silver, they calls me.
Oh,
At your service, sir.
Mr. Silver, sir. Trelawney's my name. Squire Trelawney. And this is our cabin boy, Jim Hawkins.
Hi, matey. Smartest paint I'll warm, huh?
Smart enough to see you've only one leg, sir.
Jim boy.
You're pretty smart, Jim. So is that French gunner who touched off the ball that blew that old leg of mine overboard.
You served in the Navy, my man?
Aye, aye, sir, under Admiral Hawke off Biscayne.
Under the immortal Hawk?
Aye, aye, sir.
Are there many one-legged seafaring men?
Why, the country's full of them, matey. Just like storks on a roof.
Truly, Mr. Silver, I'm sorry for my bluntness.
Here, matey, you try this out.
Of course, you realize we can only sign on able-bodied men.
Oh, bless me, sir. I didn't think when I came hopping down here that you'd have any use for this timber-legged meat. No, no, no. Now, you don't happen to have a cook on board, do you?
Cook? Why, no, not yet.
Well, Squire, I own a little sailor's tavern up here, and I can make salt pork taste just like roast pheasant.
Why, damn me, Silver, if you want the berth, you're hereby made ship's cook.
Oh,
Silver, this port is full of the most unreliable men. Of a dozen or so that I signed on, 8 have never come back. Disappeared entirely.
oh, no. Now, ain't that a shame? I wonder what could have happened to them.
Shiftless idiots.
How many men might you be needing, Squire?
I should like a round store of stout fellows in case of savages or buccaneers.
Oh, now you be scared of pirates, sir.
Well, Silver, one never knows.
Not presuming, sir, but I know every able-bodied seafaring man in the town of Bristol. What say you that I fetch a flock of them right down here to you?
Fetch 'em down, Silver. Why, strike what we take. We may get Smollett and entire crew for him and be able to sail sooner. Hey, Jim?
Aye, sir. With your eye for seamen, sir. Here, lady. Mark?
how the fuck did he do that?
Mr. Silver?
Oh,
No. There's lot to be done.
Oh, now, take the boy along, Silver. Take him along. Show him the port, the ship. Start his
Look at him.
education.
He's like, I won't fuck out of them, kid.
Come on, baby, come on. That's the way it be, matey. That's the way it be.
You should have been a captain
The way it
and
be.
your leg.
Oh, yes.
Looks
I'd
like-
be captain.
like
I'd be
me.
captain, matey. Here. Help yourself to a bosun's pipe.
Stay out here. Let me show you how to blow it.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Silver.
Now you blow it.
Oh shit.
Gather ye rose, much wine ye may. All time is still.
This is my little inn, Jim, as I keep for sailors as ain't appreciated.
And this same flower that smiles.
Ladies, this is Jim Hawkins, ship's boy off the Hispaniola. You might be glad to know that I've been made ship's cook. Just friends, Jim, all happy to know that old John's going to get his health back.
They wouldn't be needing any other hand, would they, John?
Them as is worthy, George. I've just been yarning with his ship's owner. Maybe I can convince him of your high qualities. Him as has. Now this here is Dandy Dawson. A gentleman is dandy. Took to the sea for the love of it, he says. Wouldn't harm a cockroach.
Your servant, son.
My pleasure, Mr. Dawson.
And this is William O'Brien. Now, William is a lay reader in the church, is William. Lost his ear defending a woman, a maid in Santiago that he had taken unto his heart, as it were. As it were, sonny.
Bless my soul.
And matey, this is Israel Hands. Ugly Israel, we calls him. But as honest a man as you'll find in the room, Jim.
My pleasure, Mr. Hands.
You're coming a fair breeze, Master Hawkins. Well, Miss John.
Stop him! Stop him!
Yeah, Jim. Who is he?
It's Black Dog.
Who? Black Dog? Who? What's he done?
Playing with one of the Buccaneers.
A buccaneer? Not one of the pirates that Squire Trelawney was telling us about.
He ought to be caught.
Now, have any of you ever seen the likes of him before? No, John. He ain't a friend of anybody in here, BB. That's good. That's good for all of you. If I ever catch any of you running alongside the likes of that, why I'll... A scurvy pirate in my inn.
Oh, he's the boss of all bosses.
You wait here, matey. I'll run and get me sea bag and me bird, and we'll go right up and tell the squire about this. Lying pirates.
Those are pretty boots, Master Hawkins.
Yes, my mother gave them to me before I left.
And the same size our foot is. Alike as two sister crabs.
Yes?
I'm fond of pretty things. I am.
Yes. Oh, a parrot!
Yes, matey. If any of you wants a voyage, you go right down to the Hispaniola. She's lying in Wolf's Wharf.
A boy or a girl?
No, Jim, a girl, and usually a well-mannered little wench, too,
Pieces
says
of
I.
eight! Pieces of eight! Pieces of eight! Pieces of eight! Ah! Upon my word, she's a good talker.
Well, I wouldn't say good, Jim, but powerful.
What's her name?
Captain Flint, I calls her. Here, matey, you take her for a
Flint?
spell.
Like Flite?
She likes him, Jim.
Does she bite?
No, nary a nibble.
I thought most parrots like to bite.
Not this one. She's a lovebird, matey. You know, I've been thinking about the squire.
Yes, Mr. Silver.
You just call me Long John.
Yes.
You know, I don't think that we ought to tell him about that black dog now, do you?
Why not?
Well, the squire's very excitable and he's got a lot on his mind now, ain't he?
Yes.
Well, now we didn't catch Black Dog and there's nothing can be done about it, is there?
Well, I know, but
Well, now there's Admiral Hawke. I remember in a battle off of Lisbon, why a young lieutenant tells him something without using his judgment, and you know what happened? Why, that admiral fell in a fit and pink foam oozed out of his ears for 42
Pepsi.
days.
Pepsi.
all that time?
Yes, sir, just like two spigots out of a barrel of ale. So, just for the peace of the mind of the squire, why, we won't tell him, huh?
I believe you're right.
Maybe you're just smart as paint. Why, you and me's gonna get along just fine in my galley.
Whoa, that's my spot, bro.
Bite me.
Now, ain't that too bad? Well,
Boo,
maybe, I
boo,
guess
boo
she
is
ain't
my
used to
spot,
you.
boo.
She's a little bit jealous.
I gotta sit in my spot. I
Guess you
can't.
won't leave old Long John alone. You just a little kiss.
You know you can lay with me. You just can't have it. You're so cute.
You was happy like that when they leave the fort?
A good crew, Jim. You know, if this voyage were a rainbow and there was a pot of gold at the other end, they couldn't be any happier.
I'm glad you like Dr. Livesey.
He's a pretty smart man, Jim.
He's not a sailor, of course, but he can cut you open and sew you up again.
That sewing up must be pretty difficult.
So's the cutting up part.
Go ahead, Spots. Go out there and eat.
Experience, Jim.
I couldn't do it.
Oh, no.
Bro, where you been?
I'd swoon like a lady of quality, I would. I guess I'm kind of sensitive, like, to the squire when my compliments, Jim.
After this movie, I'm gonna put that show on.
Long wine, sir, with Long John's compliments.
And Silver forgets nothing.
The Grim Reaper. I'm gonna put the Grim Reaper on
We
next.
shall all remember.
Long John's a wonderful man, sir.
Livesey, I'll give you... Yes. Ha ha! Captain Smollett. All what I trust, everything shipshape and seaworthy.
I may as well speak plain, gentlemen, at the risk of offense. I don't like this voyage. That's short and sweet.
Pray explain yourself, sir.
I was signed on under sealed orders. Sail this ship wherever you should bid me. But I've about arrived at the conclusion that every hand before the mast knows more about the voyage than I do. I don't call that fair. Do you?
Certainly not. What do the men know?
That we're going after treasure.
I do.
Oh, mind you, I've heard it whispered on all sides. So is my officer, Mr. Arrow.
Livesey, I never uttered a word. It must have been either you or the boy here.
Oh, upon my word, sir, I never...
Mm-hmm. So treasure it is, I see.
You mean you don't trust the crew?
Oh, somewhat may be honest.
British naval heroes, all of us.
Spots,
and when
don't
there's
do
treasure in
this.
the hold, there's fire
Get
in
away
the
from the
boats.
window. You're not
I'd
going
take
out.
certain precautions before we sail. And by your leave, I'd ask you gentlemen to help me. Lay forward on the quarterdeck. 2 inches off those points, bosun.
Aye, Captain. Captain, sir, what are we to make of this? Like me and Dick and Alan? I never had me knife broke before, Captain.
It's a habit of mine on long voyages. Sometimes hands get restless.
Captain's right, Jim. Honest hands never object to having their knives tipped.
Bosun, take the larboard watch. Have all the powder moved out of this four-hole back in under the after cabin.
Aye, larboard watch. Bring the engine to borrow. Captain, that means that I'll have to move all my provisions. I stored them half specially so the vegetables wouldn't get mildew.
My orders, man. You get to your galley. The hands will want the dinner.
Aye, Captain.
Well, why do you men stand here? Do as you're told.
Yes,
Yes, sir.
Well, no sign of arms, sir. You gentlemen are determined to make this cruise, I take it?
Like iron, sir.
Way anchor, Mr. Arrow.
all right. Here, matey. What's to do?
All the captain ordered us to move our bunks there.
With the gentleman, huh? That's fine, Jim.
Oh, but I'd rather be forward with you.
Well, how's this? Supposing I ask the captain to change bunks with me, that is after we settles down the sail. Here you, ship boy, get along with that. I'll have no favorites aboard my ship.
One honest man aboard, it's Captain Smollett. Honest, if you will, but an intolerable humbug. I consider his conduct unmanly, unsailorly, and downright un-English.
Bless my soul. Why does the captain have to bellow at me?
Captain's ways, Jim, captain's ways. Now, I wonder what could have thrown the captain into such a sudden squall, matey.
Oh, well, he wanted to... I don't know. I wish you were the captain of this ship, Long John. I wager you could handle this boat better than he could.
No, matey, the captain's a man of wisdom. A lot of brains. Too bad an uneducated seaman can't open his head and see just what he's got in it.
We're moving! Yay!
Well, Mr. Adams, she's breaking clear. All the head yards around. Set the jibs. All right. Set the topsail. Let the gallant throw.
Not shit. See, I seen the second one, but I never seen this one. That's why I'm watching it. I mean, I can watch the second one anytime, but I want to watch something I never seen.
And the signs they are set. Goodbye, fare you well. Goodbye, fare you well. The girls we are leaving we'll never forget. Ye boys were homeward bound.
Delay that canary pipe and tip us a man's day.
Long John likes it.
And I like rum, I does. Blow 'em for a mouthful. Did you try the rum off?
Well, I likes the spirits of an evening.
And he likes Valencian lace around his throat, he does.
I slept good in this chair. I'm starting to sleep good. I'm about to pull those pillows out and put it in this chair.
Starboard a bit, matey. She's luffing.
She's luffing. Hey, that's real short.
She almost got away from me that time.
I was looking at old Nicodemus.
He follows us until they get
This time, please.
Well, we've given him plenty of potato peelings.
That won't do for old Nicodemus. He's used to following slave ships.
Bless me. The ocean's full of death, but it's cured your lungs, hasn't it, Long John?
Lungs, matey.
Yes. You've not coughed in a long time.
Oh, yeah. They're much better. More ship-shape now.
What are you going to do after this voyage?
Oh, I'll go back to that little roof, I reckon.
Well, would you like to come and live with me?
With you, matey.
Yes. You see, I'll have a lot more money and, well, I mean, there's only Mother and me. And we've a nice room with a sea view and sea air coming in from three sides. And then you could always be...
Oh, no. No, matey, I couldn't. I just...
Anyhow, you can come and visit us. We'll always be mates, won't we?
Certain we will.
Certain we will.
No, matey.
Never spit to windward, and live back on you. Always spit to the leeward. It sails like a gull. That's right, matey.
Look, Mr. Arrow's drunk again.
The captain's got the key to the grog, Jim.
Where'd you get it? Got sick. Sick? You're drunk. Why, sir, I am in a drink. You're drunk. If it occurs again, you lie in the brig. Where'd you get the rum? Why, sir, I am in a drink. You get below before I cane you. Here, you two. Silver, what are you doing here in the poop? Close. Take this wheel. Aye, aye.
Captain, for the lad's sake, Mr. Arrow says
The blazes with Mr. Arrow. You get forward where you belong.
I said. Ah, good morning, Mr. Arrow, sir. How's for a cup of tea this morning? A powerful lover of tea you are, Mr. Arrow. Yet I hope I'm the one that serves you your last cup, sir.
Well, he ain't nowhere off, sir.
Oh, good.
He ain't in the forecastle.
Poor Mr. Arrow. And he stopped by me galley only last night, sir, for a breath of fresh air.
Still drunk, you say?
His weakness was still upon him, sir.
Oh, Nicodemus isn't with us anymore.
Arrow must have lurched overboard. That settles it.
I'm sorry, sir. This will leave you short-handed, Captain.
I'll have it ended in the lock. That's all, men. So why should I join? Join up with what?
But Henry, looky.
Stir me a little runt. I don't like you and others of your kind to come aboard this ship.
William, Henry doesn't seem happy aboard this ship.
You won't fall, Henry. I'll be right here below you.
Oh, look. Is that another shot?
Oh, no, that's a porpoise. That's a seaman's friend. Look, there's a whole school of them.
They wouldn't eat anybody.
Oh, no, matey. Porpoises off the bow is a good sign. A successful voyage, they say. Why, they comes right out from port and escorts you right in. I guess nobody knows where we're heading to but the porpoises and the squire. I'll wager.
Brian, you were aloft with him. How did it happen? I don't know, sir. A bit choked up, I be, sir. Henry was my friend. He swooned like and fell like a plummet.
Poor Henry. Leastwise, he'll never know what struck him. I'm thankful for that.
Bosun, prepare this body for burial. Prepare the body for burial. Land ho! Land ho! Here! Lives in the river, but Danny comes up. Pray. Where?
There she be!
Where?
Look right there underneath that cloud there.
Bless my soul.
Bless everybody's soul. It's that! That suit slips down to the head!
This dude's like a mafia boss on his boat.
Up seems on the side of the hill. Oh, bunch of the coral. Jim, run out to the apple barrel and fetch us some good, will you?
My pleasure, sir.
Tomorrow lives it. Tomorrow we'll land at dawn and we'll have the doubloons by sundown.
1934. This movie was made. Shit.
You're as smart as Flite to join up, Dick. I Dick listened the minute he heard there was treasure.
Don't you know the exact spot it's buried? Now you're here.
Clint saw to that. He left his ship the same place as we were anchored. He took the treasure and 6 brave lads and went ashore. And when he came back alone. Dead men don't bite nor tell no tale, says he.
I'm with you.
How about the others?
You mean Gray and Allen? They be stupid souls.
We'll talk to them.
My
Now,
suit.
look, John, now we're here.
My
How long
suit.
are we going to stand off and on like a blessed bumboat? When do we strike, John?
The last minute that I can manage, that's when. We could all steer a course for whom, but who's to set one? Captain Smollett's a good navigator. He
Yeah,
will.
go lay down, Spots.
Gets the treasure.
Yeah, you're not going out no more. You're an inside cat now. Get over it.
And then one day they all disappear.
You and Ralph.
Overboard, result of a very heavy storm at sea.
Like Flint, you be, John, and the flower of the flock was Flint.
Like
Hey,
Flint.
you're a nice
Sounds
guy.
like Flite.
Give me an apple out of that barrel to sweeten my pipe with, will you? Silver.
George Mary and the others is breaking out in arms. I told him he was against it.
Why, the fools!
Aye. This molasses is sweeter than silver senator.
Ephraim, look, see if that box of prunes don't turn into powder and ball.
Who smuggled these arms aboard this ship?
I did. I'll tell you what to break them out.
And that's the whole awful story, sir. Wish I'd only dreamt it.
There's your light-hearted crew for you.
Captain Smollett, I own myself an utter ass. I wait your orders.
What beats me is how they've been held in check so remarkably.
With your permission, Captain, that's Silver. A very remarkable man.
Yes, he looked remarkably well swinging from a yard arm, sir.
Easy, Jim. Steady, boy. You may have been the means of saving a lot of us. Don't flounder now.
I'm not afraid.
Let's see, there are 7 of us, including young Hawkins here. We were 9.
What's the first move? Tell you what.
Silver's very anxious to conceal everything and hold on. I'm anxious to give him the chance. So we'll send the crew ashore alone. And it's my idea they'll be glad to go. They think they'll bark their shins on the treasure. If they all go, we up anchor and run with the ship. If none go, we'll try and hold this cabin. And God defend the right. Edward,
No.
you load and distribute those muskets. If only a few go ashore, you mark my words, Silver will bring them back, as mild as lamb. Come and get your sidearms, gentlemen.
Could spy out a lot more for us. Exactly, boy. They trust you. While you and Silver be great friends.
I know. Well, we were mates. We were going to hunt goats together. I even asked him to live with me. He was the best friend I knew. He gave me... I never knew anybody like him before. But I know him now. Huh. Certain I do.
I thought Woo Woo peed on my spot.
Ship's cook means luck ashore, mates. Come on, lads.
Silver has left 6 men. One of them might be honest.
Jim! Who told you to come along?
Nobody,
Hey, what?
Jim, come here. Wait for me, matey. Jim, you hear me? Jim, you come back here.
Hunter, did Jim go ashore?
Why, yes, sir. I thought it was part of the plan, sir.
Get on, it is bad business.
Bad business. Hell, he said that shit like they say it today. This is 1934. He looked around and said, this is bad business.
Now, come now, Tom. You haul to and think it over. What are you telling me, John Silver? I'll not listen to the likes of that. I'll be off. I don't want my rigging fouled with mutiny. I'm an honest seaman, you hear?
Yeah, I laid at that. But, Tom, you're smart as paint. Why, I knew that the minute I clapped eyes on you. You ain't gonna let honesty stand in the way of being smart, are you?
In heaven's name, what was that?
That? I reckon that be Allen.
So you killed Allen, have you? Well, rest his soul for a true seaman. But kill me if you can. I defy you.
Damn. Yeah.
That's two. Not Jim. They wouldn't do.
They'll do anything now. Our only chance is to...
Stay below there, you men.
Get back in that hole. We've got to abandon ship. Load the jolly boat with all the provisions and powder she'll carry.
Damn, this shit.
You men get that boat in the water and get it out of that
This
boat.
shit
Why abandon
crazy.
ship? Because they've shown their hand. When they come back, they'll come back to board us. They've killed 2 men already. We're next.
Can't we hold them off?
With these swine at our backs, if we tried to hold that aft cabin, they'd fire the ship. We've got to get ashore at Flint's blockhouse. If that stockade is still standing, we can at least make a fight of it.
Gray! Abraham Gray!
We're about to leave this ship. I think you're an honest man. If you want to do your duty, come out and follow me.
I'm with you, sir.
Good man. Lay aft and help with the boat.
Aye, aye, sir.
Who the fucking, what the hell and who the fuck is that?
Don't shoot! Don't shoot! Who are you? I am Ben Gunn. I'm poor old Ben Gunn. And I haven't spoken to a Christian these 3 years.
3 years? Were you shipwrecked?
They made Brown 3 years ago. And I lived on oysters and barleys and goats. Oh, my heart soared for Christian died. You mind having to have a piece of cheese about you now? No, says you. Says I. Many long nights I dreamed of cheese. It's toasted mostly. Then I wake up again and here I went.
Well, if I ever get aboard again, you shall have some.
Oh, what's the hint of you getting aboard now?
Don't do it. Get down, Spots. Get down now. Stop.
Oh, no, Flint's dead.
Cut it out.
Most of his hands were aboard her. Worse luck for us.
Not a one-legged man.
You mean Silver?
If you were sent by Long John, I'm just the same as pork, and you know it. But who the rest you spoke about, matey?
Well, there's Dr. Livesey and Squire Trelawney and Captain.
Ah. Squires and doctor, says you. Gentleman born, says I. That's different.
They showed them yourselves ashore yet?
No! Lively, Doctor, lively! This is the last trip.
So, after I was on Flint's ship, I was on another ship. That was 3 years back. And we spied this island. Lad, says I, there's where old Flint's treasure's buried. Let's land and find it. 12 days with us. Every day they had worse words for me. So one fine morning, all hands got aboard. As for you, Benjamin Gunn, says eh? You're so sure Flint's treasure's buried here? You can just stay and find it, says he. Now, was that a gentlemanly thing to do, says you?
Did you find it?
That's what your squires and doctors would like to know, says I. Yes, says you. Snug in behind that rock, Jim, is my little skin boat and paddle. There's a meter with my own hands. You takes it, paddles out, finds the squire and tells him, then gun, puts each sight more confidence, each sight finds you. Then gentleman born, then gentleman of fortune, and then you nips him on the cheek. That's how does you.
Why?
And then you tells him that Ben Gunn will meet him on this hill. To come alone with a white thing in his hand.
By my word, I don't know what you're talking about, but I'll tell the squire and doctor everything that he said. They begun to fight.
Who's the best shot here? Mr. Trelawney, out of the way. Pick me off on those fires, if you please, sir.
Move sharply, move sharply. There. Down that ball.
That's a score, Snood. Come on, boys. Get your oars, Gray. He's gone.
This movie is so like you think it's like graphic for a kids movie, like very graphic.
Hold your musket. Jim, thank heaven you're safe. Abandon that boat. It's the man to Kevin Brook.
Taken from the stockade. Come on, lads. Take them all.
Belay that, you swabs. They'll shoot you down like a lot of gulls. Get to those gigs and get back to that ship. Come on,
Shoot away, my lads. That's the way the waste powder.
The flag editor responds to the house for them. After we better load it.
Lower the flag. Strike my colors. Not ours. We've little provisions, but we've plenty of powder and ball. And by heaven, sir, this spot is England.
Doctor, ahoy! It's Shepard himself.
I feel this may be a trick.
Doctor, take care
Bud,
of your watch.
come here.
Good. Well, what do you want with your flag of truce?
Captain Silver, sir, wants to come aboard to make terms.
Captain Silver? Who's he? I never heard of him.
Me, sir. Me. The poor lads have chosen me their captain since your desertion, sir.
What's your cause, Silver?
1 minute's talk with you.
I have no desire to talk with you. If you want to come over here, come. But if there's any treachery, it'll be on your side, and the Lord help you.
That word from you's enough, sir. I knows a gentleman when I lays eyes on him. You can lay to that.
Joyce, take the doctor's place.
Well. Here we are all together again, just like one big happy family.
Top of the morning to you, Jim. I'd rather you sit down.
Spots, get down.
Sit down and toss away that.
Come here.
You're talking to me.
Oh.
Come, out of the man. What do you want?
We want the treasure. We're gonna have it. You want your lives, that's yours. Well, you can have that if you give us Flint's chart.
I'd see you and the whole island blown to blazes first.
Well, that's an idea. You give me the chart, and the moment the treasure's on board, we'll take you along with it. And I'll give you my affidavit upon my word and honor that we'll set you down safe
You're
and
not
sound
going out.
at the first point of civilization.
Just wait. Go
That's on your
back,
word,
Spots.
My affidavit, gentlemen. And a handsomer one you couldn't
We'll
hope
go
to
to
look
school
at.
for you tomorrow. I'm gonna
That
get you
all?
something tomorrow.
Every last
All right.
word by thunder.
Good.
You're a
Now
good
you hear
girl.
me.
You're a good girl.
You come back here
This
one
is
by
not
one,
going on.
unarmed, and I'll guarantee to put you in irons.
I know
take
you
back
see
to
your
England,
friends
seek to
out
get a fair
there.
trial. If you refuse,
I know this is your
my name is
neighborhood.
Alexander Smollett. I've flown my sovereign's colors.
And Bro?
And I'll
Ooh,
see
girl, I'm
you all
watching you.
Davy Jones.
That final?
That's the last good word you'll hear out of me,
You
by
sleep
heaven.
with me,
The
girl.
next time we meet, I'll put a bullet in you. You meet
know
my
you
terms?
sleep with
No.
me.
Then tumble out of here, my lad. Hand over hand on the double.
Give me a hand up.
I'd sooner touch carrier.
Not sleep yet, Brooke.
Who'll give me a hand up?
Long John Silver is a straight killer.
Before the hour's up, I'll
He's a
crush your blockhouse like it was a punch.
cold killer in this
Them of you
movie.
that dies will be lucky.
And that little kid has
Inside,
no,
lads. Clear deck
should
direct.
not be his
Orders, all
friend.
hands. They're boarders in a minute.
Now get over that wall.
He just
first,
murdered
and don't
over
use
like
your muskets
5
only as a
people.
last resort. Morgan, you and yours to the larboard. Job, you and yours to the starboard. Now, by the powers board.
Here they come, Captain!
Fire when they top the wall.
Letting that kid drink liquor? Times have changed. Damn, he got from the gate.
Have a look, Jim.
And this dude's got shop set up.
All I'm talking, come aboard.
Graphic.
You always have you're a man.
And you're a captain. And you dogfish. And
Outside, man. Outside and fight with them. Cutlasses. Fight with them.
I feel like this is real war.
My compliments, Mr. Gray.
They're ready to whack a little kid. Pirates are ruthless. Pirates got no rap. But they ain't very smart.
I'd be looking for
Oh no, not the cat. Not the cat.
Inside the house, lad.
Yeah, that's right.
They're gone.
It's just
Cover.
the Gray's cat.
you crawling squid. You dogfish.
Don't mind me, sir. Watch them.
They have turned tail for the moment.
I'll taste you.
And Joyce are dead, sir.
I'll taste you. That's one of the bombers, Roland.
Oh, yes.
God rest Hunter and Joyce.
Amen.
How many did they lose?
7.
They've had their rations for today. Well, that makes them 9 against our 5, gentlemen.
a sight more confidence, he said, eh?
Yes.
Here's Gray.
Well, Gray.
They're all camped down by the swamp, sir. I crept up and heard them. They're like hornets. And Silver's the maddest. Looks like tomorrow will finish us.
What's in the wind?
They're building rafts, sir. Floating the cannon in from the ship in the morning. Silver says he's going to blow this blockhouse to limbo.
That settles it. This bent gun may be our last chance. You sure he's all right in the head?
Well, he's rather silly, sir. He told me to nip the squire.
Nip me? How?
Begging your pardon, sir. Like this.
A lunatic. No harm in finding out. 2 hours before dawn. I'll haunt that clearing all day. It'll take them all day to get the gun ashore. If they turn up again, I'll be with you then.
Godspeed, Doctor.
Good luck, Doctor.
What's the doctor up to?
Oh, he thinks this Ben Gunn fella can help us. How is beyond me. Says he, says them, says I, says nothing.
We can't hold out against cannon, Smollett.
If we could only get out there and cut
The
that
way
ship
they
adrift,
the way they
That'll
talk
put an
makes
end to
me
the cannon.
tired.
cut off their base of supplies.
There's no boat. They're undoubtedly watching the
It
gate.
sounds like they're saying that.
The doctor's right.
Look at all these
Our only
guns.
chance is this gun fella.
Roo, roo, roo.
Keep near the house, Jim.
I
Oh,
love
yes,
these
sir.
cats.
It's just hot in here, sir.
I'm very tired, guys. That's why you ain't hearing me. I'm just sitting here. I'm tired. I love the gift. I'm gonna like those spirit, those sages tomorrow. I'm just so tired. I'm gonna sleep soon. I gotta just eat my soups. You know what I'm saying? My soups. And then I forget.
Make up play, I says.
Less talk. Silver is tangled everything, I tell you.
Astro, that is something up and make you play.
I've been drunk and Silver is a fool.
You're the fool, Willem. Your face fair makes me better for that. Oh, yes, eh? We're adrift. Adrift with me. Where's the engines gone? With the horses parted. Up in the dip. We're swinging to the reef.
I'm in heaven. I just can't wait to grab my snack. Snack. So tired. These guys can't see me. I'm sitting here tired. It's 2 o'clock in the morning. I'm so tired. I can't even open that Pepsi. Which I did just open it.
Come aboard, Mr. Hand. What's hurt?
Not the way poor dear Willem be. He
Oh
won't
my
much
God.
of a sailor, wasn't Willem.
Oh my God, it's so good. It just keeps me up.
I've come aboard to take possession of this ship, Mr.
Pepsi
Hand,
is so
and you
good.
can regard me as your
It's
captain
like
until further
refreshes
notice.
my body.
Well, now, Captain Hawkins. And who's the sailor without
Who
you
the
get
fuck
paid
invented
for me?
Pepsi?
Well,
I'd like to thank them.
You give me food and me drink.
Get me
You
drink.
Get a scarf or a
My
handkerchief
scarf.
to bind up me wound with.
Mo-
And I'll show you how to sing. Now that's square all round, ain't it?
Done, Mr. Hand. Now I can't have these colors, Mr. Hand, and by your leave, I'll strike 'em.
What the hell are they talking about?
God save the king and there's an end to Captain Silky. Now you're a woman, Mr. Hand.
I won't be forgetful of this, Captain Hawkins. And where might we be a-sailing to?
Not back to the anchorage, you can be sure. I've seen a map of this island. You know a cove called North Inlet?
That I do. It's away north, on the other shore it be.
Well, that's where we're sailing to. I'm gonna run her high and dry on the beach, where nobody will be able to find her excepting honest people. Now, does that suit your curiosity, Mr. Hand?
Why, Captain Hawkins, under my present unfortunate circumstances, too up to that.
There she's there right now.
Right, Captain. Now lash the wheel and come forward for a close haul on the jib.
Right.
Where they find all these actors with bad teeth that know how to act so good, but they ain't got no teeth?
What a tiresome voyage. Why, here you can stand.
And I can walk too. Perhaps you'll be needing a little rest, Captain Hawkins.
Oh man, they're about to crash.
What powder, Captain Hawkins?
One more step, Mr. Hands, and I'll blow your brains out. Dead men don't fight, you know.
I reckon you and me'll have to sign articles, Jim. I'd have had you but for that lunch there. I don't have much luck, not I. Looks like I'll have to...
Damn. This is like the real shit I ever seen. pirate.
Dr. Lipsy! Dr. Lipsy!
Son of a snake!
Into the meat!
Well, if it ain't Jim Hawkins. Dropped in sort of friendly like, huh?
What have you done with my friends? You killed them?
Oh, no, blood spilling's all over, Jim. We signed a treaty, Jim.
Treaty? What kind of treaty?
Well, we give them their freedom out of here in return for half of their provisions.
Where did they go?
Oh, they just wandered away. But if you're a mind of hunting them up, why, you just save your time, Jim, because they don't want to have nothing to do with you.
You're lying.
No, Jim. Why, the squire told me right to my face that you was a deserter, and the doctor said that you was scared.
But they couldn't think that. They wouldn't. Not after...
Naturally, I've always wanted you to join up with us and take your share.
This dude's
Now it looks
evil.
like you'll have to.
Well, supposing I said no. Well, even if you do get the treasure, your ship's lost, your men lost, your whole business gone to wreck. And if you want to know who did it, it was I.
You, Jim?
I was in the apple barrel last night
You,
and hurt
Jim?
you. It was I who cut the ship's hawser and killed those two aboard her. And it was I who took her where you'll never see her again. None of you. So kill me if you want, but the laugh's on my side. Now die laughing at the lot of you.
I believe you would, matey.
It was him who picked the map from Billy Bones. First and last, you've been fouled by him.
Here he goes. There. Be you captain here, Morgan?
Tom's right.
I'm the captain. I say what's right.
I'll be hanged if I'll be hazed by you, John.
You want to have it out with me? That's better, George Mary. Why, this boy's got more fight in him than the whole of you. I like this boy. And if you understand King George's English, you better not lay a hand on him.
Well, you makes a hash of this cruise. You're a bold man to say no to that.
And second, there's that boy. These aren't a proper killing.
In the third place, you wouldn't let us attack them all and they on the march.
And fourth, you let the enemy out of this trap for nothing. Oh, we get the stores and the powder, but we didn't get the map, did we? And what do we want here except for the map, I'd like to know.
Oh, George.
By thunder, it's it. Look, J.M., Prince initials, with a score below and a clovis as the old sign.
Good old Silver. Long John forever.
Aye, Silver.
Hello, Officer!
Where'd you get the map?
From Dr. Livesey, matey.
You couldn't have gotten it unless you killed him.
Oh, no, that's part of the bargain, matey. They gets their freedom and we gets the treasure. Will you, join me in a bit of fresh air, matey? There's so much stupidity in here that I can't breathe properly.
Yes, that is everything now that you've got the map.
No, matey. You still got a chance for a share.
No, I thank you. But I want you to know I'm grateful for you defending me. Now I best go and hunt up my friends. Goodbye.
Here, you better stay here for a spell. Maybe the squire and the doctor have had a little change of heart about you.
Well, yes, but...
Well, I might need you for a hostage. Come on, sit down.
Hostage? What do you need a hostage for? You said you'd made a treaty.
Well, treaties are only good if you find a chance to break them, maybe.
That isn't very honorable.
It's smart, Jim. You see what being honorable done for me? I had to show him the map, didn't I?
Why were you keeping it from me?
Oh, there's too many of them to share the treasure with. I'm just trying to figure a way to get rid of about half of them.
Oh, I see. More murder.
Oh, no,
murder.
not murder. Tactics. I recall taking a prize ship off of Pyru once, and there was too many of them to share the treasure with. So, Britain, we waits till all hands are asleep.
I don't wish to hear about it.
All right, Jim.
Well, what did you do with it?
Flint, he has a little hammer. So we go around to all the bunks and we get back to the men and the
Ooh, never mind. I don't don't wish to hear about it.
Oh, all right. It ain't important. We only disposed of 13 men.
Blockhouse, ahoy! What about it, Silver? Have you seen anything of Jim Hawkins? Why?
Here I am, Dr. Livesey.
Thank heaven you're safe, lad. Let me talk with him, Silver. No, by the powers. They're full of trick.
Ouch, please.
I'll be telling you for the last time, George Mary. You drop his arm. You give me your word of honor that you won't slip your cable, Jim?
Well, I do.
All right, then we'll go down and tell the yard for the good doctor.
Dr. Livesey, where did you all go? Why did you give up to them?
All I can tell you now, Jim, is it was safe and sound. But where did you go, lad? We searched everywhere.
Then you didn't think I had deserted you, sir, and that I was scared?
Not a thought of it, lad.
Oh, you said that I said I was scared, that they didn't want me.
Well, maybe. I thought it would be easier for you to join up that way.
Oh, I didn't join, sir. Truly, I didn't.
But where did you go, Jim? What?
I ran away to cut the ship's hose, and Captain Smollett wanted. I have her beached at North Inlet now, sir.
North Inlet,
Float her and get her away from me. Don't mind about me.
One bunch of hands, Silver and I fire. Quick now, quick, Jim. Whip over the wall and run for it.
Oh, no, sir. I passed my word.
What's your word to these scoundrels? Quick, head for cover.
Sir, with my word of honor, no matter who wants to, I can't break it.
A lad of honor. I counted on that, sir.
Jim, we won't leave this island without you. My word on that. You're going for the treasure now, eh?
Where we be going?
Well, mark you, Silver. When you find it, prepare for squalls. And if Jim Hawkins here is so much as scratched, there'll be a ball between your eyes that nobody will bother to remove.
Squalls, matey. Am I off my course and sitting on a water spout? I'd almost wager.
East, southeast, 2 points east.
I thought so. Just as the chart says. Why, that's one of the 6 brave lads that Flint killed and laid their bones riding a line with the treasure. There's 5 more of them ahead between us and the doubloons. Forward.
Hockey. That's him, I tell you. I've old Flint called Darby 100 times. Them was his last words above board. I've fixed it. I'm done.
Where might I hear that voice afore?
Nobody but us on this island knows them words. That's Flint's spirit.
Nothing but flesh and blood can talk. I was never feared of Flint alive and ain't scared to face him dead. Come on if you're coming. There it be, mates. Right in the clear in there. That it, mates. All together.
But there's nothing there at all.
Nothing, Jim.
We went out sailing.
Here, Jim. Take that and stand by for trouble.
2 guineas. That's just 700,000 pounds, is it?
Why don't you dig a little bit deeper, lads? Maybe you'll find radishes and turnip.
It's only an old cripple and a boy. Let's settle it. Let him have it.
That'll hold for good and all, Grave.
What? Dr. Livesey, where did you come from? How did you happen
We
to
thought we'd be useful, Jim.
Look, sir, there's no treasure at all. We've come all this way and everybody's been killed for nothing. Upon my word, sir, I don't understand it.
Well, don't try, Jim. We'll go up to Ben Gunn's cave. Maybe old Ben's got another trick in his beard.
Beard? Cave? Upon my word, sir.
Thank ye kindly, Doctor. Quite a squalid word. By the powers, that voice. So it be you, Ben Gunn.
How do you do, Mr. Silver? Pretty well, I thank you, said you.
Ben, to think as you've done me.
Okay, lead the way with the Jim. March, Silver. You'll find out how you've been done by everybody.
Well, is that enough action, my lad?
No, thank you.
Keep going, keep going.
Why, bless my soul. But, bless me. Upon my soul, how did it all get here?
All found and carried up here with my own hands, says I. Very thoughtful, says you.
And you can be full of cheese from now on, says I.
Yes, says you.
Yes, says I.
Be it all here, Ben Gunn. You don't be holding out any on us now, be you?
Mr. Silver, says I.
Silver. Aye. Well, Captain, I reports back to duty. Me and Jim played a powerful trick on him. Now that we all have the treasure, why, we're all one big happy family.
We've got the treasure.
We.
You're going back to stand trial in England for mutiny and murder, my man.
Look, rubies with fire in them.
Call my
Pretty harsh
man.
measures. Pretty strong medicine, Captain, for just a little infraction of the rule.
Not nearly so harsh or strong as the rope I hope to see you hanging from at execution dock. You're under arrest, Silver.
Here's for now, Don't leave me! Don't leave me! I'll stand trial! We'll starve! We'll starve!
You had your chance, my friends.
We'll pick up a new crew at Jamaica. Did the frigate answer our signal?
Just come aboard. Captain commanding.
Good. Ben Gunn, stay alert now. You want no strange craft alongside.
Ah, a British ship of the line. And tomorrow we may have the pleasure of seeing Silver hanging to a yardarm.
Damn, that's a big ass cookie.
Well, Jim, you come to take old John the law for a breather?
No, I fetched you this instead.
Thank you, matey. I ain't much for spirits.
I thought you might like to start and drink a lot of it.
Why?
Doesn't everybody? I mean, before they hang?
Hang? Matey?
They all went over to a frigate that's lying here, and they're not going to wait till we get back to England. Captain says we can hold a naval trial tomorrow, and the squire says we can see you swinging from her yardarm.
That ain't just exactly a breather, be it, Jim?
I'm sorry. Truly I am.
You say they all went over?
No, they left Ben Gunn on watch.
Well, Jim, I guess you'll have to stand on deck and watch me swing.
I can't bear the thought of it. Of you, of anybody.
Oh, we won't think about that, Jim. It just dies, and that's that. Quite often, though, not as quick as people think, Jim.
Why not?
Well, you take my case, as it were. Now there I'll be, way out on that yard arm, way out there with a rope
Look at
around
the bird
my
just
neck.
chilling.
And then they gives the orders
That
to
bird looks
jump.
like, whoa.
And when the average man jumps and reaches the end of that rope, snaps his head around, way around like that. That's the average man. But of course with me, it's a little bit different with my one leg. You see, I'd be kind of off balance, and if they didn't get that noose just right there, why, I'd probably just slowly strangle and choke.
Bless you.
Just so I didn't swallow my tongue.
Bless you,
That
Blackhead.
very rarely happens, Jim. Swallowing the tongue.
Stop! Stop! There. I don't know how you get by Ben Gunn, but you're free from here at least.
That's my maybe. If ever the day comes that I can help you, why, I'm going to.
What's the matter?
I guess you'll have to help me up, matey. Jim, it's my rheumatism. This place is damping here. No. Ticklish under my arm. Thank you, matey. Thank you. Where's Ben Gunn?
Sitting up by the mizzenmast on guard.
You run after and get me a pistol.
No, there'll be no blood spilled in this.
Oh, no, not for Ben Gunn. Why, I can talk with Ben in near old shipmates. Just for protection on shore, you know. It's a wild place, Jamaica.
All right. But I told you, you mustn't.
Oh, now, ain't that terrible? He's left to guard a ship, and there he lays in a drunken stupor.
But he's an awful large bump on his head.
Well, he must have got that when he fell off of there and hit the deck with his head. Ain't that too bad? Well, matey, what old Long John's got to tell you, he don't know how to say it. I don't mean that you'll be forgiving me all the bad things that I've done, but just for the mateys that we might have been.
You won't be a pirate anymore, will you? Or you won't steal?
No, sir. From now on, my course is going to be a straight, honest one. So help me.
Well, now I'm glad that happened, lady. That's just what I was trying to tell you, and I didn't know how. I cut through the bulkhead and into where the treasure was and took out just one sack of gold.
But you promised you wouldn't.
Well, I took that before I promised. But it's off my conscience now, and the Lord knows my conscience won't stand anymore, lady.
But here, you may need it.
No, thanks.
But you have to buy food.
Oh, that's all right, Jim. I'll get along all right. I'll get along all right. Well, lady. Here. Feed her good. And you put her down below decks with any women around, huh?
I will. I promise I will.
Oh, belay that. Don't do that. Our courses will cross again sometime. Now, looky now. Now, you didn't get all of that bar silver on that island, now did you?
Well,
Well, who knows? Maybe someday you'll have a great big ship, bigger than this one. And you'll go down there and get the rest of that treasure now, won't you? And you might be needing a mate or a captain, huh?
I guess so.
All right. And who do you think would come hobbling along for that berth but old Long John Silver? It'd be honest Long John then. And together we'd go down there and dig up that treasure, and we'd scour all the seas for all the treasures on those islands. And we'd hunt goats and fight camels. It's true, matey. Certain we will.
Certainly we will.
Today,
Whoops.
I'm coming. What do you want now? I'm looking for an artist named Henri Redin. You from the police? No. It's a personal matter. Go away. All right. Upstairs?
You're gonna absolutely freak out.
I promise nothing.
This is one of the scariest television shows I've ever seen in my life. And I'm the only one with it in color.
There's room for a week.
Playing in color. The smart imaging in my TV.
Or drinking.
It's crazy.
Or taking drugs. He's fool, that one. Many painters have lived in this pension, but none like Radin.
This masterpiece you spoke of, have you seen it?
I do not wish to see
Love
it,
you guys,
monsieur.
and at night
This
time,
work is evil.
you're gonna love
That's
this
a new-
show.
There is no evil in nakedness. Oh, but Radin, he paints monsters. He sketches at night in graveyards.
Graveyards?
Last month he did the portrait at the morgue. His model was a corpse. He called his painting Still Life. Huh? Monsieur Radin, open the door. You have a visitor. See, he will not answer.
Perhaps he's ill. Better use your key. Please open the door, madame. I insist.
And by what right, monsieur?
By what
I am his father.
Oh.
I don't know if I made you guys watch this already. But I've seen this same episode about 100 times.
Why would you kill him, sir?
I think this shit's way better than Twilight Zone. Way better. Twilight Zone, whack. I don't understand it. Yeah.
His last picture. And he finished it.
Perhaps the picture finished him.
Yes, the painting did finish its morbid creator, but I can assure you that our story is not finished. Oh, no. It's only just begun. Blood. Think of that. This painting is over 100 years old, and yet real blood still glistens on the side of the Grim Reaper, which by no mere coincidence is the title of our story for tonight. How strange indeed that the immortality sought by a mad artist should assume the form of death. But even stranger are the fearful consequences to these others whenever the Grim Reaper's scythe drips blood. Our principal players are William Shatner, Natalie Schaefer, Elizabeth Allen, Scott Merrill, Fifi Dorsey, and Henry Daniel. You've seen the Harbinger of Evil.
I can watch these shows all day. There's like 100 of them.
My name is Boris Karloff.
I'm not even joking. 100.
Here you are.
I'm trying to watch them all.
I'll join you as you wait and watch.
This right here, the thrillers. Instead of the Twilight Zone, it'd be just thriller. And I think this show's better than Twilight Zone, 1,000 times better. I only watched one or two of the shows, and this is one of them. And I already watched it 50 times. I watched a couple other ones that are just as good. And I got my captain here, my captain, that's my juice right there. That's my juice. Best actor in the world right there. He might be the greatest actor in the history of acting. You ever seen him get in a fist fight?
How's my favorite nephew?
Just fine. Is everything all right?
Oh, never better. Why?
Well, I had a bit of a shock when I drove up. I thought something might
William
have happened.
Shatner.
You mean the hearse? Isn't it divine? I just bought it.
You bought it?
Yes, it was a great bargain, too. The salesman told me it's in perfect condition. The only person who ever drove it was a little old corpse from Pasadena. That's a joke, dear. Oh, well, maybe not really a joke. But I think it's good publicity.
You mean you actually drive a hearse?
Well, yes, especially when the photographers are here. You know, one of the picture magazines is sending out a crew to do a spread on the house. Oh, wait till you see it inside. It's forever loving end. Come on in. We mustn't let fresh air into the house.
I'm gonna just keep playing these thrillers every night. It's better. I'm just gonna play them until we play them out.
What do you think?
Who designed this place? Charles Adams?
I cannot tell a lie. I did it with my little hatchet.
Oh, I don't get it.
Oh, Paul, dear. To you, I'm just good old Auntie B. And
I got a playlist that plays all of them.
I know.
Never mind. But
All
you must
30 of
remember that to the public, I'm
In
Beatrice
each season.
Graves, author of
So
27
there's like
hardcover
90 of
mysteries,
these
7
episodes.
screenplays, and 3 television series
Bars.
based on characters that I created. So it pays
Late
off
night,
to be
guys,
a bit
I
of a
love you all.
character myself.
And my kitty
Well,
cats.
now do you get it?
Bubbles.
This is showbiz.
Now I see.
Bubbles.
You had me a bit
I
worried.
still got my hat
Buying
on.
this old barn, calling it Graves
I
End.
still got my
Oh,
hat.
I'd much rather have called it Bedside Manor. But Gravesend seems so much more
Where's my
appropriate.
boo-boo?
You must always play up the name, you know.
You still call yourself Beatrice Graves.
Oh, yes, of course. It's lots easier than Beatrice Graves and
I'll
Peugeot,
live with you,
Canston,
woo.
Stantler, Molson, Keller.
4 husbands.
5, darling. You're forgetting Keller.
Keller, where does he come in?
Right through there. Darling. Oh. Oh, darling. Oh, no, really not in front of company. Come on, I want you to meet my nephew, Paul Graves. And this is Gerald Keller, my newest husband.
Good meeting you, Paul.
Gerald Keller.
Jared.
I thought so. Haven't I seen you on television?
Very likely if you've been watching all the wrong shows.
You don't have to worry, Paul. I'm giving it up. I played the charming, boyish murderer for the last time.
Oh, that's a pity. Carolyn will be disappointed.
Carolyn?
Carolyn Thomas, my landlady's daughter. She's madly in love with Gerald.
Oh, she is she? Well, why don't you bring her around so Gerald can meet her and I can scratch her eyes out?
No, that's no way to talk about a 10-year-old child. I've got a better idea. Gerald, why don't you give her your autograph? Just sign my name right here. I know that'll give her a big thrill.
Yeah, I've got to be nice to my public.
The only reason I married him was because I'm so fond of ham. Darling, come and let me show you the rest of the house. Aren't you coming on the grand tour, Dee?
Not this time. I think I'll go upstairs and finish some legs.
Well, what do you think of it?
Very impressive, but very expensive to keep up.
I decided that I could afford a few luxuries at my age.
Wasn't talking about the house.
Neither was I. Paul, I did so hope you'd understand.
Why do, Aunt Bee? I didn't come here because of Gerald.
I wondered about that. You haven't seen me in over a year, not since I came back from Europe. What made you decide to visit me? Must be something important.
It is, Aunt Bee, very important.
Do you need money?
No, I've never asked you for money, you know that.
You still have that silly little accounting business, making out income tax returns for rich businessmen who can't even add or subtract.
I get along. It's not my problems that brought me here, Aunt Bee. It's yours that worry me.
Problems? But I haven't any problems.
But you have, Aunt Bee. I must talk to you.
Not now.
Oh, excuse me.
No, it's quite all right, Dorothy.
I didn't mean to intrude.
This is my nephew, Paul Graves. Dorothy Linden, my secretary.
Mr. Graves?
How do you do, Miss Linden?
Dorothy does all my typing and most of my spelling as well.
Well, I'm afraid I'm going to have to take on another job today.
What's that?
Cooking.
Oh, don't tell me Emma quit. Why, she can't walk out on me like this. I'll go and talk to her.
She left this noon, right after lunch.
Without even having the decency to say goodbye to me?
Well, you were in the library, Mrs. Graves, and she said she just couldn't go in there because of it.
It?
What's it all about?
Come on, I'll show you. What's the matter? Don't tell me you're afraid of it, too.
Perhaps.
You make it sound like you're concealing some sort of monster in there.
Come see for yourself. What do you think of it?
It's horrible.
Were you expecting Whistler's mother?
Please don't joke about it.
But it is a joke. Now let me tell you what this is.
I know what it is. Henri Rodin's painting The Grim Reaper.
And you must have read about it in the papers.
Yes. That's why I came.
Quite a story, wasn't it? I knew it'd pay off when I bought the picture. I hit the wire services all over the country.
You've got to get rid of him.
Get rid of it? With the picture magazine coming out to do a spread, why, they'll eat this up.
Aunt Bee, I'm telling you for your own good.
Now you stick to being an accountant or a no accountant. I know what's good for me. This is publicity.
Will you listen to me?
Something wrong?
Yes, with my nephew's pointed head. He wants me to get rid of the picture.
Well, you've got to admit it's a bit on the morbid side.
Apparently, you don't know the history of this painting.
Only what Bee told me about the absent-minded artist.
Absent-minded?
Yeah, like he hung himself instead of the picture.
There's nothing to joke about. Let me tell you.
All right, all right. We might as well sit down and let Paul do the Morris the Explainer bit. That's a show business term, dear. The character in the trench coat who comes on and tells how the murder was committed. He's Morris the Explainer. All right, Morris, the floor is yours.
I'll make this as short as possible. According to the record, this picture was painted in 1848. Since that time, it's had 17 owners. 15 of them have met with a violent or mysterious death.
You mean you paid a small fortune for a picture that has a jinx on it?
Not a jinx, Gerald. It's a curse.
Oh, that's fantastic.
The story of this painting is a matter of factual record. The moment I heard that Aunt Bee had bought the painting, I remembered newspaper articles. I dug up its whole history in the research department of the library.
And then you came out here to warn me like a good little boy. Is that it? Oh, Paul, don't you think I know all this? That old story about the curse has been running in the Sunday supplements for years.
Then why did you buy it?
Well, for precisely that reason. Think of the news angle. Mystery writer defies ancient curse.
Then you don't believe the stories?
Oh, I believe the people died, yes. But the former owners of this painting were Military leaders and European nobility. Just the sort who would die violent deaths.
But what about all those other curse stories? The Hope Diamond. The people who died after opening King Tut's tomb.
Just coincidence. No curse. You might as well say that the Declaration of Independence carried a curse. Of course, everybody who signed it died.
Well, I guess we can all relax.
You're forgetting one thing. Aunt B, you say you know the history of this painting.
Of course I do.
Then how do you explain the stigmata?
Stigmata?
Isn't that a religious term? When holy men or sacred relics suddenly start to bleed? But this isn't a religious painting.
No, it's not a religious painting. Unless the man who painted it worshipped death. Who knows what went on in Henri Rodin's twisted mind when he created this nightmare. But one thing we do know, 15 of the people who owned this painting met with a sudden, unexpected, violent death. And each was warned.
Oh, how? You mean somebody told them?
The painting told them. Every time someone's about to die, the painting begins to bleed.
Oh, you're making this up. Isn't he, Mrs. Graves?
Of course, I've heard that story. The art dealer told me that...
Couldn't it be true?
Oh, no. Superstitious nonsense.
What do they mean when they say the picture bleeds?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe Aunt is right. It does sound fantastic. They say this is the Grim Reaper, the Angel of Death. And he gives a warning. You see the scythe he carried? Whenever anyone is about to die, the blade of that scythe begins.
What's the matter? What is it? Well, anyway, the art dealer told me I was a rich, spoiled American witch. That's the word he used, in French, of course. Then he insisted on 150,000 francs.
And Mr. Keller.
Dorothy seems to think you've had enough to drink.
Don't be silly, darling. I called him a bandit. I told him that crime doesn't pay that well, not even on television. And then we compromised for 100,000.
You paid 100,000 francs for that obscenity.
Don't get so excited, Paul. I'm rather fond of the old Reaper. You know, art is like marriage. I don't know very much about men, but I know what I like.
It's very good brandy. You sure you want to have some, Paul? Cognac's the same as a woman. At its very best between the ages of 25 and 40. 50.
I'm cold out here. I'm going into the library. Bring the brandy, dear. Aren't you coming with me, Paul?
No, Aunt Bea, I'm going up to my room.
that's little progress. At least we're on a first-name basis.
What's the idea of sneaking up on me like that?
I'll give you 3 guesses.
This is no time for clowning.
But I'm not clowning. If you just give me the chance, I could prove it.
You promised to leave me alone.
Yes, I'm just a forgetful type.
Well, let me remind you then. You're a married man.
You don't have to remind me.
How can you be so cold-blooded? Aren't you concerned about what happened?
Of course. That's why I'm here. I was worried about you.
Well, you ought to be worried about your wife. Didn't you notice at dinner?
She always drinks at dinner.
Not like this. I'm afraid she's going off the deep end again.
Who are you going to call?
Dr. Bryce.
Don't bother.
But if he came up, he could calm her nerves down, give her a shot.
Let her get her shots from the brandy bottle. That'll calm her soon enough.
Gerald, she's your wife.
No, she isn't. She's married to the brandy bottle. She doesn't know how I feel about you. And if she did, she wouldn't even...
Get out of here. Get out.
Okay. I can take a hint.
Oh, excuse me. I didn't mean to upset you. I just stepped out for some air.
I know. I'm afraid we're all a bit tense tonight.
My aunt seems very upset. Does she always indulge herself this much?
Your aunt works very hard. Writing is a great strain on a nervous temperament. Actually, she's been much better lately, but tonight...
Yes, I know. It's my fault.
You did disturb her.
I had to tell her the truth. But painting is dangerous. Why can't she believe me?
I'm sure she does believe you. That's why she drank so much tonight.
Drinking is no solution. We've got to do something about this.
What do you suggest?
We must get rid of the picture. We must destroy it before it destroys her.
She means a great deal to you, doesn't she?
And B is the only relative I have in the world. And I love her. That's why it's important to me. She must be protected.
Then why don't you talk to her? Right now.
I
Maybe she'll listen to you.
She must listen.
I think she's still in the library.
Aunt B? Aunt B?
What do you want? Looking for a drink? Help yourself.
No thanks, Aunt B. I never touch it.
Oh, yes, that's right. You don't drink. You don't do anything. What are you anyway? The world's oldest Eagle Scout?
Please.
I know.
Yeah.
I know you're here to do your good deed for the day. Who sent you anyway, Gerald? Or the girl?
Neither one.
You should know better than that. They don't care what happens to me, just so long as it happens soon.
What do you mean?
Don't you think I know they want to get rid of me?
Oh, Aunt B, you're...
Go ahead and say it. I'm drunk. Maybe that's why I'm drinking. Because I know the truth.
I can't speak for your husband, but I have talked to Dorothy enough to know that she's really fond of you and very worried.
Oh, Paul, you're a fool. Can't you see the girl's angle? You're supposed to talk to me about my drinking. Maybe even persuade me to go into a sanatorium for a nice, long rest cure.
Perhaps it would help.
I know one thing it'd do. It'd leave the two of them here, alone together. Now do you understand?
If you believe that, why do you allow the situation to go on?
Because I'm a fool, Stu. I love my husband. Funny, isn't it? Rich old dame, worthless young. Great plot for a murder mystery.
That'd be the stigmata we've been warned. Something could happen.
Go ahead and say it.
Say what?
The line. It's in all the mysteries.
You've got to believe me.
That's it. That's the line. You've got to believe me. That's what our hero always says to the police. Just before the murder. Nobody ever believes him. And then, all of a sudden, before you know it,
Look, this is nothing to joke about. The picture gave us a warning this afternoon.
yes, the picture.
Then you do believe?
Perhaps.
Well, aren't you afraid? Sitting here alone like this, staring at that face?
Skulls have no faces, Paul. And death has no terrors. Not for me. Death is just a business partner.
Business partner?
Of course, that's what he is. I made a fortune working with death. He's in all my stories. Oh, he can't scare me.
Debbie, listen to me for the last time. You've got to get rid of that picture.
All right, we'll talk about it tomorrow. Now go on upstairs to bed.
What about you?
I'll be up in just a little while. Well, what are you waiting for? Go to bed.
I don't like the idea of you being here all alone.
I'm not alone. I've got all the company I need. Here's to you, old buddy.
Debbie, I don't want to make
Oh,
a mess.
leave me alone. That's better. Just the two of us. Nice and cozy. Well, here's to crime.
Come in.
I couldn't sleep. I heard a noise in the hall, so I came out, and that's what I saw.
What's that?
sorry to have put you through this, folks. An inquest can be pretty rough.
We understand, Sergeant. Under the circumstances, you had no choice.
Well, at any rate, it's over now. I just want to stop and say thanks for your cooperation. And to offer my condolences to you, sir.
Thank you.
And to you. Your aunt was a wonderful woman.
Yes, she'll be missed.
Sergeant, before you go, there's something I must ask you.
Yes?
The coroner's jury brought in a verdict of accidental death. Do you accept it?
What else could it be? Are you hinting?
I'm not hinting anything. I'm asking the sergeant a question. Do you accept that verdict?
Yes, I do. We all know she'd been drinking. Stairway was dark. She stumbled, fell.
I'm not talking about how she died. I'm talking about why.
What do you mean, why?
Sergeant, the picture warned us something was going to happen.
Please, you're only upsetting yourself. The sergeant knows all about the picture.
Believe me, miss, we did everything we could. The lab man went over the picture with X-ray and microphotography. There wasn't a trace of blood.
But we saw it. Paul, tell him.
I already have. I'm afraid he doesn't believe me any more than Aunt Bee did. But it's true, Dorothy's right. There is a curse on the picture. That's why my aunt died. If there was only some way I could prove it to you.
Believe me, if you find out anything at all, I'll be glad to listen. Meanwhile, the verdict stands. I'm sorry, miss.
May I show you out, Sergeant?
Paul, I'm frightened.
There's nothing to be afraid of. It's all over now.
Is it? Maybe it's just begun.
You're imagining.
The picture is real, and the blood was real. And Gerald is real.
Gerald?
Well, you didn't know about him, did you? The way he was always after me. Oh, Paul, he only married your aunt for her money.
Dorothy, that's a very harsh accusation. You have no proof.
Your aunt is dead. That's proof enough for me. You told her to get rid of the picture. Oh, you were wrong. She should have gotten rid of Gerald.
You don't know what you're saying.
Oh, yes, I do. I tell you, it isn't safe to stay in the same house with that man. Now, you can do what you like, but I'm leaving.
Good evening. What's this all about, my dear? You can't leave now. We have a visitor. Sir?
I don't understand. Who is this man?
Mr. Phillips is my late wife's attorney. He's here to read the will.
A necessary formality. Now, if you'll be seated, we can proceed.
You may use the desk if you like.
Thank you. There. I believe that concludes our business. Are there any questions?
Let me make sure I've got this straight now. She left everything to me.
Exactly. You're the sole heir.
Oh, but that hardly seems fair. Paul here. He's their only living blood relation.
I assure you, the will was carefully and legally executed. I told you she made it out the week after you returned from your honeymoon. She loved you very deeply, Mr. Keller.
Yes, I know. Shall I see you out?
If you wish. Interesting painting you have here.
Yes.
I couldn't help but notice how the eyes seem to move.
Eyes? But there are no eyes in the picture.
That's how. I could have sworn all the time I was reading the will that the figure in the painting was watching.
Yes.
Are you sure you won't change your mind?
Quite sure.
I wish you weren't going.
I wish you were. Paul, it isn't safe to be alone with him.
I promised I'd stay on over the weekend with...
Well, be very careful.
I'll call you in a few days when I get back to town. Yeah, I'll take these out to the car. Thought you went to bed an hour ago.
Yes, but I couldn't sleep.
Just nerves, I know. Why don't you try a sedative?
Sleeping pill? I don't have any.
I have just the thing. Here, try this.
Thanks.
Water?
You know I haven't closed my eyes since B died. I'm afraid to. Afraid if I do, I'll see
This. Forget it, it's just a picture.
How can I? The warning, the curse.
But he was right, superstitious nonsense.
But you said so yourself. It's evil. There's blood on the scythe.
Not on the scythe, Gerald, on my finger. I never touched the painting.
It's all a trick.
I had to have an excuse to see B again. Dear Aunt B, so rich and so selfish. Only one way of getting any money out of her. My inheritance.
But I inherited the estate.
So you did. But it won't do you any good, I'm afraid. Once you're dead, I'm the only remaining relative.
What's that?
Just typed out your confession for the police.
My confession?
You admit you pushed her down the stairs.
But you killed her. I'd never sign that.
You already have. Remember the autograph you gave me when I first arrived?
You'll never get away with this. I'll deny everything.
You won't be able to, Gerald. It's more than just a confession. It's a suicide.
Suicide?
Exactly. How do you feel?
The sleeping pill.
Operator, give me the police.
Well, thanks for your statement, Mr. Graves.
That's all right.
I guess there's nothing more to be said. At least now we know the truth.
Yes, now we know.
You plan on staying on here in case I want to get in touch with you later?
Actually, I plan to go back to my apartment in town. You can reach me there.
I can't say that I blame you. Mr. Graves.
Yes.
About that picture.
What about it?
Well, I've been doing some thinking since you told me about that curse.
Oh, since we know how my aunt died. The picture had nothing to do with it. It's only a painting.
Oh, I suppose you're right. Just between the two of us, I'm glad you don't plan on staying in this house with it. alone. Well, good night.
I was driving down the coast highway when I heard the report. Are you all right?
Yes, I'm fine. There's nothing to worry about. The police just left.
You're leaving.
Yes, and now we can go back together.
Paul, just a moment.
What is it?
The picture.
You can forget about it.
But that's just it. I can't forget about it. From the moment I heard about Gerald, I knew what had to be done.
There's nothing has to be done. I've taken care of it all.
You've destroyed it?
Oh, of course not. I haven't touched it.
Well, if you won't, I will. It's evil.
Dorothy, wait.
Paul, this mustn't happen again. We'll get rid of it before we leave. We'll burn it in the fireplace.
No. Please, don't go in there! There's nothing to fear. There's no curse.
Your aunt is dead. Gerald is dead, and you may die.
I made love to frighten them. It's just a picture. That's all. An old picture. It doesn't really bleed.
You made it up.
Yes, there's no curse.
You're the one.
But you understand, don't you? It was the only way. Now everything is mine. The house, the money, the picture, everything. I'll share it with you, the money and the secret. What's the matter? I told you, don't be afraid. There's no curse.
The picture! The arm is moving.
Saw your car, thought we better investigate.
He's in here.
Excuse me, miss.
His throat. Blood in his throat.
What kind of a weapon could have done that?
Look at the picture.
Come in, Reisinger, come in. Findings of the Court of Inquiry convened by order of the Commander, 18th Military District on February 3rd, 1916. Court finds there are no grounds for bringing criminal charges against Oberleutnant Wilhelm Bradley. I'm guilty, Herr President. It is the decision of this court that you are to be granted a month's leave, at the end of which time you will return to duty with your unit. I protest. I'm guilty. I demand a trial. I never punish what I've done. Not unless I charge you with insubordination. You already have a bad enough record. You were posted away from your regiment because you were thought to be difficult, troublesome, and temperamentally unstable. As an officer, you have been a complete and utter failure. Your conduct before this court is a disgrace. You are dismissed, Oberleutnant. The court is closed. You can take my word for it, Doctor. He's as mad as a hatter.
But that's the extraordinary thing. He isn't.
Look, either he's mad or he did commit the crime. And we all know perfectly he wasn't there when it happened. One has to be logical. 2 and 2 always make 4.
What's the matter with these men? Are they sick? They spent the whole morning just putting up 1, 2, 3 telegraph poles. Won't do. We are 5 days behind schedule already. What has to be done? I want to be ahead of schedule. And here, ahead. I'm going back to the farmhouse. That's the wagon sent wrong. Go on, now. Open up! Open the door!
Good evening.
23rd Signals Unit. This is Oberleutnant Reisinger. He wishes to talk with you.
You own this land?
You own this land.
Yeah. The We should be laying a wire here tomorrow. The work will take 2 or 3 days. We should be putting up a field kitchen in the yard out there, and you will be expected to provide the facilities we require. You are the ones who are putting up the poles. What are they for? They're for a telephone wire. So that Army Group headquarters can talk with Freiburg and Berlin. Talk to Berlin. We'll be headed to the evening. The regulations require that you sign this paper. And the damage is done to the land and fly into the military authorities. I don't know. Poles across my land. Voices talking to Berlin. Will frighten the animals. You won't hear any voices. Now, sign this paper. Make your mark, whatever it is you do. You'd better come back tomorrow. I have to talk to the others. Aren't you alone here? No. The other animals. What did he say? My animals. The entire army group is waiting for his telephone wire, and you wish to consult your cows? Perhaps you have not noticed that we are at war. I have noticed. It is a hideous thing, war. It is a glorious thing, and it's your patriotic duty to assist the armed forces. I to remind you of that? No, you do not. I thought very much about the war. Sometimes when I sit here at night alone, I listen. I hear the death cries of millions of men. So much disaster. Some nights it is so bad I can hardly bear it. And a great heaviness hangs in the air. Destiny is not going to favor your arms. So now we are going to lose the war. I could have you arrested for that kind of talk. Are you aware of that? Yes. But I can't help knowing what I know. I can't help seeing what I see, my friend. Herr Oberleutnant, show a little respect. Indulging in defeatist talk, interfering with the military in the pursuit of their duties. But we are going to lay that wire, and you will kindly sign this. You are a much troubled man, Herr Lieutenant. Why? Is it so that voices have reached Berlin? Or do you have another reason? Some more important reason, some reason closer to your heart? You drive yourself hard. You are troubled, perhaps, with good cause. Hang on. Hang on! Yes, Herr Oberleutnant? He's got that letter out again. He must have read it 100 times already. Jeez. Is she very pretty? You want me to forget your friend? You're drinking a lot tonight. Oh, you're a bit... Anyway, what does it matter? Another village, another tavern, another kilometer of wire. It's all right for you, it's your job. I'm only here to see that work is finished. Hey, you. You! Here! Hello, Roger. Tell me something. Man, we met today. Farmer lives at the head of the valley. You saw him? Which farmer, Herr Oberleutnant? One who talks to his animals. Oh, yes, Herr Oberleutnant. You know him. Paul Tuck. Hey. Oh, come back. What's the matter with you? You're fine. No. You're fine. Why? Others are frightened, terrible, Lieutenant. Simple people, you know. They say he can set a neighbor's house on fire just with a thought. The trees talk to him. He can read the future, see things that are happening a long way away. Do you believe that? If I may give my advice, Herr Oberleutnant, has nothing to do with this man. He is dangerous.
If a farmer talks to his animals, I am not in. Only if the animals talk back. Huh? Where are you going?
None of you stupid peasants. What is it you're supposed to be able to do? What is this great secret of yours? You can see into the future, then. I can't see things. No. I'm questioning this evening. You are right about something. Though it's another reason. There's nothing to do with telephone wires. Says nothing. And never. I love her. You have good reason to worry. What can you see? Tell me. Tell me. Why don't you go and see for yourself? That's impossible. Nothing is impossible. You can go. In less time than it takes to think about it. The farmer didn't come here to make a fool of. You just made a wild guess. You were right as it happens. You can't fool me. You can go. What are you doing? You can go. What are you doing? Just one more step. One more step. Leaving. I'm yours.
Oh, I'm sorry. Too much wine. More. Boy, is everybody saying goodbye. Railway station.
Speaking of railway station, the 71st Grenadiers are leaving also. I expect I shall see you then.
How dare you sneak in here and spy on me? You've been hiding. And you're drunk. You were coming to Berlin, you should have told me. Well, don't look like that.
typical of you. I never knew such a man for making himself ridiculous. Well, let's have a drink. Celebrate your homecoming. It would be nice, wouldn't it? Aren't you going to say anything? Berlin has changed. Everything is different now.
Where's your mother?
She doesn't come up here anymore. I lead my own life. There's such a feeling of enthusiasm, of excitement, everybody going mad. You couldn't possibly understand.
But I do. I understand very well. You adopt the 71st Grenadiers.
Let us run out of the last Grenadier. Isn't it a pity? Dylan, my letter. It was perfectly clear.
Yes, perfectly clear.
What a extraordinary character you are. How did you get away from your telephone pole? I'm sorry, Dylan. But you're so unfortunate. Things seem to happen to you that could never happen to anybody else.
Yes, obviously, let's just now. Not in love with him, are you?
I'm in love with all of you. Does that shock you? They are going to this point, to fight, to do great and wonderful things for me. What have you ever done for me? I don't like being taken for granted. I am not your property, and I resent being preached to and spied on. I may have said I was in love with you. Perhaps at the time I even thought I was. Absurd as it seems. You know, there is something rather absurd about you, William. There always has been. Your behavior tonight would have been absolutely infuriating if it weren't so comical.
You hypnotized me. Yes, that's what you hypnotized me. I've heard about it. So that is your secret. Now, I will help you to go where you want. You're fake. You're an extremely clever one, but you're fake.
And I must say I'm extremely glad that you are, because you gave me one of the worst points I've ever had in my life. But that was your idea, wasn't it? Lights. Something to do with lamps shining into people's eyes. You must show me how you do it one of these days. Meanwhile, I congratulate you.
Might have more reason to worry.
Here we go. Here, please, we go. It's easy. It really does that. The work party left here. Didn't you? What's the matter with you?
There's someone outside to see you. A sergeant from military police. You must go with him to Mulheim right away.
Listen,
You have a girl in Berlin. Elsa Brook. She is dead. Sergeant wants me to tell you. Murder, they say. Last night they would be shooting. I'm sorry, I know how you must be shocked. If there's any way I can help.
He's going. There should be nine. There should be nine. There should be nine.
Herr Major, it was I who fired that shot. Fräulein Pope said so herself. She said it was me. You heard the police testimony. Stand to attention, Oberleutnant. You've already wasted enough of our time. For 3 days, we'll have to sit and listen to this hysterical nonsense. You could not possibly be one place one moment and 800 kilometers away the next moment. Why you insist on such madness is beyond me. Then your conduct throughout has been disgraceful and totally unbefitting to an office. The facts of the case are crystal clear. Crystal clear, Overlord. There's absolutely no possibility of our having made a mistake. What is less clear is how you ever managed to hold a commission in a fighting regiment. It would seem that the army can be wrong sometimes. I doubt if it's any use my appealing to your sense of shame. I hesitate to advise you. Though it would seem there's only one course open for a man in your position. That you attempt to retrieve your honor by any means that might suggest it. Will I never be punished? No. The bullet that matched this gun. My gun. What else has said herself? Suddenly, anyone.
You were seen half an hour before the shooting by your old man. And Berlin is 800 kilometers away. And yet, as a doctor, I often have to say, I don't know. You see, when the pieces of the puzzle don't fit, they begin by getting angry. Then they throw the puzzle away and pretend it doesn't exist. What did you expect? You tell us some wild tale about a sorcerer, a man who has anyway denied all knowledge of the affair.
He was lying, Doctor.
Why? Say.
Well,
Your file at the hospital has been marked not yet diagnosed, which is our way of avoiding the issue. With the best will in the world, it could be no more.
You don't really know how to tell me what it's about, do you?
I'm a man of science. I can only say
but I'm not insane. I killed her.
They will.
This they will believe.
They did.
Oberleutnant Wilhelm Reich was executed for the murder of the farmer Klaus Kane on March the 8th, 1915. The records of this amazing case were discovered among the files of the German war. And somewhere, moldering with age to be sure, but somewhere is a hospital file labeled Wilhelm Reitlinger, not yet diagnosed. Question waiting to be answered.
Come in, Reitlinger, come in. Findings of the Court of Inquiry convened by order of the Commander, 18th Military District on February 3rd, 1915. Court finds there are no grounds for bringing criminal charges against Oberleutnant Wilhelm Reitlinger.
I'm guilty, Herr President.
It is the decision of this court. You are to be granted a month's leave, at the end of which time you will return to duty with your unit.
I protest. I'm guilty. I demand a trial. I never understood that done.
Not unless I charge you with insubordination. You already have a bad enough record. You were posted away from your regiment because you were thought to be difficult, troublesome, and temperamentally unstable. As an officer, you have been a complete and utter failure. Your conduct before this court is disgrace. You are dismissed, Oberleutnant. This court is closed. You can take my word for it, Doctor. He's as mad as a hatter.
But that's the extraordinary thing. He isn't.
Look, either he's mad or he did commit the crime. We all know perfectly he wasn't there when it happened. One has to be logical. 2 and 2 always make 4.
What's the matter with these men? Are they sick? They spent the whole morning just putting up 1, 2, 3 telegraph poles. Won't do. We are 5 days behind schedule already. What has just been done? I want to be ahead of schedule. Is that clear? Ahead. I'm going back to the farmhouse. Let the wagon set round. Go on now. Open up! Open the door!
Good evening.
Consider signals unit. This is Oberleutnant Reitlinger. He wishes to talk with you. You hold this land? You own this land?
Yeah, and we should be laying away here tomorrow. The work will take 2 or 3 days. We should be putting up a field kitchen in the yard out there, and you will be expected to provide the facilities we require. You are the one for putting up the poles. What are they for? They're for a telephone wire.
So at Army Group headquarters, that Dr. Freiburg and Berlin.
So, Falk to Berlin. Look ahead until the evening. The regulations require that you sign this paper. And the damage is done to the land, which you can blind to the military authorities. I don't know. Poles across my land. Voices talking to Berlin. You will frighten animals. You won't hear any voices. Now, sign this paper. Make your mark. Whatever it is you do. You had better come back tomorrow. I have to talk with others.
Aren't you alone here?
No. The other animals.
What did you say?
My animals.
The entire Army Group is waiting for its telephone wire, and you wish to consult your cows? Perhaps you have not noticed that we are at war.
I have noticed. It is a hideous thing, war.
It is a glorious thing, and it is your patriotic duty to assist the armed forces. So I will remind you of that.
No, you do not. I thought very much about the war. Sometimes when I sit here at night, I listen. I hear the death cries of the millions of men. So much disaster. Some nights it is so bad I can hardly bear it. And a great heaviness hangs in the air. Destiny is not going to favor your arms. So now we are going to lose the war. I could have you arrested for that kind of talk. Are you aware of that? Yes. But I can't help knowing what I know. I can't help seeing what I see, my friend.
Herr Oberleutnant, show a little respect.
Indulging in defeatist talk, interfering with the military in the pursuit of their duties.
But we are going to lay that wire, and you will kindly guide it.
You are a much troubled man, Herr Lieutenant. Why? Is it so that the voices can reach Berlin? Or do you have another reason? Somewhat important reason, some reason closer to your heart. You drive yourself hard. You have traveled, perhaps, with good cause.
Lord. Lord. Yes, Herr Oberleutnant?
He's got that letter out again. He must have read it 100 times already. Is she very pretty?
You want me to forget your friend?
They're drinking a lot tonight.
None of your business. Anyway, what does it matter? Another village, another tavern, another kilometer of wire. It's all right for you, it's your job. I'm only here to see that work is finished. Hey, you. Yo, yeah.
Hello, Brother.
Tell me something. Man, we met today. Farmer lives at the head of the valley. You know him?
Which farmer, Herr Oberleutnant?
One who talks to his animals.
Oh, yes, Herr Oberleutnant. We all know him. How? Come.
Hey, no, come back. What's the matter with you? You're fine.
No.
You're fine. Why?
Others all right, Herr Oberleutnant. Simple people, you know. They say he can set a neighbor's house on fire just with a sword. The trees talk to him. He can read the future. See things that are happening a long way away.
Do you believe that?
If I may give my advice, Herr Oberleutnant, have nothing to do with this man. He is dangerous.
If a farmer talks to his animals, I am not interested. Only if the animals talk back. Huh? are you going?
What are you, stupid peasant? What is it you're supposed to be able to do anyway? What's this great secret of yours? You can see into the future. Yes, I can see. No, you know, I'm impressed with you this evening. You were right about shooting. There's another reason. There's nothing to do with telephone violence. A letter. It says nothing. And everything. I love her. You have good reason for what. What can you see? Tell me. Tell me. Why don't you go and see for yourself? That's impossible. Nothing is impossible. You can go. In less time than it takes to think about it. The farmer didn't come here to make a fool of. You just, well, you made him wild guess. You were right as it happens. You can't fool me. You can go. What are you doing? You can go. What are you doing? Just what was what was.
Whoopsie.
Sleeping. On your house.
I'm sorry. Too much wine. More. Boys, everybody's saying goodbye, isn't it? Railway station.
Speaking of railway station, the 71st Grenadiers are leaving also. I expect I shall see you then.
How dare you sneak in here and spy on me? You've been hiding. And you're drunk. You were coming to Berlin, you should have told me. Well, don't look like that. This is typical of you. I never knew such a man for making himself ridiculous. Well, let's have a drink. Celebrate your homecoming. It would be nice, wouldn't it? Aren't you going to say anything? Berlin has changed. Everything is different now.
Where's your mother?
She doesn't come up here anymore. I live my own life. There's such a feeling of enthusiasm, of excitement, everybody going mad. You couldn't possibly understand.
But I do. I understand very well. You adopt the 71st Grenadiers.
It was run out of the last Grenadier. Isn't it a pity? Go down. My letter. It was perfectly clear.
Yes, perfectly clear.
What an extraordinary character you are. How did you get away from your telephone pole? I'm sorry, Helen. But you're so unfortunate. Things seem to happen to you that could never happen to anybody else.
That officer who left just now. Not in love with him, are you?
I'm in love with all of you. Does that shock you? They are going to the front, to fight, to do great and wonderful things for me. What have you ever done for me? I don't like being taken for granted. I am not your property, and I resent being preached to and spied on. I may have said I was in love with you. Perhaps at the time I even thought I was. Absurd as it seems. You know, there is something rather absurd about you, William. There always has been. Your behavior tonight would have been absolutely infuriating if it weren't so comical.
You hypnotized me. Yes, that's what you hypnotized me. I'd heard about this. So that is the secret. Now, it only helped you to go where you want. You're fake. You're an extremely clever one, but you're fake. I must say I'm extremely glad that you are, because you gave me one of the worst parties I've ever had in my life. But that was your idea, wasn't it? Lights. Something to do with lamps shining into people's eyes. Well, show me how you do it one of these days. Well, I congratulate you. Mark has more reason to worry. Let me go. Let me go. It's easy. The late as that? The work party left yet. Didn't you? What's the matter with you? There's someone outside to see you. A sergeant from military police. You must go with him to Mulheim right away. Listen, you have a girl in Berlin. Elterbrook. Yeah. She's dead. The sergeant wants me to tell you. Murdered, they think. Last night they would be shooting. I'm sure I know how you must be shook. If there's any way I can help. Please go away. should be nine. There should be nine. There should be nine. Herr Major, it was I who fired that shot. Fräulein Vogt said so herself. She said it was me. You heard the police testimony. Stand to attention, Oberleutnant. You have already wasted enough of our time. For 3 days, we'll have to sit and listen to this hysterical nonsense. You could not possibly be one place one moment and 800 kilometers away the next moment. Why you insist on such madness is beyond me. But then your conduct throughout has been disgraceful and totally unbefitting to an officer. The facts of the case are crystal clear. Crystal clear, Oberleutnant. There's absolutely no possibility of our having made a mistake. What is less clear is how you ever managed to hold a commission in a fighting regiment. It would seem that the army can be wrong sometimes. I doubt if it's any use my appealing to your sense of shame. I hesitate to advise you. Though it would seem there's only one course open for a man in your position. That you attempt to retrieve your honor at any means that might suggest it. Will I never be punished? I've done. The bullet that missed this gun. My gun. What else is in her cell now before the shooting by your own man? And Berlin is 800 kilometers away. And yet, as a doctor, I often have to say, I don't know. You see, when the pieces of the puzzle don't fit, we begin by getting angry. Then we throw the puzzle away and pretend it doesn't exist. What did you expect? You tell us some wild tale about a sorcerer, a man who has anyway denied all knowledge of the affair. He was lying, doctor. Well, I say. 1 or 2. Your file at the hospital has been marked not yet diagnosed, which is our way of avoiding the issue. With the best will in the world, you could do no more. Don't really know how to tell me what you think about, do you? I'm a man of science. I can only say I don't know. I'm not insane. I killed her. They will. This they will believe. And they did. Oberleutnant Wilhelm Nite was executed for the murder of the farmer Klaus Karnick on March the 8th, 1915. The records of this amazing case were discovered among the files of the German war. And somewhere, moldering with age to be sure, but somewhere is a hospital file labeled Wilhelm Reitlinger, not yet diagnosed. Question waiting to be answered.
Her eyes. They were often haunting, candid, admiring, possessive. Her eyes. Her extraordinary eyes. Alan Patterson was aware of her eyes. The newsstand, the lunch counter, in the elevator. He was aware of them for almost a month. And they were to lead him into guilt and terror and murder, as sure as my name is Boris Karloff. Our story is about the watcher and the watched, and a not so innocent bystander. There's an outsider, too. Alan's wife. 4 pairs of anxious eyes. But no one could foresee the shattering effect of the twisted image. That's the name of our story. Our principal players are Mr. Leslie Nielsen.
Oh, sorry, I fell asleep.
Mr. George Grizzard.
Oh.
Miss Natalie Fundy. And Miss Diane Foster. Well, I'll say no more. But I promise you one thing. This is a thriller.
Night night, guys. Love you all.
Merle, I'd like to speak with you.
Yes, ma'am.
Merle, this is not your entrance. You're to use the staff door down the hall, the same as everyone else.
I always forget. I'm sorry.
Apparently, you also forget you're due in at 9 o'clock, not 9:20. You may think you're an executive, Merle. You're not.
I'm sorry. There was a tie-up on the subway this morning.
No one can say you don't have a variety of excuses.
That will be in at 9:30, Mr. Nicholson at 10, and you have a board meeting at 11.
Alan,
Hello, Marge. What's the matter?
I just had a run-in with one of the boys in the mail room, Merle Jenkins.
What's the trouble?
He is never on time. And ever since he's been here, little things have been missing.
What sort of things?
Stamps, for instance. Pens, small change.
Any proof?
No, nothing concrete.
Well, I don't like to fire anyone just on suspicion. Why don't we give him another week or so and see what happens?
Here's stamps.
What's he look like?
Oh, Alan, for heaven's sake, he's in and out of your office 4 times a day with the mail. Young, with blonde hair. Kind of a smudged-up carbon copy of you. As a matter of fact, he acts as though he thought he were you.
Oh, I guess I hadn't noticed. Yes.
Mr. Purdy's on 3.
Right, thank you. Marge, we'll talk about this after lunch.
Yes,
I had a
sure.
very cool morning.
Of course.
Hello, Bill. How are you?
Hi. How about lunch Monday next week?
I'm sorry, Bill. I've given up your kind of lunches. I'm on a diet.
Who are you kidding?
No, I mean it. I've been eating in the drugstore in the building here for the past week.
May I share your table?
Do you mind telling me something? Why do you stare at me all the time?
I don't mind at all. I just like to look at you. I think you're the most attractive man I've ever seen.
Well, oddly enough, my wife feels the same way. So does my small daughter.
Of course they do, because it's true. Well, you don't mean that they couldn't mind my just looking at you.
Well, perhaps they wouldn't.
Mr. Patterson,
How do you know my name?
well, I asked one of the elevator operators. Mine's Lily Hanson.
How do you do, miss? You work in the building, don't you?
Yes, I do. I like it very much. It's my first job.
Well, that must be exciting.
Oh, it is, and it's such a nice job. We only work from 9 to 5, and we have every Saturday off.
I wish I could say the same.
You have to work on Saturday?
Well, just this Saturday. Nice meeting you, Miss Hanson. Goodbye.
It's not goodbye. Alan.
And I'll wait to hear from you before making any decision. Cordially yours, etc.
You want this one to go airmail special too?
Yes. Look, it's after 12. Why don't you type that stuff up and I'll go for lunch. Won't be long, and then you can go when I get back.
Well, I brought a sandwich with me. So many places are closed on Saturday.
Yes, well, I'll find some place.
You don't have to rush. I have enough work to keep me busy for a couple of hours.
Oh, I have enough trouble staying on this diet without all that extra time.
Oh, I thought I'd come and keep you company for lunch.
You thought you...
Mr. Patterson, I just remembered. Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, that's all right, Miss Ridley.
I was just going to say that Pierre's is open on Saturday.
Thank you.
Oh, yes, Pierre's sounds lovely.
Such a wonderful lunch. I've never been in a restaurant like this before in my whole life.
Oh, had you?
It must be wonderful to be able to eat in places like this all the time.
Well, someday you'll be able to. Sometime you'll marry a nice young man.
Oh, no, I won't. Marry a young man, I mean. You can't depend on them.
Well, then, so you'll marry someone.
Yes. Because I have a plan. I do everything by plan. I read an article once that said it's the only way to make things come out the way you want them to.
You're a very dedicated young lady, Lily. Where are you from? You're not a New Yorker, are you?
I'm from Elmira. Oh, it was awful. I stayed for 2 years to get to New York.
Aren't you lonely without your family?
Yes, but it doesn't bother me because I know it's just for now until my plan works out.
Well, it must be quite a plan. I have to get back to the office. I have work to finish.
Oh, not yet. It's so nice just to sit here with you.
Alan. Why, Bill, how are you? Fine, fine, but I thought you'd given up lunches like this.
Well, you know, Saturday. Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Purdy, Miss Hanson.
How do you do?
Pleased to meet you.
Would you care to join us?
Oh, no, thanks. I've had lunch.
Darling, can't Mr. Purdy at least sit and have a drink with us? I do so want to meet all of your friends.
Well, I've got to catch a train. So long, Alan. Nice to have met you, Miss Hanson.
Darling, please don't be angry with me.
Lily, this is not a scene from a movie or some love story magazine.
I can't stand it when you talk to me that way.
Good Lord, don't cry. My fault for bringing you here in the first place. Get up. I'll call a cab.
Alan, will I see you on Monday?
No, I'll be very busy on Monday. And every day.
Hi, handsome. You've got a visitor in your room. Hold on.
What?
I saw the landlady let her in. She said she was your sister.
My sister.
Well, that's what you said. Hello, Mary. Surprised to see me?
What are you doing here?
I came to New York on business.
How'd you find out where I live?
I called your office. Naturally, I couldn't leave without seeing my own brother. Besides, everyone was so impressed with your letters about how successful you are. I was curious to see for myself.
Well, I haven't always lived here. This is just a temporary setback.
What a liar you are, Mel. And you always were. Better close the door. I don't want the neighbors in on our family discussion.
I suppose you're going to tell them now, all of them.
Now, why would I do anything like that?
Because you hate me. You always have.
You made that up because I disciplined you. Someone had to try at least to save you from being completely spoiled by Mother.
She didn't spoil me. She tried to help me make something of myself.
Make you what? Speech lessons, dramatic lessons, buying you more clothes than you knew what to do with. Anybody think you were a girl the way she treated you?
Is that why you always punished me when she wasn't around? You wanted them for yourself?
I had better things to do with myself even then. I failed pretty badly with you, but I did try.
You didn't fail. You succeeded in making me so afraid of so many things I shouldn't be afraid of. You said I'd never do anything, I'd never get anywhere. It took me years to get over you.
But now you have.
Yes, now I have.
You're vice president of your firm, aren't you? Or so you said in your letter.
I never said I was vice president.
Liar.
I said I was going to be vice president, and I am going to be.
You can't steal jobs the way you steal things, brother dear. You still do steal, don't you, Merle?
Shut up.
You're still afraid of me. A full-grown man still afraid of his sister.
You get out.
With pleasure. You know, it's a pity that you look the way you do. Such a pretty boy. You'll never become a man because it's all on the outside. What a waste.
Get out, Louise.
Any messages for the folks back home? No? Well then, I'll just fill them in on your activities. In the mail room. What?
What's the matter with you tonight?
Nothing. Except I love you very, very much.
Call came for you just before you got home. Miss Hanson.
Hanson?
Mm-hmm. You don't look very pleased.
No. That's all pretty silly, but I suppose I should tell you about it.
Goodbye.
Actually, it's very little to tell. She's a crazy kid who works down in our building.
She's not in your office.
No, but she eats at the same drugstore, and yesterday she sat down at my table, so I talked to her.
There must be more to it than that, or you wouldn't be so embarrassed.
Yes, well, there is a little more. Today she showed up. Drugstore was closed, so, well, I took her to Pierre's. Now, don't ask me why, because I don't know. It just seemed like the simplest thing to do at the time.
And now you're scared to death.
No, it's just a little annoying, that's all.
And a little bit flattering. However, I think you'd better make the situation quite clear to her on Monday before you get in over your head.
Yes, I suppose I have to.
Tell her hurry or we'll be late.
Right.
You think because somebody's young, they're not lonely.
Well, Lily, if you're lonely, I'm sorry, but there's nothing I can do about that. I'm a married man who loves his wife and family very much. Now, you're coming to the office and calling my home. It's very embarrassing. It's got to stop.
You mean we'll never see each other again?
Well, of course we'll see one another. Work in the same building. I'll run into one another occasionally.
Oh, Alan, isn't there some way?
No. Finish your lunch.
I only have one thing to say and then I'll leave. I love you. And I always will.
What is it, Melvin?
Telegram, Mr. Patterson.
Yes.
Miss Hanson is on one.
I don't want to talk to her. Get rid of her. Now come in here for a minute, will you?
Alan, I wish you'd stop that. It's very annoying.
Oh. I'm sorry. A little nervous tonight. You both are.
I'm not at all nervous.
Something's the matter. You have been trying to pick a quarrel with me all evening.
Alan, you did explain to your little friend, didn't you?
Yes. There's something happened today you haven't told me about.
Mommy?
Darling, what are you doing now?
I woke up and I got lonesome and I need someone.
Oh, cry of the world. Come on, darling. I'll take you back to bed and stay until you fall asleep.
You promise?
Promise. You say goodnight to your father.
Good night, Daddy.
Good night, sweetie.
Hi.
Evening.
Did you take on an extra job waiting tables or something?
That's not funny.
Well, I just wanted to know what you're all dressed up like that for.
I'm all dressed up like this, as you put it, so I can go somewhere I can breathe. Somewhere I belong. Oh, excuse me.
Hello.
Lily, I'm calling from outside. Right home. You mustn't come.
Wrong number.
Better answer it. You wouldn't want to keep Miss Hanson waiting.
Hello?
Alan, don't hang up on me. I must see you tonight. I don't live very far away. It's 539 East 59th Street. I'm calling from outside, but
I have no intention of seeing you tonight or any other night.
Miss Hanson? Miss Hanson? It is Miss Hanson, isn't it?
Who are you?
I'm Merle. We work in the same building, remember?
Oh, yes, I guess I've seen you in the elevator. But how do you know my name?
Well, Alan, Mr. Patterson, that is, has mentioned you several times.
Alan? Are you a friend of Alan's?
Yes, we work for the same firm.
Oh, I've got to talk to you.
Well, it'd be a pleasure. You've been crying. What's the matter?
That's what I'd like to talk to you about.
All right. Why don't I go and get a bottle of wine? No, champagne. You can't drink champagne and cry. Now, they just don't go together.
I don't want any.
Why don't I go and get it and bring it up to your apartment? My plans have fallen through for the evening. We've got plenty of time. You can tell me all your troubles.
You've been drinking already, haven't you?
Why, just a few martinis before dinner. Now, you run along and I'll get the champagne. I'll be right with you. We can talk about Alan.
It's 5:39, just down the block.
Fine, I won't be a minute.
Can I help you?
Yes, I'd like a bottle of champagne, please.
All right, sir. Imported or domestic?
Well, how do they run?
Well, the imported to run you 8.5 up. The domestic, $4.
Oh. Well, come to think of it, it's foolish to get champagne. The girl I'm taking it to's got no palate at all.
Just run you $1.50. Well, I wish you'd say something.
Still telephoning, so obviously you didn't make your position very clear to me.
Judy, I have told you there's no such thing as making anything clear to this girl.
Yes, you told me. But one lunch, even two, doesn't give any woman a claim to a man if that's all there is to it.
Yes, well, I thought we'd get to that.
How could we not?
If I give you my solemn word that what I told you is the absolute truth, will you believe me?
Well, Helen, I want to. You don't know how desperately I want to.
But you can't. Well, you did last night. So something has happened today to change your mind. Something besides those telephone calls.
Alan, I've been thinking about it all day. Asking myself what would happen if it weren't true. If you were having an affair with her, how much would I care?
Well, did you come up with any answers, or you're still trying to make up your mind?
The answer is I would care very much. I know now I couldn't bear it.
If you have been thinking about this all day, then something has happened. Now, what is it?
I think you're lying to me.
Mostly for music, the Willie Outcrook Show. Continuing with a new item, pretty and polite. You name it.
Here we are. Specially imported from France for your pleasure, madame. They didn't have any champagne iced, and you can't drink it warm, so I brought Burgundy instead.
It doesn't really matter. I didn't want any.
Oh, nonsense. A little glass of wine is going to cheer you right up. Where are the glasses?
Over there in the kitchen.
They're not wine glasses, but doesn't matter. Where's the corkscrew?
You don't need one. With this kind, you just turn the top.
Oh. Here we are. Skull.
It's bitter.
Well, you're just not used to it, that's all. You're pretty. You're very pretty, did you know that?
Not tonight. I look terrible.
No, you've just been crying, that's all. Why don't you tell me all about it? What's the problem? Did you and Alan have a little misunderstanding?
Yes, but that's all it was. If I could only talk to him, I know we could straighten it out.
I'm sure you could. You're his girlfriend, aren't you?
Yes, I am. Dear Mrs. Patterson, I think there are some things about Alan and me you ought to know. Would you write me and let me know when I can come and see you? Sincerely yours, Miss Lily Hanson. You have to plan things the way I did. I even picked out the building where I wanted to work. I did that first, and then I got a job there. I wanted a building where a lot of old established firms had their offices. And then I just waited. I watched the men who worked there. And one day I saw Alan. And I knew right away he was the one I'd been looking for.
How'd you get to know him?
I just kept staring at him until he spoke to me. I knew he would. Just as I know he didn't mean it when he said he'll never see me anymore. Once he leaves his wife...
Oh, come on. He's not going to leave his wife.
I can't help it that she called. The number's in the book. Anybody who can read can look it up.
I thought you'd given it to her.
I don't know what to say.
What you have to say is not to me, it's to Miss Hanson. And I suggest that you say it as soon as possible and say it so that she finally knows you mean it.
And what would you have me say to her that I haven't already said?
That she is not to call here again under any circumstances. This is my house and I won't stand for it. You can find some other way to keep in contact with her.
Judy, I have had just about enough.
I
quite agree with you. I don't find this discussion about your squalid little affair very interesting. As a matter of fact, I find it and you disgusting. Alan! Oh, Alan, no! Alan,
She's a lady, a real lady.
Just the same, he's going to leave her. I wrote her a letter and I'm going to see her to explain how much we love one another. And when she knows that, she'll let him go. He'll come to see me. He won't have any other place to go.
You're dreaming. Let's don't talk about Alan anymore. He's not here. I am.
I'm in love with Alan.
Then you could be in love with me. I'm just as good looking as he is. I got twice as much brains, and one day I'm gonna have his job.
I'll bet.
Look at me, Ellen. Who do I look like? Who do I remind you of? Don't you see how much I look like Alan Patterson?
Like Alan? Well, that's the funniest thing I've ever heard.
Stop it.
You don't look like anybody.
Don't say that.
and you're drunk, and if you don't get out of here, I'm going to call the police!
You sit there and you listen to me.
It's very late. I have to get up at 7 in the morning.
It's not late, it's just a few minutes after 10, see?
I know, but I'm very tired. I think that...
Look at the watch! See those buttons there on the side? This Thursday turns into a stopwatch. I bet you never saw a watch like that before.
It's very nice. Alan's got one, too.
Well, this is not Alan's, it's mine. I've had it for a long time. My mother gave it to me when I was 21. So don't go saying it belongs to Alan Patterson.
I didn't. Why should I say a thing like that? Please go home now. I have to go to work in the morning.
Not if you don't want to. Alan's got plenty of money. You ought to get you a real nice apartment somewhere and give you money so you wouldn't have to work. That's what I'd do if I was him. If I was him, I'd have a wonderful apartment on the river. A wife like her. A real lady. And I'd be where I belong. Where you going?
Don't touch me, please.
I'm not gonna hurt you.
If you come any closer, I'll scream. I swear I will.
You don't scream when Alan touches you. Why should you scream now? Don't! Nobody's gonna hurt you! Just like Louise. You're just like her. She was always hurting me, too. Why, I ever thought you were pretty.
Who are you looking for? Most of them bells don't work.
Miss Hanson.
Well, she's in all right. I heard her radio blasting like she was deaf or something. I guess you might as well just climb up and ride.
Yes, I guess I better. Thank you. Miss Hanson? It's me, Alan. Miss Hanson?
Encore for Oliver. It's our peak of the week. Runaway River.
Not so high and mighty now, are you? You and your big job, your apartment, your wife, big gunboat of a car. Things have changed, haven't they? You don't look so grand now. I think better than she does. Thanks for the raise.
Hello? No, you have the wrong number.
Miss Hanson. Miss Hanson, are you all right? Miss Hanson, are you all right? Oh.
Take it easy. I'm coming. Oh, another bottle?
I'd like a bottle of your best champagne, please.
That's $15.
That's quite all right.
Just as you say. That'll be $15.45, please.
Keep the change.
I told you I'm playing poker and I'm playing
Oh,
poker.
Marge, thank God I got you at home. Listen, do you by any chance know where this Merle
You're
Jenkins
giving me a
is?
hand right now.
Well, where downtown? Yes, I was afraid you wouldn't know exactly.
lay
If
off.
it's that far down, I'll have to get the car.
You know I wouldn't kid you.
Yes, there's trouble. Got to find him.
I just
I'll
got
let you
up
go to
from
the
my
office and get his
table.
address. No, Marge, listen, I can't explain now. Just stand by.
Well,
I may need you.
so long. I'll talk to you later.
Oh, excuse me.
You're cute. My name's Sue.
Mine's Alan. Alan Patterson.
Merle!
Hey, you! You want to wake up the whole house? The guy's not there.
Have you seen him?
He went out a couple hours ago. He's all dressed up, ready for a big night.
Has he been back since?
I ain't heard anybody come in the last hour or so.
Yeah, well, I'll wait outside for him.
You can do anything you like so long as you do it quiet.
The girl was killed. She was murdered.
I saw the guy that killed her.
So did I. Went right by me. There's a tall guy with blonde hair wearing one of them tuxedos.
No, he wasn't wearing no tuxedo. He was tall, he had blonde hair, and he had a little scar on his cheek like a bullet nicked him or something. But he was wearing a regular suit.
What's the matter? Are you all right?
I'm fine, thank you.
You know her?
No, it's just such an awful thing.
I'd like to have a bottle of champagne, please.
Beer or nothing, buddy. That's all we sell.
If that's all you sell, not much I can do about it, is there?
Not a thing.
What kind of place is this? All they sell is beer.
What do you want? Champagne?
As a matter of fact, yes, it's my favorite drink.
Lucky.
Yes, I suppose I have been lucky. I've gone pretty far for somebody my age.
That's nice.
Listen, why don't we get out of here and go somewhere we can get something fit to drink?
It's against the rules. I work here. That is, I'm a hostess.
You're too beautiful to work in a place like this. You ought to have a lovely apartment uptown. Somebody to take care of you properly.
Who'd you have in mind? You?
Why not? I can afford it. I'm vice president of my firm now. The man who used to be. A man named Merle Jenkins got into some rather nasty trouble with a girl and he lost his job and I got it.
You know what I think? I think you're a big phony.
You say that?
Why not? You bought me 2 beers. No privileges go with them, Buster. I can spot a phony a mile away. Let alone sitting across the table.
You little tramp.
Come on! Come on!
Hello?
Judy.
Alan, where are you? I've been worried sick.
No, I'm all right. There's nothing to worry about. I'll be home soon.
Alan, I know all about it. I went there.
Where?
Girl's apartment. The police were there, and a man described you. They think you killed her.
Now, there's nothing to forgive, dear. I know who did it. Merle Jenkins. He's a mail clerk at our office. I'm waiting for him now.
Why can't you call the police?
Judy, you don't understand. I can't go into details. Now, just take it easy. I'll call you back as soon as I can. see anyone drive away in a dark gray car that was parked here?
Yeah, a guy all dressed up. He looked a little like you, only a little shorter. You came out of there.
Is the dance hall? Thanks, Bill.
Alan.
Hello, darling. Don't do that, darling. It's just me. Come home. Sue, come over here a minute, will you?
What's the matter now?
That kook you were with the night snatched the car. The guy's looking for him. Wants to know his name.
His name's Alan Patterson.
You have a phone? Yeah, there's one right over there on the wall. Thank you.
Don't be afraid, Judy. I'm not going to hurt you. I wouldn't hurt you for the world. Won't you sit down and listen?
Listening? What do you want?
What do I want? A man comes home, he expects... He has a right.
To what? A right to what? Why do you say you've come home?
Because this is my home. Don't go away.
I'm not going away. I just think that we should talk this over, and why don't you sit there and I'll make you a drink.
Yes, a drink. That's what I need.
What would you like? Scotch?
Anything you say, darling.
I need some ice. I'll be right back.
What is all the noise? Who are you?
Don't you know me either? I'm your daddy.
You are not.
Letitia!
Judy, where is he?
She's got Letitia!
Where?
In the kitchen!
He's going down in the service elevator. Call the police. I'll use the stairs.
All right.
Hurry. away. Let the child go. Merle. Merle, the only way out of here is the way you came in. Now, the police will have that blocked any minute. I won't stop you, Merle. Just leave the child and go. Merle. Are you all right? Are you all right there?
I told you to put that gun away from me. Now do it. Well, your age shouldn't be allowed to have a gun anyhow.
I'm warning you for the last time. I just as soon bring you in dead as alive.
I'm going to bring you into your parents, young man, and you may wish you were dead before I get through telling them about this. Now, give me that gun.
Next time I won't miss, Black Bart. I'll stay where you are.
Are you out of your mind? What kind of a game do you think you're playing, anyway?
Just sit down for a spell while I figure out what I'm going to do with you.
Now, you wait a minute.
I said sit down! I gotta think real hard about what I'm gonna do with you, Black Bart.
That river's not gonna stop me, Black Bart!
Sometimes children become so lost in a world of imagination, they're unable to find their way back. Then there is only danger before them. Sure as my name is Boris Karloff. We're concerned now with a boy whose imagination brings him to a crisis involving not only himself, but also his family. A crisis that begins, but does not end, as child's play. That's the name of our story. Our principal players are Mr. Frank Overton, Miss Bethel Leslie, and Master Tommy Nolan. Let me assure you, my friends, this is a thriller.
Hank, lunch is ready. Hank! Where are you? Hank, why didn't you answer me? What are you doing? Answer me, Hank. I can't. Lunch is on the table. I want you to come in the house.
I have to escape first.
I want you to come now.
I have to get away first.
What are you talking about?
Black Bart.
Who?
Black Bart, he's after me.
Can you get inside and eat your lunch, please?
Black Bart, the notorious highwayman, is after me, and I have to escape.
Well, I think you lost him, Hank. He's nowhere in sight. Now, will you come in and get it? Your grub's getting cold.
I am his mortal enemy, and he's after me on his horse.
What are you going to do about it?
If I can get across the gorge, I can escape. It's 1,000 feet down to the jagged rocks below.
Will you stop it? Hank, please stop it. Hank!
What's going on out here?
Hank! Hank! Hank!
What's the trouble?
He fell
Off the log?
to the gorge.
To the what?
All right. Not hurt. Are you?
I fell 1,000 feet into the gorge, but I live to tell about it.
Oh, no.
I live to have my revenge on Black Bart.
Get up off the ground. Come on, chum. Get in there and eat.
If it's the last thing I do on this earth, I will have my revenge on the bandits. I swear it, by the blood of...
When you're told to do something, chum, you do it. You don't play games. Now get inside and wash up.
Your time is coming, Black Bart!
What's the joke?
Me! I'm the joke.
Well, you want to let me in on it?
I don't know. Sometimes that boy's imagination gets the better of me.
You said a bit, partner. I'll tell you how I fit the engine wars.
Pretty silly, isn't it?
Seems to me I got 2 young'uns on my hands this summer instead of just 1.
For a minute there, it wasn't the least bit funny. Not funny at all.
He can be vivid at times.
I really could believe there was a gorge under this log. And if he did fall into it, he would get killed. I'm sure he thought so.
That's even sillier.
No, it isn't. Remember when you used to do things like that?
I had better things to do with my time when I was 10.
11.
So he is.
I did those things when I was 11 that were real to me. I used to walk along a log like this and pretend it was the high wire in the circus or something with no net under it.
Very daring of you, I'd say.
I fell off the log. I had this minute of real terror. Till I touched the ground and I realized it had only been a foot away all the time. Funny.
Exciting.
Hank fell there. I suddenly had this feeling he'd be hurt. Not in any way equal to the actual height, but in some way equal to the height of his imagination. You know what I mean? Grew up too fast. That's all that's wrong with you.
I think it's about time Hank started doing a bit of the same, don't you?
What do you want to do, grow a beard?
Well, you can hardly talk to him unless you play like you're the sheriff or something.
What else has he got to do?
He can go fishing, hiking, something. That's supposed to be what we brought him up here for.
It's no fun by himself.
What do you mean by himself? He's got good old Black Bart and the Bar B-boys to go with him.
I think he'd rather have you along.
Yeah.
Black Bart and the gang are only substitutes.
Yeah, I guess maybe I ought to take him hunting one of these days.
Do it today, will you? This afternoon? I don't want to sweat out another chase over the Grand Canyon.
I can't do it today. Maybe tomorrow. That is, if he promises to leave the gang back at the ranch. You know, it's really not too much fun with all those cowboys along.
You're not such a great lot of fun yourself, you know.
Let's eat, chum.
You know how to catch an alligator?
An alligator.
An alligator. You know what all you need to catch one is?
I'll bite. What all do you need to catch one is?
You need a dull book and a telescope and a pair of tweezers and a matchbox.
Okay.
And you go out into the swamp where all the alligators are, and you find an old shack, and you go in and sit down and start reading the book.
Reading.
You start reading the book. And pretty soon, because it's such a dull book, you fall asleep. And then the alligator comes along, and because he's so curious, he starts reading the book too.
Reading.
Yeah. And because it's such a dull book, pretty soon the alligator falls asleep too.
Who wrote this book?
No. Because you both fall asleep from reading the same book.
Reading.
Reading.
Don't overdo it, chum.
Because you both fall asleep from reading the same book, and you fell asleep before the alligator. Chances are that you'll wake up before he does. So then you take your telescope, and you turn around the wrong way, and you look down at these sleep alligators till you get them real small, see? And then you take your tweezers, and you pick them up, and you put them in the matchbox. That's how to catch an alligator.
How'd you like to go hunting this afternoon, Hank?
Gail.
Your father wants to take you hunting with him. How about it?
Yeah, I guess so. Sure.
I'd like to take you hunting, Hank.
Oh, that'd be great. The other day I saw these tracks out back there. Great big ones. Must have been a mountain lion at least, or maybe a bear even.
Hank, I said I'd like to take you hunting. But I can't this afternoon. Your mother's a little bit confused.
I guess she is.
Why can't you this afternoon?
I have a lot of work to do before I can start fooling around.
Do you like to work?
You don't work because you like to, particularly. It's a job. It's something you have to do.
But you'd like to take me hunting, wouldn't you? You said you would.
You can't always do just what you like to do, Hank.
I don't think you ever do anything you'd like to do. You only do things you have to do.
You ought to be grateful that I do the things I have to do. You wouldn't be up here in the first place.
What?
I didn't mean it like that, Hank. I'm sorry. What I meant was that if I didn't work, we wouldn't be able to afford this cabin for the summer. Look, as soon as I finish the article I'm working on right now, we'll go hunting. The minute I finish, that's a promise. Okay?
They weren't really such big tracks I saw anyway. I just made that up. What they were was they were really just squirrel tracks. Squirrels aren't much fun anyway.
You better finish your lunch, Hank.
Well, I gotta get started pretty soon if I'm gonna catch up with them.
With who?
Black Bart. He's got a pretty big head start on me. I have to track him down this afternoon.
All right, you may be excused.
I'm gonna have my revenge on him for chasing me into the gorge this morning.
Be careful, don't let him get the drop on you.
No, I won't.
Gail, you know I have to get these articles written while they're still fresh in my mind. Why must you put me on the spot like that in front of
He was on the spot, too. Didn't you notice that?
Gail, we came up here for just 2 reasons. One, so you could get away from the city for a while. 2, so I could have the peace and quiet I need to do a series for this magazine.
There's supposed to be a third reason.
We did not come up here to operate a summer camp for Hank. I realize he's bored with no other show.
Talking about Hank now.
Do you mind telling me just what we are talking about?
Wasn't another reason for our coming up here supposed to be so that you and I could spend some time alone together? Alone, just a family, without the magazine?
Well, aren't we?
Exclusive. All outward appearances, Mr. and Mrs. Hattering are alone together at last.
You don't have to be nasty about it.
I'm not being nasty. I mean, I don't want to be nasty. I'm just bored. I'm bored, Hank's bored. Everybody's bored but the intrepid journalist.
Oh, no. You don't want to be nasty at all.
I don't. I really don't.
I shrink from the thought of what it would be like if you really wanted to be nasty.
All right, I apologize. Let's please not argue about it.
That's a step in the right direction.
Let's argue about Hank for a change.
I told you before we came up here he'd be bored stiff after the first few days. You were the one who insisted he come along.
What's it gonna be, Black Boy? Dead or alive?
It would have been very simple just to send him back to that summer camp he was at last year.
Just ship him off like a crate of oranges or something.
Well, that's not fair, and you know it. He liked the place. He had a much better time out there than he's having here this year with the old folks at home. Be reasonable.
All right, I'll be reasonable. We can't send it back.
You mean won't?
I said can't. Cannot. That's what I mean.
Why can't we?
Because Mr. Kenyon told me he didn't want him
Mr.
back
Kenyon?
there. You heard me. Mr. Kenyon, the man who runs the place, he won't allow Hank to go back to camp. They don't want him there. Do not want him. He can't go back.
Well, this sure seems to be the first time I've heard about it.
That doesn't make it any less real.
For what reason, may I make so bold to inquire, did you decide not to tell me about it?
I was afraid you'd be angry.
I am angry.
You were gone all last summer. Hank was already home when you got back from your assignment.
So?
So I didn't want you to get angry with him first thing coming home. He was looking forward to seeing you. I didn't want you to get mad and bawl him out first thing, that's all. I just decided to forget about it.
Oh, great. My son gets expelled from a summer camp and you decide just to forget about it.
That's what I decided.
Would you like to tell me why they won't let him go back? I mean, would it be presumptuous of me to ask for a reason? Or are you afraid I'd be offended?
Oh, it was silly. It was just a little silly kid stunt he pulled.
Well, what was it?
The other boy who told Mr. Kenyon about it, he was a little confused. The poor kid was scared half to death.
Scared of what? Hank?
Yes, Hank.
You're making it up.
They were playing this game. They were pretending they were William Tell or somebody, you know, with the apple on the head and all that.
Well, go on.
Well, Hank got this gun. One of Mr. Kenyon's rifles, he left it out somewhere by mistake. Well, Hank found it. And he made the other boy put the apple on his head. Poor kid was scared half to death. I mean, it was a real gun, a real loaded rifle.
And?
really did it. He shot the apple off the other boy's head.
Hank did that?
Blew it to pieces right off his head with a real gun. Well, you can hardly blame Mr. Kenny for not wanting him back after that. He's got the responsibility of all those other boys. Something like that with a real gun. Bart. He could have killed that boy.
You have any other little secrets you'd like to confide in me? I mean, you can. You know I am a friend of the family. What happens to them is a matter of some small concern to me. One might say I'm almost a father to the boy.
Almost. Not quite.
What I'd like to know is what you expected to accomplish by not telling me what happened to Hank.
I already told you.
You were afraid I'd be angry?
Yes.
Angry at Hank?
Yes.
Or were you just afraid I'd be angry at you?
I don't know what you mean.
Some way you seem to have got the idea that every time Hank gets into trouble, I'm going to blame you.
Don't you?
Gail, it isn't a matter of whose fault it was. Fixing the blame is not important.
I wish you believed that.
Evidently, you don't.
I'd like to.
You certainly have a peculiar way of demonstrating that desire.
What do you mean?
I mean that you seem to be trying to make me feel that it was my fault that Hank almost shot someone last year because I can't take him hunting this afternoon.
Perhaps I was.
The connection between the two is tenuous at best, don't you think?
Is it?
Well, that's not important. What is important is that Hank must be made to understand that he can't get away with a thing like that. A little discipline is required. Did you punish him?
No, I didn't punish him.
Why not?
Because you were coming home and I didn't want to spoil things.
So the two of you just pretended nothing had happened. I'm sure Hank must have learned a very valuable lesson from that.
Bart, he knew it was wrong. He was sorry, but he was scared.
Scared of what?
Scared of you. He was afraid of what you might do if you found out.
Naturally, you agreed with him. I mean, I'm confident that you assured him he had every reason to be afraid of his own father.
He begged me not to tell you.
So the two of you had this secret treaty for your mutual protection against the wrath of the dragon, the ogre, the monster, or whatever other flattering picture of me it is you conjure up in my absence?
You've been gone for months. We hadn't been together in a long time. I just wanted everything to be happy and pleasant for the three of us.
Well, the two of you banding together against me for whatever reason strikes me as a very peculiar way of promoting family unity.
I'm sorry.
Well, anyway, when Hank gets back, you send him in to see me. I'll have a little talk with him.
Oh, Bart, do you have to go into it now? It's been so long.
Probably too long for anything I say to him to make any impression on him. After your little game of togetherness.
Couldn't we just let it be?
We could. But I don't think we should. You send him in to see me when he gets back.
Do you want some coffee?
I've got to get back to work.
It's almost ready.
I should be able to get some work done this afternoon. That is, if you have no more bombs to drop on me.
Bring it to your room when it's ready.
I don't ever want you to keep anything like that from me again. Do you understand? Do you understand?
Yes.
got a waterfall! Wait a minute, kid! The current's too strong for you there!
Well, what do you want?
Bart,
What is it?
I'd like to talk to you.
I'm very busy.
It won't take long.
Look, if it's about Hank, let's wait till I've had a chance to talk to him about it.
It's not about Hank. Not directly, anyway.
Well, what is it about?
Would you like a separation?
All right, Black Bart! Come on with your hands up! You haven't got a chance!
Would you?
I don't know.
You think I would, is that it?
We're very rarely together anyway, Barty. When we're in the same house the way you avoid me, might as well be separated.
I haven't been avoiding you. I've been working.
It's one way of avoiding me.
What do you want me to be, a streetcar conductor? Come home at 5 o'clock, put my feet up on the table?
That's another way of avoiding me.
If you want a separation, dear.
It's not what I want. What does anybody want? I don't know what I want anymore.
I got the corner, Black Bart! I'll give you 1 minute to make up your mind, Black Bart, then I'm coming in here after you.
Well, what's all the shooting about? You sure are making a lot of noise around here, son.
Stay right where you are, Black Bart.
What's that?
I don't think you can sneak around the back of me that easy. Put up your hands.
Look, son, never point a gun at people, not even in fun.
Stop here!
Point that gun away from me.
One more step, Black Bart, and you're a dead man.
I told you to point that gun away from me. Now do it. Boy, your age shouldn't be allowed to have a gun anyhow.
I'm warning you for the last time. I just as soon bring you in dead as alive.
I'm going to bring you into your parents, young man. You may wish you were dead before I get through telling them about this. Now give me that gun.
Next time I won't miss, Black Bart. I'll stay where you are.
Do I really treat you so badly?
Honestly know how you treat me?
I was under the impression that we lived fairly well.
Of course we live well. Please don't try to bring everything down to the level of logistics. Somehow you always manage to put me in the position of seeming ungrateful to you. I'm not. I'm glad you're successful. I'm glad you make enough money to pay for the things we have, but that's not what I mean.
What do you mean?
Oh, Bart, come off it, will you? I want you to listen to me.
I am listening.
Oh, thanks. What do I get? 3 minutes? Sorry, your time's up?
All right, I won't listen if you're going to be nasty about it.
I'm sorry, I don't want to be nasty.
You out of your mind? What kind of a game do you think you're playing, anyway?
You just sit down for a spell while I figure out what I'm going to do with you.
Now, you wait a minute.
I said sit down.
Sometimes I don't think you even like me anymore, let alone love me.
I love you.
I know you did once.
I still do.
Oh, I'm sure you're fond of me in some general kind of way. Like you get attached to things that have been around a long time. If I left, you'd be vaguely aware that something was missing, but you wouldn't really know what it was.
Do you want to leave?
I want what you want, Bart. I guess I just want the chance to make your life a happy one, if that means anything to you.
It does. Very much.
Tell me what you want me to be. I don't know. You don't seem to have much use for me the way I am. What do you expect from a wife? You want a housekeeper? Kind of governess for your son? A woman of convenience? Is that all you want from me? I'll be that for you. I'll be all those things for you. But you have to let me know they're important to you. You have to tell me they're important, Bart. You have to tell me they're necessary. I want to participate. I have to be needed.
You're needed.
I gotta think real hard about what I'm gonna do with you, Black Bart.
I know you hate great displays of emotion, but every once in a while, Bart, something. A look, a word, a pat on the head occasionally. It doesn't take much to make me happy. It really doesn't. I don't know how long it's been since you touched me. Even that's all right. I can get along without that if I only knew that you wanted me in other ways.
I want you. I want you in many ways. But my energy seems to get burned up on so many other things. Maybe that's wrong. I can't help it. What I do seems to take practically every bit of energy I have. You know, someone once said that 8 hours of mental work is the equivalent of 72 hours of hard physical labor. I can believe that. I'm exhausted when I finish working. I don't have much left in me to bring to your problems. They irritate me. I grow intolerant of them. I know that's wrong, but there's not much I can do about it. That's my chemistry. I can't just suddenly become a bum because I want to conserve my energy. I have a great need for things to run smoothly at home. I expect them to run smoothly. Maybe that's too much to take for granted. I'm sorry. But when I'm working, I don't want to even feel that I have to talk to anyone. It's very important to me. It doesn't mean that I don't love my family. It just means that I'm tired. I can't keep on being confronted by a constant array of trivial domestic considerations. I expect you to take care of those, Gail. I need you to protect me from them.
Has it ever occurred to you that if you spent a little more time at home, you wouldn't be confronted by a constant array of trivial domestic considerations?
You hate my work, don't you? You really must hate my work.
How could I hate it? I don't know anything about it. You never talked to me about it.
That's not true.
Oh, sure, you let me read an article every once in a while. If I say I like it, you beam at me and make me feel terribly bright and clever. If I say I don't like it, you never ask me why. You just scowl and mutter something about my not being very well informed. I guess I do hate your work. I'm jealous of it. At least you have some interest outside the house. I wish I had. Maybe things would be happier if there was something I could do, but I'm not very bright or talented or clever. I don't seem to be able to do anything very well. The only thing left we have in common is Hank, and we can't even talk about him anymore without fighting with each other.
Just how long do you intend to keep on with this little game of yours?
I'll figure out what I'm gonna do with you.
What about Hank?
What about him?
Where would he live if we were separated?
I suppose he'd live with me. I wouldn't want to fight about it, but I don't think he's very used to living with you.
Do you want a separation?
Please don't make me the one who has to want it. If we separate, let's try to do it by mutual agreement. First thing we've done together in a long time.
But I'm the one who has to make the decision, is that it? So you can feel that I'm throwing you out. I have no intention of throwing you out.
Peacefully.
You can't solve all the problems of a lifetime in one conversation. Do we have to decide now? Here, today, this minute?
What do you want me to do? Just go on like this? Because there isn't any easy, happy solution. We have to decide sometime.
I know. Can you end 12 years of marriage with no more thought than that?
I've been thinking about it for 3 years.
You've been thinking about leaving me for 3 years?
Yes.
That kind of hurts. You can hurt me very much if you try.
Can I? Be glad if I could even do that. I didn't know I could reach you at all anymore. I can't make you happy. It's comforting to know I can at least hurt you. That's something anyway. We could just go on hurting each other for the rest of our lives.
I don't want to hurt you. I don't want to be hurt. I want time to think about it. I need time to think about it.
I don't want a separation, Bart. I really don't want one. I just want to participate in your life. I want to share things with you. I want to see things you see. Hear things you hear. I'd even like to make love to you occasionally.
I thought maybe I would take Hank hunting.
I'll call him. Seem to be around.
You see the other rifle?
Isn't it a rack?
No.
It was there. I remember seeing it just before lunch.
You don't suppose Hank took it?
Well, no, he's been told he can't take it out by himself.
There's shells missing.
You know, I did hear some shooting out there a while ago. I didn't think anything about it.
Where was he going? You remember at lunch? What was he going to do?
He was going after that bandit character of his.
Black Bart.
Bart, that's you.
I caught the name.
Listen, this is more than child's play. He's taking out his resentment towards you on this Black Bart person. In his mind, it's you. It's like he's out there hanging you in effigy.
That's ridiculous.
You know how his imagination works.
Come on, we gotta find him.
What is it, Bart? What'd you find? What are they, rifle shells?
.22 caliber.
That the kind we use?
Yeah. They haven't been here very long.
That last shot we heard sounded like it came from across the river. Oh, and I'm scared. For some reason that shot scares me.
Maybe we better ask that man over there. He might have seen him.
Bart, what are you gonna do when you find him?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
Try not to be too angry with him. Please, Bart, don't be too rough on him.
I won't. I might even ask him if he wants me to help get rid of Black Bart for him. Hey there.
What is it?
You seen a boy around here?
Yeah?
A little boy, 11 years old?
He had a gun.
Yeah, that's the one. That your boy?
Yes.
Well, you ought to watch it, mister. He's been shooting around here. Liable to hurt somebody with that gun.
That's why we're looking for him.
Oh, fool kid, he went right over that waterfall. He could have been drowned.
Which way did he go after he got to the other side?
Upstream.
How long ago was that?
Oh, about an hour ago.
Come on.
Thank you.
There's only one chance for you to save yourself, Black Bart.
Do you mind telling me what you're talking about?
I'm gonna give you one last chance to clear yourself.
Clear myself of what?
For your foul deeds, Black Bart.
Ridiculous.
You wanna take that chance?
Why not? I can play games as well as anybody else, I suppose. What is it?
Put this on your head.
Put this on my head.
Here, put the apple on your head.
Well, if you don't mind, I'd just as soon eat it. I'm getting hungry.
You want your chance or not, Black Bart?
All right, so I put it on my head. What's it supposed to mean?
It's gonna prove whether you're innocent or not.
Of all my foul deeds?
Yeah, it's like William Tell.
William Tell?
They made him shoot the apple off his son's head.
You mean to say you want to shoot this apple off my head with that gun?
I haven't got a bow and arrow.
Well, thank God for that.
Put it on your head.
Are you serious?
I'm a very good shot.
I don't care how good a shot you are.
Put the apple on your head.
Look, what are you trying to prove?
I'm gonna prove whether you have faith or not.
What?
If you have faith, it'll prove you're innocent. I'll let you go free without hurting you.
Haven't you got this William Tell business mixed up a little bit?
You've got to have faith in my being able to shoot the apple off.
Yes, but it was William Tell being put to the test, not his son with the apple on his head. It was the father who had to prove himself. That was his punishment.
That's right.
Well, haven't you got this a little backwards?
Black Bart's got to prove himself just like William Tell.
Well, you should give me the gun and let me shoot the apple off your head. Isn't that right? Isn't that the way it should be done?
I don't know.
Come on, boy. You want to do this thing, right? Now, you let me
Diamond. I'll give you the apple and we'll just trade places.
Sit down.
Look, I'm just trying to explain that it's the father who shoots the apple off the son's head.
It's time the tables are turned, Blackbird.
Oh, now, wait a minute.
Put the apple up. If you flinch or try to duck away or won't do it, that'll prove you don't have faith. And are therefore guilty of all your foul deeds. Then you'll get hurt yourself instead of the apple.
That does it.
That shot came from up there.
Well, wait for me.
Put the apple on your head.
Hey!
What are you doing?
Listen, mister, whoever you are, please don't upset this kid. Just please don't make him nervous.
Will you tell me what's going on here?
I'm supposed to be somebody called Black Bart. He's got Black Bart all mixed up with this William Tell business some way.
I'm gonna shoot the apple off his head.
Be something. Anything. Only please do it gently. Just don't get this kid rattled. Just please don't get this kid rattled.
Hank. Put down that gun.
Hank, oh, Hank.
I'm gonna shoot the apple off of Blackbart's head to see if he has any faith.
Can't you talk him out of it?
If he's got faith and he's innocent of his crimes, and I'll let him go free.
Hank.
He hasn't got faith.
Hank. He's got faith.
He hasn't got faith. He'll get hurt for his crimes.
Hank. Bart, stop him. Do something to stop him.
Easy. Please just do it easy.
He's got faith. You've got to believe me.
It's too late for him to say so anymore. He's got to prove it now.
For God's sake, stop him.
Hank. I think you've made a mistake.
Be careful, Bart.
He isn't Black Bart.
Who is Black Bart anyway?
I am. I'm Black Bart. Isn't that right, Hank?
Why did you do it? You could have killed him.
I didn't want to hurt him.
You could have.
I know, but I wouldn't like to hurt him. I just wanted to scare him a little, is all I wanted to do.
Scare him?
I had to scare him a little, didn't I?
He's scared. He was plenty scared.
You mustn't. You mustn't, Myra. Myra, you mustn't. You mustn't. You mustn't. You mustn't.
Doctor! Doctor!
It is difficult to violate the privacy of dreams. After all, there are no witnesses to our nighttime fantasies. When a man's nightmares are an accurate reflection of the truth, and in trying to relieve his suffering, he commits that truth to paper, then he creates greater torments than those of his restless sleep, as sure as my name is Boris Karloff. We're concerned now with a woman who makes use of a nightmare to persecute the innocent as well as the guilty. A persecution that is much worse than murder. That's the name of our story. Our principal players are Miss Constance Ford, Mr. John Barragray, Miss Christine White, Miss Harriet McGibbon, and Mr. Dan Tobin. Let me assure you, my friends, this is a thriller.
Well, I'm their family lawyer. Where's Uncle Archer?
He passed on early this morning. I'm sorry, Connie, but these occasions are very sad.
How long will it take to settle the estate?
Not too long.
I'd appreciate it if you'd let me know when and where the will be read.
I'm afraid that won't be necessary. See, Mr. Gedney died intestate. By that I mean he died without leaving a will.
I know what it means! It means you're a lousy family lawyer. First my husband dies without a will, and now his uncle.
Archer Gedney was terrified of dying or anything that reminded him of it. Whether or not your husband died without leaving a will makes no difference. He had squandered a sizable inheritance from his grandmother.
Left me nothing. I expected Uncle Archer to leave his favorite nephew's widow something, at least. Who does get the money?
His sister, your mother-in-law, of course.
That figured. The rich get richer. Diary. But this is a lot of laughs. What do you suppose the old coot found to write about in this place?
Well, quite a lot, apparently.
What do you know? You hardly wait to read it.
I'm sorry, Miss Walworth, but that belongs to Mrs. Walworth Sr. now.
Don't worry, I'll return it to her. Were you about to say something profound, Mr. Sinclair? Or just goodbye?
Please tell Mrs. Walworth that her brother died quietly. There was no pain.
I'm sure she will be very relieved.
Are you finished poking and probing?
For now.
What's the verdict?
You're gonna have to cut down on your social life, Mrs. Walworth. And I mean way down. And since I've got a spy in the house, I wouldn't try to put anything over on me.
Can't you confine that sort of thing to more private surroundings? Oh, Mother. I suppose I should be grateful to Ralph that he finds you attractive, Anne. Ralph, can't you help me get her to
Liven yourself up a bit.
If you're trying to change the subject, you're not succeeding. If you feel another spasm coming on, few drops of that'll set you right. But call me in any event.
Is he always this authoritative? Nearly always.
Goodbye.
How is she? I mean, really?
Her cardiograph shows up very well for a woman her age. If your mother eases up on parties and running around, she should be all right. If she doesn't,
I don't think it is the parties or the late hours.
maybe she's worried about her only daughter becoming an old maid. That's because she doesn't see how pretty you really are. See you tonight?
Dr. Mitchell, I presume. I'm Connie Walworth.
My sister-in-law.
Now, I know that Myra's in good hands. Dan, too. Myra and I worry about our little orphan Annie. She always seems to go out of her way to avoid meeting attractive, eligible young men. Would it be all right if I go up for a moment?
Certainly. She comes on strong, doesn't she? Gets under your skin, I'll bet.
Ooh, a little. That's a lie, a whole lot.
Know how you can stop that? Take your mother's advice and make her green with envy.
Mother always said you've got to be attracted to men. That making the Connies of this world envious is the most important asset a woman can have.
And you don't believe it.
No, I don't. For I believe in something that's beyond you.
Darling, I love you just the way you are. But if it bothers you not being a swan, then do something about it. You can, you know.
You're still young, Connie, and you've got your looks. So get yourself a job or a man, either or both. Because I'm finished taking care of you. Quite finished.
That'll make an interesting item for the gossip column. For rent, one shabby apartment over a hobby shop, recently vacated by the daughter-in-law of Myra Moneybags Walworth.
Don't you threaten me, Connie. If it hadn't been for you, my son would be alive today.
Your son had a talent for smashing up racing cars. I didn't tell him to take that flip at Le Mans. He didn't figure to walk away indefinitely.
You were his wife, you should have stopped him.
You were his mother a lot longer than I was his wife.
Didn't Archie leave you enough to get you out of my hair?
Uncle Archie's literary talent didn't run to composing wills. He was too busy writing diaries.
Diaries? Archie kept diaries?
For 10 years, didn't you know? One for every year you spent in that place.
How much do you need?
Whatever you can spare. That's very generous of you. Just about pay my hairdresser.
Beggars can't be choosers.
I love you too. Hi. I saw that you were hard at work, so I Thought I'd just scoot by.
I'm trying to avoid me, are you, Connie?
I'm your tenant, landlord, not your chattel.
So I'm being put in my place again. Is it proper for a patient friend to congratulate a new heiress on her good fortune?
There was no will. Nothing.
But you were so sure.
It's the story of my life. Connie pays for what Connie gets.
I'm sorry. I know you were counting on at least something. As a matter of fact, so was I.
Worried about your rent, landlord?
It's been quite a long time. I don't like to mention it, Connie.
Why don't you stop up later for a drink? Uncle Archer, you were a stupid, dull, dreary, old bore. June 5th, 1960. It happened again last night. The same dream. The house is quiet. Dead quiet. Except for the rasping sound of SM's breathing. M has the hypodermic needle in her hand.
What's this?
M takes SM's hand. My heart beats suffocating. I try to cry out, but there are no words in my throat. And then I hear myself. Wait, you mustn't, you mustn't. But there is no stopping M, just as there is no stopping the dream. But I try. Every night I try. I wonder, does M dream too? Well?
Oh, what? What is that? Where'd you get that?
It's a diary. Uncle Archer's diary.
So?
What do you make of it?
Some kind of a dream.
What kind of a dream?
Some sort of nightmare.
A book about a nightmare. Page after page, the same nightmare. About a murder.
Murder? Come on, Connie.
You want your rent, landlord? Well, you're gonna get it.
Look, honey, forget about the rent.
You'll get it with a bonus. Now scram.
We're gonna have a drink together.
I'm about to have a previous engagement.
Connie, don't get carried away with this thing. I beg you.
That's the difference between us, Trey. You beg, and I take.
Yes?
Oh, Mr. Sinclair, I'm sorry to bother you about such a trivial matter, but,
Well, what can I do for you, Connie?
well, my mother-in-law was so pleased with that diary of her brother's that I thought I'd just drop down to your office and get the rest of them for her.
And I've already personally turned them over to her this afternoon.
I see. Well, there's more than one way to skin a mink.
Here's September, October, and November 1948, lady.
Thank you. That's very sweet of you.
Yeah, the dust-coated jewel.
Bitch.
Dr. Milton Crowell?
How do you do, Mrs. Walworth? My nurse said your business was urgent. How can I help?
Well, you couldn't have been out of medical school.
I beg your pardon?
Oh, when Mrs. Sarah Gedney died 12 years ago, I understood you were the attending physician.
Well, that must have been my father.
Oh, I see. Well, then it's your father I want to see.
Well, he died last year, Mrs. Walworth.
I'm so sorry. Perhaps you can help me after all. I assume that your father kept files of all his patients.
Yes, of course.
I wonder if I could look at Mrs. Gedney's file.
I'm sorry. Most people don't understand that doctors' files are kept in the strictest confidence.
Even when the patient and the doctor are deceased?
Yes, that's right.
Well, thank you for seeing me, Doctor. It isn't essential that we find her.
I beg your pardon? Find who?
Mrs. Gedney's nurse. You see, my mother-in-law is quite ill, and we remembered how efficient this particular nurse was. And we'd like to find her.
Well, the nurse's registry can help you locate her.
Well, I know how stupid it sounds, but we can't even remember her last name.
Well, I think professional ethics can be stretched to accommodate a request like that.
Thank you, Doctor. Miss Snyder?
Yes.
Oh, come in.
That's not fair. You're the third one this week. A person can't have a gentleman friend without the gossip spreading tales. Go ahead, take a look. You'll find a bottle in the kitchen and some fancy eats, none of which came out of my relief check. I don't care what my neighbors say. My gentleman friend likes me to have nice things.
And lots of them.
Well, it's only costume jewelry. The thought's the same. Do you mind making your report and leaving? I want to go back to bed.
I'm not a social worker, Miss Snyder. I've come for your professional help. I'm willing to pay for it.
No, it's out of the question. I haven't taken a nursing case since.
Mrs. Gedney died 12 years ago. Better sit down, Miss Snyder.
Look, it's nothing. I haven't been well. I don't know anything about Mrs. Gedney's death.
I didn't ask you anything about Mrs. Gedney's death.
Who are you?
A friend, if you'll confide in me.
There's nothing to confide.
All right. Let's talk in generalities. Suppose an 84-year-old lady had just been given an injection of insulin. And suppose a few minutes later she was given a second injection of insulin. Would it be fatal?
I'm no doctor.
You were a very competent nurse.
You'll have to excuse me.
Take your time.
got no right to go prying into my things. I'll thank you to leave.
Will you tell me what I want to know?
Get out of here!
Something a gentleman friend once taught me.
I'll yell. I'll yell for the police.
And how will you explain a sable coat from relief checks to the Bureau of Internal Revenue?
What do you want?
The truth about Mrs. Gedney's death.
I don't know anything.
Myra and Archer paid you off, didn't they?
No. All right, I took their money. Why not? She was going to die anyway. And then when I got the money, I was afraid to spend it. I was afraid people would ask questions.
What happened the night Mrs. Gedney died?
I wasn't in the room, I swear it. They said I looked tired, that I should lie down for a while, and they'd take care of her. And when I came back, the poor old thing was dead.
From an overdose of insulin.
Yes.
Why didn't the doctor discover it?
He didn't suspect anything. She was very old. There was no need for an autopsy.
And you made sure he wouldn't suspect.
She was going to die anyway. And then I got the money and I was afraid to spend it. I was alone and afraid. I was alone
What do you want?
I just thought I'd drop by to see how you were getting along. And to see if you found Uncle Archie's diaries as fascinating as I did.
As you did.
Didn't you notice this year's was missing?
What exactly fascinated you, Connie?
A dream Uncle Archer had.
A dream.
A dream about a murder.
Go on.
You sure you want to hear this? I wouldn't like to see you toss off one of your little attacks.
You couldn't care less about me. Go on.
You and Uncle Archer got rid of the nurse that night, didn't you?
Snyder never left the room.
Not what she says.
She said... Where did you find her?
You look tired, Uncle Archer said. Why don't you take a nap, you said. We'll take care of the old lady.
No. Snyder never left the room.
She left the room, all right. She left the room long enough for you and Uncle Archer to get good.
That's not true. She was old and sick. She simply died. There wasn't even an autopsy.
You thought that one out too, didn't you? An old lady, helpless, being kept alive by injections, the insulin and the hypodermic needle handy. Why not give her an extra dose? Put her out of her misery.
No.
Put her out of her misery and put her fortune into your hands.
Stop.
Into your hands and Archer's before she changed her will. Or changed her mind about dying for another 4 or 5 years. Archer held her down, clamped his hand over her mouth. While you, Myra, you jabbed in the needle. Better, sweetie?
How much?
$100,000
You're mad.
for the diary and my silence. Oh, and I'll be perfectly reasonable. I'll give you exactly 24 hours to raise the cash. Until tomorrow, Myra. Oh, and, what, I have to go to the police.
And you look absolutely wonderful.
I can't go, Ralph.
What do you mean you can't go? What's happened?
Nothing. I just can't go, that's all.
Now, come on. Something must have happened or you wouldn't be so upset. Is there anything wrong with your mother?
Please don't ask me.
And I have every right to ask you. All right, I'll go out and find out for myself.
No, I don't want you to, Ralph. Please, it's none of your concern.
I thought you were my concern. But I guess I was wrong. Well, your mother's still in my care. If she needs me, you know where you can find me.
My. New hairdo, new dress, new little orphan Annie.
Stay away from my mother.
Something doesn't quite make it, though.
Stay away from her.
I know. Flair. You haven't got the flair, sweetie.
If you don't stay away from her, Connie, I swear I'll kill you.
You're not the type. You're not the type to hold on to a man, either. Especially one as good looking as that doctor of yours.
When she wakes up, give her 2 of those. And what was she muttering about? Having only 24 hours. 24 hours for what?
I don't know.
All right, then I'm going to get her into a hospital.
No, not without her permission. She made me promise. But I will try to persuade her.
Do that. You've been most cooperative in all the little ways.
What do you mean?
You know what I mean. Whether I get her to the hospital or not, whether I keep her under sedation, nothing is going to help her, except a release from the tension that's choking her to death. I've got to know what's causing it, Anne. Have it your way. Keep your secret. Carry it to your mother's grave. Hi.
There's nobody in here at her office.
I was just about to leave.
That's a pretty good time. I've been shopping. You can take me to lunch. Back?
I like.
How do you like the fat cat?
I like. You have been shopping.
Why not? I'm about to come into the little inheritance.
Oh,
What about that lunch, Doctor?
I have an appointment.
Cancel it.
You do come on strong.
Only when the mood and the man stir me.
You, tempt me, but no.
Scared Annie will find out?
Give me 10 minutes. Make yourself at home.
Know something is matter. I
just phoned the bank, Bessie. They're sending a man out with some papers that I must sign. Let me know the minute he gets here.
Yes, ma'am.
Mother, do you think you should see anyone?
I must, dear. This is something that can't be postponed. Something very important for all of us.
Is it something I could do?
No, thank you, dear. Only I can attend to this.
I see. Well, now it's time for your medicine.
Later, dear, after the man comes.
No, Ralph left strict orders. And now we're going to take a nap.
Oh? Thank you, dear. The diary economy. If you make scandal, I'll stop.
Hush, kills. Shh. I won't let Connie hurt you. Leave everything to me. Bessie, go up and sit with Mother. She's sleeping. I'm going out for a while.
I'll look after her, Miss Ann. Now, don't you worry now.
Come on up.
I thought you said you had to see Mara at 6 o'clock.
It's time.
You're, not exactly the bashful type, are you?
My father was quite a philosopher. He used to say, Connie, never hide your light under a bushel.
And being a good little girl, you listened and you learned.
I've always been fascinated by doctors.
Well, as everybody knows, we're nature's noblemen.
can wait. Hand it over. Hand it over. Hand it over.
What? I'm sorry. Are you all right? Did you walk?
Yes, yes.
What's going on up there?
I'll send you a telegram.
I asked you what was going on up there.
What's the matter with you? Let go of me. You're hurting me.
Well, it's about time. It's fair exchange. Drop something. Adrenaline.
Still ticking, Doctor?
Like a $2 clock.
You're lying.
Now, you just close your eyes and go right back to sleep, Mara.
I have to talk.
No arguments, young lady.
Please, Ralph. I have to talk. For Anne's sake and yours. I've got to talk. Funny how things work out. The old lady was 84 and dying. But I couldn't wait. I couldn't wait for the money. Herbs, jewels, other things I won't shock you with. I thought they'd keep my conscience quiet. And they did. For quite a few years. But then, gradually, finally, my conscience took over completely. Now, Connie's trying to kill me.
The way I killed my stepmother.
Well, that's enough.
She's done it. But now she'll try to blackmail Anne with the diary.
That's enough. Quiet.
But you mustn't let her get any more money. Ralph, promise me you won't let Connie get any more money.
All right, I promise, I promise.
No, no more, no more.
What happened, Bessie?
I tried to stop a doctor, but you know how proud she is. She wouldn't let that man see her in a sick bed.
What man?
From the bank. He had a package and wouldn't leave it with nobody but Miss Walworth herself. It was on the stairs going back to her room that she fainted. The package, it fell too. And all of that money.
Money?
I never saw so much money, Doctor. It was downright unholy. I left it laying on the hall table.
What did you do with it? I burned it. You set the whole house on fire! The whole house on fire, Connie! Mother! A stinking $100,000, you never would have missed it! Mother! Mother! Mother!
I'm checking you out, Connie.
Well, thanks, landlord. I was just about finished with this place anyway.
Writing off the rent you owe is a bad debt. Goodbye, sweetie.
Constance Walworth?
Yes.
Moving, Miss Walworth?
Why, no, I was just going on a vacation for a few days.
I'm afraid you'll have to postpone it.
Postpone it? Why?
I'll have to ask you to come along with us.
Are you arresting me? What for?
Let's just say there are a few questions we'd like to ask you.
About the fire? Well, I had nothing to do with it. I tried to help put it out. The curtains got caught on and... Is anybody hurt?
A woman died.
Who?
Your mother-in-law, Mrs. Myra Walworth. Heart attack. Less than an hour ago at the city hospital. Dr. Mitchell signed a complaint against you.
That miserable rat.
Let's go, lady. On the way downtown, you can tell us all about the fire.
Let go of me.
Aren't you running into filthy luck, Connie, dear?
I told you, sweetie. Connie always pays for what she gets.
I'd like to go to the hospital now. There's nothing more we can do here.
There's nothing we can do at the hospital either. Anne, your mother's dead. I'm taking care of you now.
Connie killed her. Connie and her filthy blackmail.
Yes, I know. But Anne, your mother wanted to die. She was happy to die. Connie's the only one who'll suffer now.
The way Mother did. All for money.
My brother's dead.
Tessa, give me the gun.
An instrument of murder is hardly a proper toy for an 8-year-old. as sure as my name is Boris Garland. And this instrument casts an evil shadow even beyond the death it has caused. And upon it is the mark of the hand. That's the name of our story, based on a novel by the celebrated Charlotte Armstrong. Our principal players are Miss Mona Freeman, Miss Jessie Royce Landis, Mr. Shepard Strudwick, Miss Rachel Ames, and Mr. Judson Pratt. Let me assure you, my friends, this is a thriller.
Somebody get killed, Lieutenant? One of the Kilburns?
How'd the bullet enter? Straight up. Shattered some of the crystals. The other bullet, Doc? Through the back. Thanks. It's my pleasure. Come on, boys.
You ready for me now, Lieutenant?
I think so. Come on in. You must understand, of course, Mr. Kilburn, that our main concern is to shield the child.
She's my daughter, Lieutenant. What do you think my concern might be?
It's one of the Mowry brothers from the house next door. The young one, the good-looking one.
Has she ever been under psychiatric care?
No.
Is there anything different about her lately? Anything peculiar about her behavior?
Not that I've noticed.
You wouldn't hide anything from me.
Why should I? How could I? My mother's brought the family here every summer since I can remember. This is a small resort community, Lieutenant. People know us, everything about us.
You'd be surprised what people manage to keep hidden, Mr. Kilburn, even in the best of families. I'll see you in about an hour, boys. Thanks, Fred.
Oh, Mr. Kilburn.
Betty, this is Lieutenant Gordon. Miss LaFollette, Lieutenant. She divides her time between Tessa and my mother.
Hello.
How do you do? About Tessa, Mr. Kilburn. She's in shock.
She's under sedation, Betty. Just stay with her, please.
I'm frightened for her.
I know, we all are. Please, go up and stay with her and...
Betty! Betty, do you hear me? Betty!
Go up and see what she wants, but she's not to come downstairs, do you understand?
Betty!
Just come in, please.
I'm here, Mrs. Kilburn.
Oh, get me out of here. Do you hear me? I said get me out of here.
Your son told me you're to remain in your room.
I'm always up at the crack of dawn. Habit, I guess.
Do you usually entertain at 8 o'clock in the morning?
I'm not sure I care for your phrasing, Lieutenant Gordon.
Coffee was being served for 3, Miss Walton.
Mr. Mallory and his brother are neighbors. They'd work their garden and, well, it became a ritual. We'd have breakfast together here every Sunday. It was the same as every Sunday. The servants are off, so I prepare breakfast. Well, it was a little different this morning. This morning when I opened the door, Charlie was alone. I asked him what had kept Paul. He said something jokingly about Paul getting more topsoil on himself this morning than there was in the rose bed, and he was still washing up. We came into the living room and Tessa walked in. She seemed in the best of spirits. I kissed her good morning, gave her a piece of cinnamon bun, and
And Charlie and I walked over there just chatting. The next thing I knew, she had the gun cabinet open and was playing with that gun. She'd done it before, and Douglas had been furious. She tried to turn away. It went off somehow. It hit the chandelier, and he turned, and it went off again, and Charles... I screamed.
Sylvia, darling. It's all right now. Settle down. It's all right.
Sorry. I just lost control.
It's all right. If you don't mind, Lieutenant.
No, darling, I'm all right.
You say your daughter had played with the guns before? I'd found they'd been handled one night, and no one else had been in the room except Tessa. You accused her? Well, yes, I did. And she'd lied before about things that we both knew that she'd done. And I just couldn't understand how a normal little girl would... You think she's normal?
Horrible thing to say.
Is she? Do you think she's normal? I can't answer that. I'm not a doctor. Let's get back to the gun. She denied touching it? That's right. The thing that really upset me was... I found the key to the gun cabinet in her room, and she knew it. And in the face of all that, she still lied about it.
She didn't lie about it. I told Douglas it was child's fantasy, storytelling.
Mr. Murray. Yes? The 2 shots and the rest of it. You heard all this, too?
I saw it. Lieutenant, I was almost at the door. It was locked, you remember?
Yeah. Why was the door locked?
Since Tessa trampled my prized flowers, I'd ordered it locked.
Did she admit to this?
No, but her footprints were clearly outlined in the flower bed.
Obviously, this child is not to be trusted.
That's not true. The child's had little guidance. Grandmother is old and sick.
What about his father?
He's just a college student. She's going back to school as soon as we leave for the city. There's been a long succession of nurses and governesses. Well, what can you expect of the child?
That's why Sylvia's been our house guest this summer. We planned to be married in a month or so, and then she devote all the time that's needed to Tessa and her problem.
Is she awake?
Difficult to say.
I'd like to see it. Probably. Alone.
I'm frightened. Please.
Don't worry. I see you like parakeets. I like him too. What's his name? Or should I say hers? I wish there was some way you'd talk to me, Tessa. I'd like to have you trust me. Wouldn't you like to tell me what happened?
Are you a psychiatrist?
No. No, I'm a policeman.
Oh,
You're not afraid of me, eh?
no.
That's good. Now, wouldn't you like to tell me what happened today?
I won't tell you anything. I want you to deliver a message to my family.
Message?
Yes.
What is it?
I'm never going to speak again.
Why, Tessa? Are you angry with them? Is that why you won't speak to them again?
You don't understand. I'm never going to speak to anyone.
Why, Tessa?
Because it's nothing but trouble for kids. Speaking's for grown-ups. It doesn't matter what they say. But for kids, no. No matter what,
I'm never going to speak again.
Busy, Doc?
Just a couple of minutes. What do you see? All right, why don't you take a 5-minute rest? When you come back, maybe you'll see something. Amnesia. If you saw his wife...
Have you seen the Kilburn girl?
Yeah, Tessa, yes.
Did she speak to you?
She has not spoken for 2 days, but that is not unusual. I have seen cases like this where they don't speak for a month, 2. Maybe a month in a state hospital under observation.
Oh, Doc, I can't wait a month.
This is not a case where a child has lost the power of speech. She has just decided not to talk.
Well, isn't there some way we can make her talk?
You beat her, maybe, huh? This child has had a traumatic shock. Another shock would cause damage beyond repair.
But I need her testimony.
You want a wonder pill, yes? Methamine diazepoxide.
Would that work?
You take it. Make a lion lick its keeper's paw, said in the paper.
Okay, Doc, I'll keep in touch.
Send in Mr. Amnesia, yes?
I want to make on all those people right now.
Douglas Kilburn, Charles Mowry, Paul Mowry, Sylvia Walsh. What about the old lady?
Be my guest. Try them all, but get the information as fast as you can.
Any special hunches where?
No, FBI, New York police, go the route.
Find us in Washington, D.C., New York, Chicago, Detroit.
If the rest of you would leave us, I'd like to speak to Mrs. Kilburn alone.
I wondered how long it would be before you got around to suspecting me.
Suspecting you, Mrs. Kilburn? Don't you think it was an accident?
It was not. That child didn't shoot him. Tessa's never fired a gun in her life.
The mark of her hand was on the pistol.
She didn't do it. I'm old and spoiled and a nuisance because I'm ill, but I know the people in my little world. And I know that 8-year-old child. And I tell you, she did not do it.
May I?
Help yourself. The whiskey's on the left.
Water, thanks.
Water?
You know why the child won't speak?
No.
You think she's mentally sound?
Yes. Disturbed, but mentally sound. And I won't have my granddaughter or any Kilburn committed.
Nobody suggested committing her.
Lieutenant, I love that child. What are you looking so stupid about?
Mrs. Kilburn, everyone suggests such great love for Tessa. But no one in this house ever came right out and said it, except you. You know that? Everyone just took it for granted that Tessa fired that shot. Is there anything wrong with her, Mrs. Kilburn?
No, of course not.
She's under psychiatric care before.
That's not true.
She asked me if I was a psychiatrist. Now, an 8-year-old doesn't know the meaning of the word, unless she's been in contact with one.
I don't know anything about it.
Then who does?
I suggest you ask my son.
I already have. He claims to have no knowledge of it.
Then you have your answer already.
Mrs. Kilton, I suggest you consider telling me the whole truth. Because if you don't, I'll be forced to place Tessa in a state institution for observation.
You wouldn't.
I have no choice, Mrs. Gilbert. Your granddaughter killed a man. What have I got for clue? Fingerprints? Tessa's on a pistol. Miss Walsh and Mr. Murray's all over the table. Tessa's are the only ones that tell us anything. That we already know.
Can't you trust me, Lieutenant?
The last time I trusted a pretty girl your age, well, that's a story I only tell when I'm in my cups.
Please, Lieutenant, this is serious.
Far more serious than you might imagine, Miss Fuller. When Charles Murray was shot, his brother couldn't have possibly got there fast enough to see it happen. Mrs. Gilbert, your son disclaims any knowledge of having sent Tessa to a psychiatrist.
I don't think Douglas would lie about a thing like that.
Would you?
See here, young man.
Tessa's been under the care of a Dr. Richards. You sent her to her. Mrs. Kilburn, we found Tessa's last governess. She told us that she took the child to the doctor's office periodically, on your instruction. Well?
Yes, it's true.
Why didn't you tell me?
A little girl is found with a gun in her hand and a dead man on the floor. It's an accident. Would you expect me to give you reason to suspect her of anything more?
I don't understand.
When Douglas's wife died, I think he died too. He functioned like a machine. He really didn't care. He paid absolutely no attention to Tessa. When she grew up, she would deliberately smash things. And then she'd tell Douglas what she'd done. Because of her truthfulness, he didn't punish her.
But you know what she was doing.
Yes, the doctor told me it was a perfectly normal reaction. The child was trying to get her father's attention. She couldn't do it by telling the truth, so she proceeded to lie about it. For that, Douglas did punish her.
And even punishment was better than being ignored.
Yeah. But then she began to resent the punishment. I don't know. Perhaps she considered Sylvia a rival for her father's attention.
Did she resent being punished for something she didn't do? She denied trampling the flowers. She denied handling the pistol. Perhaps she was telling the truth and nobody believed it. Yes? Oh, put him on. Yes, Mr. Murray.
I'd like to talk to you, Lieutenant. Please, let me talk to you. When? 8? Here? Good.
Lieutenant, do you think there's a chance for Tessa?
Yes. If she tells us what really happened. Not, you know what I have to do.
Oh, I thought you were alone, Lieutenant.
Excuse me, Mrs. Gilbert. Did you get something?
One of your customers is a nice little record. Forgery, fraud.
Thanks, Joe.
Anytime.
I'm in the Kilburn house. Hello? Oh, Benny? This is Lieutenant Gordon. Is Mr. Kilburn there? Huh? Oh, he's downtown shopping, huh? Uh-huh. Okay, thanks. Mr. Kilburn. It's something I want to talk to you about. This is a report that just came in.
Did you get the prescription? What's the matter, Douglas?
I don't know how to begin.
Begin what, dear?
Did you know Charles Mowry before we met?
Is that what the detective told you?
I'm asking you, did you?
You don't have to get angry.
Did you know he served a term for forgery and another for fraud?
No, I didn't.
It was an accident, wasn't it, Sylvia? Why do you suppose a policeman starts to investigate an accident?
I don't know, Douglas.
Because of discrepancies. When you told Gordon what happened, you said the first shot hit the ceiling, but I remembered afterwards. It was the second shot that hit the chandelier.
I guess I was upset. I must have made a mistake.
Did you know Mowry before? Answer me.
All right. Yes, I did. I wanted to tell you, but I was afraid to.
Afraid of what?
Of Charles. You don't know what he was capable of. We were engaged once, but I broke it off. So he followed me here. Don't you see? I had to pretend that we just met.
Why?
Because I love you, Douglas. I don't want to lose you. I don't know what I'd do if I lost you. I might as well be dead.
Look out! You almost got your wish.
Douglas still upstairs with Tessa?
No, he took a tray up to her, but she refused to eat, so he brought it down again. Excuse me.
I hope you forgive the drawn shades. It's because of that little girl. She's always looking into the room. She stands up there in her window and stares.
Well, she's not there now. Well, what do you want to talk about, Mr. Murray?
No, across the garden.
Douglas, it's Tessa.
Sylvia, get hold of it.
Tessa, she tried to kill me.
Get hold of it.
Douglas, she tried to kill me. She did.
Take her downstairs. I think you better stay with her.
I don't understand. She tried to kill me.
I don't know, darling, but you must not upset yourself.
What happened, Miss Walton?
She tried to kill me. I was taking some dessert to her room. When I walked in, she had that knife under her pillow and...
Where did she get it?
Douglas, you took her tray, didn't you?
Yes, but I took it back downstairs with me. I'm sure I did.
Well, maybe she stole it from her lunch tray and waited until I walked...
Miss Walsh, are you sure? Are you absolutely sure that this child threatened you with this knife?
Well, of course I'm sure. Don't you believe me? I'm sorry. Well, I can't say I blame you. After that ridiculous story I told when Charles was killed.
Are you saying you lied about what happened to Charles Mowry? Then Tessa didn't shoot him.
Yes. Tessa did shoot him. What I'm trying to say is that it wasn't an accident. She did it deliberately. As long as my story was accepted, I didn't mind, but, well, obviously it wasn't. I almost lost Douglas because of it. And I almost lost my own life. The child's insane.
What are you saying?
I'm sorry, Douglas. I can't pretend it was an accident. Tessa knew what she was doing. She shot Charles Mallory deliberately. She had the gun with her when she came into the room. It was fully loaded. Obviously, she'd hidden it just as she hid the knife. She said, "Mr. Mallory, I'm going to kill you." Charles thought she was playing a game. She fired. I leaped at her and grabbed her wrist. The gun went off again, hitting the chandelier. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't want to tell the truth for Tessa's sake.
And you, Mr. Murray, you saw all this too?
No, he heard the shot just like everybody else and came running. I told him to just back me up no matter what story I told for Tessa's sake, and he agreed. Oh, Douglas, we were just trying to shield that child. It was a mistake.
Is this why you called me, Mr. Murray?
Yes, sir. Yes, just what Sylvia told you. I was going to... just what Sylvia told you.
Stay here, all of you. Great. I really fixed it up great, didn't I?
I heard.
You know what this means, don't you? Up until now, I could have reported Maury's death an accident. Now it's gonna be murder.
Oh, an 8-year-old child murdered. It'll be ridiculous.
I have to report Miss Walsh's story. Who's to deny it? That child deliberately shot that gun. Should be institutionalized. We have just one chance to prevent that.
What's that?
Ask your father to come up here.
Sit down, Paul.
I don't want to sit down. What are you looking at, Miss Flite?
Nothing.
Paul, please sit down.
Look here, Miss Flite. For 1 week, I've had that child staring at me from her window. I will not have you staring at me, too. What do you find so fascinating about my hands, anyway?
Oh, for heaven's sakes, leave the girl alone. We're all under a strain.
They've been up there for a long time.
Don't you understand, Tessa, that even an accident is serious enough? But now we've been told that you deliberately shot Mr. Maury. And that's far more serious. Tessa, listen to me.
She's exhausted, Gordon. Why don't you let her...
I'll let that child do whatever she wants, after she tells me what happened. Tessa, was it an accident? Did you shoot him at all? Was the gun placed in your hand? Did you see Mr. Maury lying on the floor when you walked into the room? Tessa, answer me.
Stop badgering the child.
You're afraid of what she might tell me, Mr. Kilburn? Do you know what I'll have to do if you don't talk to me, Tessa? Do you know, Tessa? Was the gun placed in your hand? Did you see Mr. Maury lying on the floor when you walked into the room? Tessa, answer me!
That's enough, Gordon. Let her alone.
You keep on it.
She's my daughter, and I said let her
Now,
alone.
you listen to me, little Joe. I think your daughter meant that much to you, Mr. Kilburn.
Get out of here now.
I'll go. But I'll be back with a court order for that child's custody.
Did she speak, Lieutenant? Did Tessa speak?
No. No, she didn't.
What are you going to do?
What I should have done days ago.
You're not going to send that child to a state institution.
I have no choice. Good night.
And you know something, Tessa? I never hit anyone over a lady in my life before. I'd like to try to explain something to you. You don't even have to listen if you don't want to. Things just haven't been right for me since your mother died. I didn't mean to make you suffer, too. Try to understand this. It might help. I know I haven't paid very much attention to you, but then I haven't paid very much attention to anyone or anything. Tessa, the only reason I want you to speak to me now is because of my concern for you. After that, you don't ever have to speak to me again if you don't want to. But I want you to know that I don't believe you shot that man. I don't believe you attacked Miss Walsh. And about the flower bed. Footprints aren't such a proof of anything. They could have been planted there. Yes? That's funny. Footprints planted in the flower bed. Footprints can be planted just as well as fingerprints, my darling. Tessa. Tell me, Tessa, whatever it is, I'll believe. Because I'm your father. Because I love you. Good night. Good night, everyone.
Good night. Good night, Paul. Douglas, how is she?
Asleep. She's exhausted.
Did she talk?
No. All I had to do was to make contact with her. A simple act of trust between father and daughter. I couldn't do it.
And it's hopeless?
No, I didn't mean that. Just now, for the first time, she showed some emotion. She cried. In the morning, I'm sure she'll talk to me.
Where are you going?
To stop Lieutenant Gordon getting at Coro any way I can.
Will you be long?
As long as it takes.
Betty, why were you staring so at Paul Mowry? What did you see on the table?
Not sure, Mrs. Kilburn.
But you did see something.
Yes.
Why didn't you tell Lieutenant Gordon?
Because I couldn't connect it until now.
Connect what?
Lieutenant Gordon told me among the worthless bits of evidence he was trying to piece together, there were some fingerprints.
Whose fingerprints?
Paul Mowry's. There were 3 sets of Paul Mowry's fingerprints on the table.
What of it?
He was outside the door when I entered the room. I saw him break in and go straight to the body of his brother. He never touched a thing in that room.
Are you positive?
Yes. Don't you see, Mrs. Kilburn? That means that Sylvia's second story is also untrue. It means that Paul Mowry was in the room earlier that morning. He had to be. He was there before he broke in. Lieutenant Gordon couldn't have known that. He naturally assumed that Paul Mowry touched the table after his brother was killed.
You want to see me? Now? All right, I'll be right over.
You frightened me.
I saw Miss Flite leave. Where did she go?
I don't know. She just ran out of here.
Sylvia, she knows something. I'm sure she knows something. The way she kept looking at me.
Oh, get out of yourself, Paul.
Who's in the house?
Tessa, the old lady upstairs. What was Lieutenant Gordon doing at your house when that child attacked me with a knife?
I brought you to question me.
No, you sent for him. Why, Paul?
Sylvia, I can't take any more of this. I will not burn for you.
He's going to burn.
I was willing to go along with you and my brother when it came to fleecing Kilburn. A fast marriage, a quick divorce, and a big settlement to divide among the 3 of us. That much my conscience could live with. But murder? No.
Obviously, you haven't told this to Lieutenant Gordon.
No. We just come into my study when we heard you scream. Your luck held, Sylvia.
Your luck held too, Paul.
What do you mean? You put the gun in the child's hand. I didn't.
Yes, but you stood by to back me up.
I didn't kill Charles. I had no idea that he intended to divulge the entire scheme to Douglas.
I got to stop him from doing that, didn't I, Paul? He said he was doing it for love, Paul. For love of me. He didn't want me to marry Douglas. Not even for one day. Now, what do you think of that?
You've got to let me out of this.
No, Paul. If you ever feel talkative again, just remember this. Yes, I pulled the trigger, but you're guilty too. By law, you're just as guilty as I am. Now get out of here. If you ever set foot in this house again, unless you're invited.
But you called me on the phone. Didn't you?
No.
You did. You said...
Ow.
The old lady. Must have been the old lady. I remember. I had trouble hearing on the phone. I said, Sylvia!
Keep out.
Sylvia! This is diabolical. Sylvia!
This is cold-blooded
murder. That old lady knows about us. Thanks to your stupidity, she's trapped us. This will be the same as with Charles. They'll find the old lady dead and the gun in the child's hands. And they'll put her away once and for all.
You're the one that should be put away, Sylvia.
Get out of here. If you say anything to anybody, I'll tell them you killed your brother.
I'm here, Sylvia. Waiting. What happens to me is of no importance. Don't do this to Tessa. She's so troubled, so helpless.
You should have thought of Tessa when you phoned Paul, Mrs. Kilburn. Now I have to do this.
Let me go! Here, let me have her.
Daddy! Daddy!
You mean to say that you were in this house all the time?
Right here with Tessa. We used the outside stairway to get back in.
I'm curious. I thought I was on my own.
Joy?
She's a Kilburn. Of course she's all right. I understand you're responsible for this trickery. Do you realize I might have been killed?
Mother, nobody asked you to telephone Maori and impersonate Sylvia.
Well, that's no excuse for this policeman to lie about a court order.
Well, let's just say it was a cover story to compel a disagreeable old lady to help me smoke out a murderer. Well, Betty here was my accomplice. She told the crucial part of the story to you.
Betty, is that true?
Yes, ma'am.
You're fired.
Fired?
Oh,
Oh, anyone who can fool an old crow like me is dangerous. You're liable to learn all my secrets. From now on,
You'll take charge of Tessa exclusively. Now let's get out of here and leave my son alone with my granddaughter. I thought I just fired you. Lieutenant Gordon will see me to my room, won't you, Lieutenant?
Look, I'm on a nice quiet bar. You cause me any more trouble and I have the cops.
Oh, you're a seasoned general. Who needs it? My credit's good in the best hotels in town. Oh, you gotta see what I tell you.
It wasn't my fault. I didn't have a prayer. It wasn't my fault.
Sure, I know.
Well, everybody saw it. It wasn't my fault. Did you hear it, Brandon?
I don't know. Better not me. Here come the cops.
You know who she is? Rose French. She used to be a big movie star.
Rose French. In the blur of memory, the face grows dim. But do you remember the name? 20 years ago? Rose French. The remarkable Rose French. As a servant girl, or as a princess, she was a quicksilver star in a celluloid heaven. If a woman could sell her soul to achieve such fame, what wouldn't she do to get it back? Poor Rose. That was all she wanted, to relive the past. And And those who loved her, Frank Clyde, for instance, could do nothing to stop her. But the comeback trail can lead to strange and sinister places. To a lonely garden, and to a night of terror. It can even lead to the face of a painted doll. But the comeback trail is a journey without maps, as sure as my name is Boris Karloff. Poor Rose French and her last desperate summer. That's the name of our story, Rose's Last Summer. Our principal players are Miss Mary Astor, Mr. Lynn McCarthy, and Miss Helen Quintal. Let me assure you, my friends, this is a thriller.
Oh, can I help you? Well, I talked to the other desk sergeant yesterday. I'm Frank Clyde. Oh, yeah. You're the fellow that runs the clinic for boozers. Well, we prefer to call it Rehabilitation Center. Yeah? Well, who are we rehabilitating today? Rose French. She was arrested Tuesday. French. Oh, yeah, here it is. Drunk and disorderly, $200 or 30 days. Well, I finally scraped together the $200. You're too late. Too late? What do you mean? Somebody else has already bailed her out. She's gone. Rose French.
Rose! Rose, it's me, Annie. Rose, you got company. That water running and all that yowling, she can't hear a thing.
What's Rose doing with the road map?
What? I don't know. She's packing. Rose? Yeah. You got company. Now don't come out unless you're dressed.
Why not? I've kept my figure. Why, Frank! Why, how sweet of you to come and visit an old lady. Whose idea was this?
Why?
I'll bet. Did you bring a butterfly net with you?
Rose.
Or were you looking for this? The best, the very best. Used to buy it by the case. Glasses, Annie, glasses.
Haven't you caused enough commotion?
Commotion? You think this was Russia, not California. Come on, Annie, you don't want to drink it out of the bottle, do you? All right now, young man, let's talk about you. Just what are you doing here at this time of night?
I was passing by, and I saw your light on. I said to myself, I must see Rose French right now, this minute.
Couldn't wait.
That's right.
You dear, sweet boy. You know, I'm awfully glad I went to your clinic. It's been a rare experience knowing you, Frank.
I'm crazy about you, too.
Oh, are we a pair? Bless you. You did keep me from going over the edge once. But there's nothing wrong now. Not a thing in the world.
I don't believe you. Come on, tell me about it.
Well, if I were any younger, I'd grab you so fast.
Now, Rose?
Well, I would. No, please believe me, Frank. There's nothing the matter. I'm just happy, that's all. I've got a job.
A job?
Well, what's so startling about that? I've made a fortune in my time. I supported 3 husbands. No, only 2. Haley Dalloway supported me. The only trouble was he wanted to change me, too.
You're going back to Hollywood.
Oh, not a chance. Hollywood couldn't meet my price, darling.
What is it then? What sort of a job?
Well, it's a sort of a housekeeper. Very good job.
Is this on the level?
Couldn't be leveler. But I think I'll hang on to this room as a sort of a pied-à-terre, a hole in the ground to you.
Rose, really?
Which reminds me, I owe you 2 weeks back rent. And a month in advance. Is that satisfactory?
Oh, yes, indeed. Rose, I just don't understand.
Neither do I. Where is this job?
California, the good old USA.
Will you stop being childish? We want to know where you're going.
I'll keep in touch. I'll buy you a steak dinner one of these days. Oh, come on, you two. Don't be so serious. I thought you'd bust your buttons with joy at getting rid of me. Come on now, drink up. Here's to the job. No, I've got a better one. Here's to independence.
I know a better one still. Rose French. Can't believe it. Just can't believe it.
And the situation in Washington remains in the same state. From the town of La Mesa, California, comes news of the sudden death of one-time screen star Rose French. She was found dead in the garden of a couple who say they did not know Miss French or have any connection with her. Although the demise seems of natural causes, police are making the usual investigation. Miss French was once married to Haley Dalloway, the well-known industrialist. From the eastern seaboard comes a story about a man who tried to prove
Mr. Jackson, please tell the skipper to hoist anchor. Put into port right away. Oh, and also radio my travel agent. I want an airline reservation for La Mesa, California, immediately.
Doesn't make sense, Captain. Just doesn't. People die every day, Mr. Flite. But she was perfectly well when I last saw her. When was that? 8 days ago in Los Angeles. Suspect murder? I didn't say that.
Police Thursday's preliminary report says she died of natural causes.
But what was she doing in that garden? What was the name of the family who lived there?
Goodfield, Willard Goodfield. He just moved in with his wife and mother.
What was she doing there?
Passing by, it seems. Garden gate was open. Sat down to rest. They found her body by the bench, her suitcase beside her.
Well, she said she was going to a job. Must have been in that neighborhood.
Oh, we checked the whole district. Nobody knows anything about her. Mr. Clyde, I'm afraid you're just going to have to face the facts as they are.
Haley Dalloway.
You two know each other?
Dalloway, I feel as if I've known you for a long time. I'm Frank Clyde, a friend of Rose's.
How'd you do?
You go to the morgue?
Yes, I did. She was still wearing my ring. After all these years, still wearing my ring. So, Rose was a patient of yours, was she?
For a while. Always felt it wasn't Rose that couldn't adjust to the world. The world that couldn't adjust to Rose.
You liked her, eh?
Very much.
So did I. There were times when she made my life a hell, but I liked her. I was pretty hard on her, I'm afraid. She had to conform, or else, well, she wouldn't, or couldn't, so I lost her, of course.
You never saw her again?
No, not until today. I just couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe she was dead.
Mr. Dalloway, I'd like to see where she died. My car's over here.
ever married again? I was wondering about that. I'm on the verge of it several times, but after all, who would follow her?
I wish you could hear you say that.
Yes, so do I.
This must be a spot of bench.
So lonely here. You'd think no one was here.
They probably keep this end of the house closed up.
Oh, no. She should never have died like this, not Rose. She should have been surrounded by people.
Galloway. Try not to let them see you, but take a look up at that corner window.
Mr. Goodfield, I understand you rented the place you're now living in.
Yes, we rented it for 2 months. We've been in it a month.
Where is your permanent residence?
In San Francisco.
Did you know the deceased?
No, I told the police that I'd never seen her before.
Then you didn't recognize her as Rose French?
Well, the name Rose French meant nothing to me. I seldom go to the movies, and she was before my time.
Then no member of your family saw anything at all, hmm?
I'm telling you, we saw nothing or we heard nothing. Not until I found the body. Then I telephoned the police immediately.
Well, my mother-in-law, I'm afraid, is a very difficult woman.
Then you have nothing to add to the testimony of your husband?
Nothing. But I assure you it's been a most unpleasant experience finding a dead body in the corner of your garden.
Dr. Severin, you performed an autopsy on the body of the deceased.
I did.
Would you tell us, please, what brought about her death?
Coronary thrombosis. She died almost instantly. As a matter of fact, her death was long overdue.
Oh? Why do you say that?
Her heart was badly damaged, almost twice its normal size.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, have you reached a verdict?
We find the deceased Rose French to have died from natural causes, due to a weak heart and overexertion.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Court is dismissed.
Is that you?
Yes, Mother.
Bring me my cup of tea and tell me how things went.
Yes, Mother. In just a moment. I need a drink.
You're drinking too much, Willett.
That's my business.
And mine.
I want to send flowers to the funeral tomorrow.
Flowers?
Yes. It's the least we can do, isn't it?
I'll go, darling. You relax. Yes, I understand. The only thing is, Willett, this is Mr. Flite and Mr. Dalloway. We saw them at the
How
inquest.
do you do? Yes, I remember.
For some reason, they seem to want to talk to your mother.
My mother? Well, why?
We saw her looking out the window. We thought perhaps she might have noticed something.
Willett? Who's down there? Willett?
Yes, Mother. It's a gentleman named Mr. Dalloway who wishes to speak to you.
Never heard of him. Send him up anyway.
But, Mother,
You heard me. Send him up.
Very well, Mother. Would you wait here, please? Ethel, you'd better fix Mother's tea. This way,
Yes,
Mr.
dear.
Dalloway, please.
Don't worry about me.
If you'll excuse me, then.
Please. Mother, this is Mr. Haley Dalloway. He was at the inquest. He used to be married to Rose French.
How do you do, Mrs. Goodfield?
How do you do?
Down.
Thank you.
Oh, stop hovering, Willett. You know I don't like it. I'm perfectly capable of conducting a conversation by myself.
I'm sorry, Mother. Your tea will be up directly.
Now, what can I do for you?
Mrs. Goodfield,
Is there anything at all you can tell me? Anything about my former wife's death?
What makes you think I can?
I don't know. Perhaps I thought you might have seen something from this window here. I just can't bear to think of her dying out there, alone.
Now, for an actress, that must have been a hardship. Did you divorce Rose French?
Yes.
You have reason to?
Yes, I thought so at the time. We didn't get along.
Why this great interest? Why this morbid concern?
Well, maybe like Frank Clyde, I feel guilty about her.
Who's Frank Clyde?
Friend of hers.
Well, so she had friends. That's interesting in itself. Those people seldom do.
Rose may have had her faults, but meanness wasn't one of them.
Sit down, sit down. Please, sit down. You know, I rather like you. At least you have spirit. Tell me, do you know the Sweet Marie doll?
No, I can't say that I do.
You would if you'd had children. It was a beautiful doll. We made a fortune on it once. Mr. Dalloway, I'm afraid you'll have to go. There's nothing I can tell you.
Yes, Mother Goodfield.
Get this man out of here. I'm tired.
Excuse me. There we are, dear. I'm sorry, Mr. Dalloway.
Just a moment. Who's paying for that woman's funeral?
I am, of course.
More fool you. Thank you. Nice and hot.
Still haven't explained this map.
There's nothing to explain. It's a perfectly ordinary road map. We used it while we were traveling.
Dalloway, I found this map burned in the fireplace. Rose had one just like it. I saw it in a room.
So what does that prove?
It proves she was here in this house.
Are you out of your mind? You can get those maps at any gas station.
Are you sure it's the same one?
No, he isn't.
Yes, I'm sure. It had the same markings.
Let me see it.
No, this is too much. Questioning, hounding. For 3 days now, I haven't had a moment's peace. But this is the last straw. I've had all I can take.
What are you afraid of, Mr. Goodfield?
Gentlemen, I think you'd better leave before we call the police.
Would you go through the pockets of these dresses?
Well, Frank, I must admit, I haven't the steam I used to have.
I'm sorry you're tired, Mr. Dalloway, but we must go over every inch of this room.
Yes, I suppose so. Well, just exactly what are we looking for?
I don't know. There must be something. Something will tie Rose in with that house. Find something besides a map, and we'll know.
You really think that those people... What reason would they have to harm him?
Mr. Dalloway, I can only go by the facts. That map is the same map that I saw in this room. If it wasn't, why did they burn it? If it wasn't, why did that Willie Goodfield get so jittery and so angry?
Well, that attitude was peculiar, I must admit. And yet, you know, they sent such lovely flowers to the funeral.
Exactly what I mean. And why did they send flowers, and such expensive ones? The funeral of someone who meant nothing to them. Is it because they felt guilty about something?
This is all so circumstantial, so tenuous.
Would you call this tenuous, Mr. Dalloway?
Oh, what is it?
I didn't want to upset you. I got this afternoon. It's the last electrocardiogram taken of Rose's heart, taken by the clinic doctor 7 months ago. Does that look like the chart of a woman with a badly damaged heart?
Frank, I don't know about these things.
Well, look at the rhythm, the pattern of the heart action. You heard the coroner's testimony. Coronary thrombosis, enlarged heart. Dr. Lewis assured me there was no evidence of such a condition in that cardiogram.
But, could it have changed so rapidly?
I don't know. I don't think so. You know what I think? I think those people killed Rose. I think they lured her up there to La Mesa with a promise of a job. Somehow, I don't know how, it didn't look like she had a heart condition. Maybe some drug.
Why, Frank? Why?
I don't know, but
She used to doodle like this while talking on the phone.
see the word La Mesa?
Yes, but she knew she was going there.
Look at the way she doodled the word good 4 times, and each time with a capital letter. That could have subconsciously meant the name Goodfield.
Yes, it's possible, I suppose.
That does it. La Mesa, Goodfield. That ties them together before she ever left here. I'm going to the police.
No, Frank. No, don't do that. This isn't enough. That doodle could just mean what the word says. Good. Just an indication that she was happy about getting a job.
Suppose we took her out to San Francisco and looked into the background. That's where they're from. They still have a home there up on Knob Hill. They also have a doll factory.
Good. We'll go to San Francisco. It's worth a try, anyway.
Mr. Sturgis?
Yes?
There's no one in your outer office, so I took the liberty.
Oh, lunchtime. They're all out to lunch. I always have mine right in here. Just fruit. Best thing for you.
I'm John Richards. I called for an appointment.
Oh, yes. Toy Digest. Well, sit down, sit down. You're interested in doing an article on old Horace Goodfield, aren't you?
Well, not exactly. It's a symposium. They told me at the doll factory that you were the executor of Horace Goodfield's estate. I thought you might fill me in.
Nobody knew more about old Horace Goodfield than I did. Now, what is it you want to know?
Well, first, when did he die?
About 15 years ago. That's it. 5 years after he created the Sweet Marie doll.
Oh, yes, about that doll. I understand it made him a lot of money.
Millions. Excuse me. Lunchtime for them, too, you know. 1, 2, 3. There. Enjoy your lunch.
What kind of a man was Mr. Goodfield?
A genius. Oh, he invented all kinds of toys. Of course, he was rather eccentric. Hadn't been for all his money, you'd have called him a nut.
And the rest of the family, what were they like?
Well, Horace didn't pay much attention to his family. Tell you the truth, he didn't like his family very well. especially his son Willett. You see, Willett never invented anything.
Well, he left him his money.
As the executor of the estate, I can't discuss that.
I see. Where is Mrs. Goodfield? I thought I might like to talk to her.
Oh, she's away somewhere, traveling.
Well, you've given me a very interesting sidelight on Mr. Goodfield. Thank you, Mr. Sturgis.
Well, you're welcome, Mr.
Richards.
Oh, yes. I'd like to see a copy of the article when it's published.
I'll send you a copy. Goodbye, sir.
Long distance. I want to place a person-to-person call. Willett Goodfield, La Mesa, California.
Asking questions about us? You didn't tell him anything, did you?
Now, what would I tell him? It was just that after he left, I thought he had asked some very peculiar kind of questions for a trade paper writer. As a matter of fact, he seemed a little peculiar himself.
What did he look like? I thought so. Frank Clyde. He's a friend of Rose French's. He didn't believe the findings at the inquest. I am careful. We thought we'd covered everything. This means more to us than it does to you. All right. I'll keep you informed.
Clyde?
Yes. He's up in San Francisco checking. What are we going to do?
Don't panic, Willett. We're past the time limit now. We'll just have to end it a few days sooner than we planned.
Ethel, I don't mean to be weak.
I know you don't, but just trust me, that's all. Just leave everything to me. Mother Goodfield.
Mother, what are you doing up?
Well, now that's a stupid question if I ever heard one. I got bored, that's all. Well, I did.
Now, darling, you know it's better for you to stay upstairs. You're much more comfortable there.
But I'm bored, Ethel.
Go to your room. That's the girl. We'll be up to talk to you later.
Don't bother. Neither one of you is very amusing. Now, Rose, none of that. Forget who you are. You're giving a performance. You're not Rose French. You're me. That's what we're paying you for. To be me.
I'll look more like you when I get this wig adjusted. Still isn't right across the forehead. I'll try to walk again.
No, that's not right. You still haven't got it. Oh, I'm doing the best I can. You're doing nothing of the sort. It's not enough that you look like me. That's only part of it. You must be like me, inside. Well, that's a big order. I thought you were an actress. I am. At least I was. Because of a pretty face? No. All right, let's try it again.
little slower. I couldn't walk that fast. That's more like it. Now, say something. Say something to my son. That's not very bright of you, is it, Willett? Did you ever try using a fraction of your brain? That's it. That's it, isn't it?
Yes.
What I can't understand is how Willett happened to recognize me on the street. How could anyone help but recognize Rose French? Of course, I always resembled you. I was not as beautiful, but I looked like Rose French. Yes, I can see where you would. Especially if you darkened your hair a little. That's it. Remember, if I should die, darken my hair.
Oh, Mother, please.
Ethel?
I'll remember.
Yes, it's a miracle that we found you, Rose. But you saw the maps that I gave you. You know where we went. Oh, we've been traveling since February. Looking for someone to pass for me. But you did find her. Yes. Maybe just in time.
Don't talk like that, Mother. You know you'll live to be 90.
I don't want to live to be 90. I just want to live long enough to be sure you get the money.
Oh, Mother, please. This whole thing is just insane.
You were always incompetent. You and your father. You always were incompetent. You and your father. Is that the way I sound? Yes, I guess it is.
All right, Rose, that's enough. Mrs. Goodfield is tired.
Yes, I think I am. All of a sudden.
I'll put you to bed, dear.
No, wait a minute. There's something else. Something I thought of this morning.
It can wait.
If anything should happen, and Rose has to take over, you must never let down. Never leave her alone. You must call her mother, and you must call her mother Goodfield. Never think of her as Rose French. Do you understand? Rose, before we say goodnight, would you do me a favor? Put the wig on again. Oh, sure. When I tried it on this morning, it was terribly tight, but I managed to stretch it a little.
Oh. What's up, Brookie?
There we are. Incredible. Wait a moment. Well, it's unnerving, isn't it? What do you see? Rose? I see two dreadful old women. Two dreadful old women.
You guys sleeping? You guys tired? Huh, Whoopo? Huh.
What are you doing?
I'm going home.
You're what?
I'm going home. I'm a fraud and a cheat, and so are you. I can't go on with it any longer. I won't.
I'm afraid you'll have to.
Now, look, I don't want to cause any trouble, but I'm ashamed and I'm scared. I want to be myself again.
And who is that?
Who is that? Why, Rose French, of course.
You can't be Rose French. Rose French is dead.
No.
She's dead and buried. She doesn't exist anymore.
Oh,
No, she isn't dead. Rose French isn't dead.
I'm a realist. So was your mother. Do you know what she said to me? She said Rose must die as me. If I die as Rose French, Rose must die as Mrs. Horace Goodfield.
It was awful when Mother died. Trying to make her look younger. Dyeing her hair so she'd look like Rose.
I know, dear.
I couldn't go through it again. I'll never forget when we carried her down. I just couldn't go through it again.
You won't have to. Once we get Rose to San Francisco, you can leave everything to me. Just don't fail me now, darling. Don't fail your mother.
All right. When do we do it?
Tonight.
Miss, just a moment. I'd like to have a copy of this page, please, as soon as possible.
Sorry I was late. Have any luck up on Nob Hill?
No, I watched their house from noon till 4. Nobody showed. I even tried to get inside. But a police car came around, and I figured I'd better skip that gambit.
Well, I think I found something in the newspaper files. Look at this. A copy of Goodfield's obituary in the Times 15 years ago.
Mrs. Horace Goodfield. She was when her husband patterned the sweet Marie doll after her face. She's a dead ringer for Rose.
Of course, but look farther down. The part about the will. Here, friend. And it is rumored that the eccentric millionaire left an eccentric will, leaving his fortune in trust to his widow. It becomes hers only if she reaches 65 years of age. Otherwise, the entire estate will go to the Parnassus Health Food Foundation.
If she dies before 65, the family loses the whole shebang.
Right.
See, that should be just about now. Yeah, I had her date of birth. Let's see. Oh, here it is. May 29th. Now, she was 65 just 2 days ago. You realize what this could mean? That must have been Mrs. Goodfield they found in the garden.
Ridiculous. Are you trying to tell me that that old woman in bed upstairs was Rose French? The woman I was married to?
It had to be. They must have hired Rose to take her place so they'd get the money, even if Mrs. Goodfield died before she reached 65.
Fantastic scheme. But, Frank, that would mean only one thing, that Rose is alive.
As of now, they don't need her any longer. Today is May 31st.
Come on, let's get back to La Mesa at once.
My car's in the garage down the street.
Sorry. You go first. No, I just wanted to say I'm sorry I blew my top yesterday. I didn't mean it.
I know you didn't, Rose. We both lost our heads. And for the same reason. We've been under a great strain.
Well, you and Mr. Goodfield particularly.
It was inexcusable of me to act the way I did. Can you forgive me?
If you can forgive me.
You know I can. You've been magnificent, Rose.
You know, this is nice, our talking like this. It's the first time we've really talked together.
Then we're friends?
You bet.
That's wonderful.
After all, we are so close to the end.
That's right. Just one more day and you'll be free as the air.
Yes, I'm going to New York, and I've made up my mind I'm going to change my name, and you'll never hear of me again.
I brought you a present, Rose.
Oh, glory be.
I know you've missed your little nip, and I see no harm in it now.
This is good stuff, too, you know. I used to buy it by the case. $500 was nothing for a party.
Well, just help yourself.
Well, you are a dear girl.
Don't be silly. Let's just call it a peace offering.
Bless you.
How much sedative? There we are now. Come right up here. Come on. That's right. Now we've got you here.
Oh.
You force your way into Goodfield's house and that kind of evidence. If you're wrong, you'll have one whale of a suit on your head.
Well, let's not stand here arguing. Let's get up there.
Are you coming with us, Captain?
You'll have to wait for my release. It's due in a few minutes.
Wait a minute. Where are we going?
We're just taking you downstairs for a change,
Oh,
dear.
no.
Come on.
No, she's passed out completely.
Good.
It's all right. Get the door. There we go.
You can manage it.
Managed alone from the very beginning.
Let me go, will it? You know how I hate to have you fuss over me.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mother.
We can't let her get away now. We lose everything. Open the gate.
Over there.
Somebody let me in. Please, somebody let me in. Help me, somebody!
me.
Rose, let's go home.
Oh, thank you.
Tony! Tony! Shazani, what happened? Hey, what's the matter?
It's all right, kid. Let me get in my wing. Look.
Why, you pushed. What were you running from? The cops?
Hey, Cesare, what did you do? Don't be scared, little brother. I give him the old crisscross.
Anybody see you? Maybe we gotta arrange for an alibi.
Look at that little, huh? Not even to college yet, and already you talk like a lawyer. Hey, Tony. Look.
Wow. How much you got?
$200. Here, Tony. Go down and give it to Mama. Now, Papa don't have to have no beggar's funeral and get buried in a sack. And Tony, tell Mama to get him a nice coffin with the silver handles. Here. Take it. See, you want to buy Papa a coffin with money you robbed? How else are we gonna do it, huh? Tony, don't worry. I got an orphan trunk. It wasn't easy. I hardly put up a fight at all. Jesus, you think Papa cared about a coffin? Only ever wanted was supposed to be decent, to have something to eat. Hey, you wanted me to be a doctor, huh? You wanted me to help people. To rob them. You think he cared about a coffin with silver handles? Well, I care. Me, Cesare Romano. I care how my old man is buried. I don't want the neighbors to laugh, and we couldn't even give the old man a decent funeral. Capiche? We needed the money, so I got it. It don't matter how. No, it matters. It matters to Papa. Hey, how many times you tell us, huh? You say a man who lives by violence, he dies the same way. Yeah. Papa, he was full of those wise sayings. You know what I think? I think Papa was a jerk. What you say? Yeah. Tony. Stunner. Huh? A two-bit jerk. What did Papa ever get out of life, huh? He's a lying down there dead with a busted gun, 42 years old. For what? from a hole in the cold in the winter and a nice enough summer up a 6 flight of stairs. For what? 4 cents, huh? 4 cents a trip? Great, huh? But our papa, he was full of those wise sayings. He who lives by a violence gotta die by a violence. Well, I got a wiser saying too. He who takes gets. And it don't matter how. Just as so he's just smart, right, Lou? You just take, and it don't matter how. Because one day you end up a Mr. Big. And the people don't care how you got your money. And that's gonna be me. Cesare Romano. Mr. Big.
3 boys from the slum. One wanted to be a doctor, one wanted to be a lawyer, and the third, he just wanted to be Mr. Big. All 3 achieved their ambitions with surprising results. As sure as my name is Boris Karloff. They are the guilty men, and that's the name of our story. Our principal players are Mr. Everett Sloan, Mr. J.C. Flippin, and Mr. Frank Silvera. That sound you hear is a heartbeat that held together a fantastically powerful organization dedicated to big business, the big business of crime. Let me assure you, my friends, this is a thriller. (1923). Cesare Romano gets suspended sentence in protection racket slugging. 1928. Witnesses disappear. Cesare Romano, alias Charlie Roman, released on hijacking charge. 1931. Roman denies control. Feds stymied in liquor rackets. 1940. Ex-bootleggers organized, gambling, procuring dope on nationwide scale. 1960. Industrialist Charles Roman subpoenaed. Testifies shipping, hotel, oil interests of syndicate, strictly legit.
Wait! Show me one combine, not only in this country, anywhere in the world has had a better year. So what's $500,000 to us? So long as it's going to prevent one kid from becoming a delinquent.
It's $500,000, that's what it is. We're not in business to raise money for charity. You seem to be missing that little point, Charlie.
I don't miss nothing. Not to one thing. I make it my business. Ask Lou. Eh? All right.
I don't want to ask Lou. He'll say what you told him to say.
Look, Harry, don't make me mad. Eh? I got a bad to take. I'm not supposed to get mad.
What do you want from me, Charlie? You want me to listen to the mouthpiece?
I hardly think that was necessary, Gans. Referring to me as a mouthpiece.
All right. Let's hear what the Philadelphia lawyer has to say.
Well, there's very little to say. You've all heard what Charlie wants, and I think we should go along with it.
Well, I don't. I don't.
Look at it. Don't push me. Eh? Don't push me. I don't care what the doctors say. Don't push me.
Well, how is he?
Is he all right, Tony?
All right. This time.
You're not going. Tony, he's your brother. Talk to him. Why did you come if you're not going to talk to him? What kind of a brother are you? What kind of a doctor are you?
I'm a good doctor. When you called me, I came. I've done all I can for him as a doctor. The rest is up to him.
No, it's up to you, too. In the old country, a brother is a brother. In the old country, a brother will kill for his brother if he has to. Where are you going?
I'm going to the hospital. People are waiting for me there. Poor people. What do you want from me, Tony, huh? What am I going to do? Today I nearly killed myself fighting to get money, to do good, to help the people. And all the time I knew it wasn't enough for you. No, it isn't. No matter what you do, you're scum, Charlie. And you know it. What about all those young boys who come to my office every day? What about all those narcotics cases? Sure, you don't sell them the stuff, but it comes in on your ships, it's unloaded on your docks. What good is tearing down the slums if you keep bringing in narcotics? What does it prove? Leave me alone. Not my brother. I know a lot of things have changed, but it's not enough if the worst remains. Don't you see that? I'm sorry I hit you, Tony. Sorry I said what I did. Well, guess I better be going. Bye, Cesare. Remember, rest. No more meeting. Next time you might not be so lucky. All right, go ahead. What are you thinking? Go ahead. Say it. Say it.
I'm thinking that I'm your wife. And that I love you.
I think Tony's right. What am I going to do? You think maybe if I do something about narcotics, he's going to love me again? You think Tony's right, Lou?
Well, you know that I'm always with you, Charles. But there is no denying that Tony's got a point. I mean, if we're going into something like donating playgrounds, we ought to go the whole way. I suggest that we drop the narcotics operation.
Hey, what do you think? The other fellows are going to stand for that?
Well, they might, if it were put to them properly. If it were made clear to them that this is the only remaining thing that they can get us on, that the rest of the operation is clean. I suppose we'd have some trouble with Gans, but I think we should try it, Charles. We can explain to them why we want to do it and put it to a vote at the meeting tomorrow.
Don't let him go to any more meetings. You heard what Tony said.
All right, Anna. She's right, Charles. You shouldn't take the chance. I'll handle it.
Even Harry Gans? You know, I don't know what I'd do without you, Lou. If it wasn't for you, I think maybe I'd have Harry Gans killed a long time ago. You know, out the side of my wife, you're the only friend I got. And I appreciate, Lou. I appreciate you always behind me.
I know you. Oh, you don't have to show me out, Anna. And don't worry. I'll see there are no more upsets like this.
Thank you, Lou. I know you love my Cesare. Thank you very, very much.
Philadelphia, Mr. Adams? Yes, get me home as fast as you can.
Hello, Louis.
Oh, hello, dear. You needn't have waited up.
I wanted to. How was your meeting?
Oh, you know how these board of directors meetings are. They're always pretty tiring.
You have a visitor, Mr. Gans,
What? Where is he?
in the living room.
Would you excuse me, dear? I'll try and make it short.
Of course, dear.
I'll be up as soon as I can.
Quite a fancy joint you got here, Mouthpiece. What are you doing here, Gans? I came to see you. What kept you?
A long way to Philadelphia.
You're right. It's a long way.
I can do without your innuendos, Gans. My guests usually come by invitation. I don't recall inviting you. What are you doing here?
I came to find out about poor old Charlie. How's he feeling?
Now, I know you didn't come all the way out here to Philadelphia with just Charles's health on your mind.
Oh, that's where you're wrong. I've been doing a lot of thinking about poor old Charlie lately. I think somebody else ought to head up the organization and old Charlie be put out to pasture.
Out to pasture? Or in cement in a marsh in Jersey?
Oh, no, I didn't say Charlie had to get hit, did I? You know, we don't do that anymore. It don't pay. I just think he should step down and be forced down before he breaks us all.
The money for that playground is chicken feed. That's not what's disturbing you. Why don't you come right out with it? Why don't you come out and say that you want to be Mr. Big?
All right. I want it. And I'm going to get it. Are you going to get in my way?
I will if you try to break up this organization with a lot of internecine warfare.
I don't understand them big words, Mouthpiece. Save them for the Supreme Court. And don't walk away from me. I don't like it.
That's too bad.
Now, look, Lou, you watch your step. There's more lawyers in this town than you can count, and don't you forget that.
Look, don't play it tough with me. You know as well as I do that whether you or Charles runs this organization, it can't survive without me.
So you keep telling us. And maybe you're right. But it works the other way around too, lawyer boy. I don't think you could be the big bull on the stock market or the big spender at the racetracks at what you make as a public defender. So let you let up on the tough talk too, eh?
Or what?
Or I might just bring out a few items I've got in my safe deposit box. Just one of them would stink you up so bad they couldn't stand the smell of you even in Philadelphia. Just because you're Mr. Lewis Adams with a social register wife, don't think I couldn't stink you up good. All the way down the main line.
So that's what you have in mind, hmm?
That's what I've got in mind. And remember that the next time is a show of hands, like at tomorrow's meeting.
I'll think about it.
Don't think about it. Make up your mind you're going to do it. At tomorrow's meeting, Charlie won't be there. You're going to vote with me. And Charlie's going to be out. Because if you don't...
I said I'd think about it. Good night.
Good night, Mouthpiece.
Hello?
Hello, Anna. This is Lou. May I speak to Charles, please?
No, Lou. No more tonight. You heard Tony say he must rest.
Yes, I know, but this is important.
So is his life. Please.
It's all right.
Hey, Lou. How are you?
Oh, well, the important thing, Charles, is how are you?
I'm fine. What's up?
I was just thinking about what we talked about before, you know, about the meeting tomorrow. And,
What's the matter? Something happened. I can tell it from your voice.
No, nothing's happened. It's just that I had some second thoughts on the matter. And would you mind coming to the meeting tomorrow?
No, I don't mind, but promised Anna, and you know what Tony said. Thought you could handle this alone.
No, I will. I just thought we could swing it easier if you were there.
All right. All right, I'll be there.
No, Cesare.
Thanks, Charles, very much. I'll see you there.
Okay. Goodbye. Okay, Lou, how does it figure?
Well, it's 8-4 in favor of the playground. I guess that does it, Gans. The playground is in.
That's fine, fellas. Thanks. Thanks. I got something else on my mind I'd like to talk to you about. At least I want you to think about it for next month's meeting. It's about the dock traffic, the stuff. I've been thinking now, maybe we ought to drop that business.
Sure. Drop it? It's worth millions a year. It's a big proposition getting bigger. Have you gone off your nut?
Let me finish, Harry. You might let me finish.
If we listen to you, we'll all be finished. For 2 years, we've been masterminding the dock walkouts so we can control all the stuff coming in. We've got it so nicely and neatly wrapped up the narcotic boys can't even nibble around the edges. And he wants us to drop it. I just don't follow you, Charlie. I just don't follow you.
You mean you don't want?
I can't.
If you let me finish, maybe you could.
Oh, I've heard enough.
You walking out?
What does it look like? Wait a minute, Harry. I said I'm going, and I mean it. I'll be in my office 5 minutes. If anybody wants to come with me, they can.
Charles, we've got to get him back.
Now let him go. If you can get along without the rest of the conversation, let him try. I mean, Johnny, Momo, you voted with him. You want to walk out too?
May I interrupt for just a moment, please?
Sure. Go ahead.
Charles, I know what's on your mind, even if the other boys don't. And, well, I'm perfectly willing to go along with you, but there's no sense in breaking up the entire organization just because a couple of tempers have flared. No, I think we've just got to try and be reasonable about this.
What do you want me to do? You want me to go down on my knees to Harry Gans?
No, I don't think you'll have to do that. He knows what's at stake. I suggest that we go in and talk to him.
You go in and talk to him. He wants it to come back. All right. But don't expect me to go there.
Look, Charles, we'll get nowhere this way, and you know it. You two have got to get together. Now, the best way to accomplish that, as far as I can see, is for the boys to get out of here so that you and I can talk to him alone.
All right.
All right, boys?
Okay.
All right. Johnny.
Hello?
You go in and get Gans.
Don't you think he'll come back in?
Yes, I think he will, if you tell him that Charles and I are here alone.
Sure, Lou.
here.
Now what?
Well, first of all, I would like to thank you for coming back, Gans.
I hope you know what you're doing, Mouthpiece. What's on your mind?
Well, I'll tell the both of you if you listen. Now, you know as well as I do that this syndicate can't survive if this break takes place.
The way he's going, it won't last anyhow.
You never listened to my reasons.
I told you before, I've heard enough.
Now, look, Harry, at least let's be fair. I mean, you ought to hear Charles out. I think we all should before any decision is made.
Lou's right, Harry.
All right. Start talking.
Go ahead, Charles.
Just like that. It's not so easy, just like that. Tell you the truth, I don't understand how it got started even. You remember, Lou, all the fights we used to have when you first started talking about the legitimate. I thought you had holes in your head. Then I began to see the handwriting on the wall. Just like you said it was gonna be. But bootlegging went out and the feds started to cracking down. And I went along, yeah? I took a trip to the old country, remember? All right, I didn't like it there. I like it here. I like being a big businessman. And all the time I talked to my wife, Anna, how nice it would be we had some children like you got, Johnny. But I don't got no children. I only got my wife, Anna, and my kid brother, Tony. You know what Tony thinks of me? You know what he said to me last night? He said, Charlie Roman is scum. Scum. My kid brother doesn't love me. You understand? Since 29, he hates me. Because of those little kids that was killed accidental the day we had to hit Sox Malone. Maybe you don't have a kid brother hates you. But Tony, and those little kids, they get under my skin more and more every day. Why do you think this means so much to me? It's because of those little kids. The district is all so lousy with the pushers that are pushing the stuff we bring over in the boats. What's it doing down there? It's going to the kids. The stuff is going to the kids. It's lousing them up worse than ever before. Look, we're making enough money, legit. Let's drop of the stuff.
And let somebody else move in?
Nobody's gonna move in.
Who is there to come in?
Somebody will. Some of those little Brooklyn punks will come in. And the first thing you know, they'll be bucking the organization. And they'll have the money to do it, and we'll be dead.
No, they won't have
You bet they won't. But you can't stop them because you're getting soft, Charlie.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I'll tell you what I'm talking about. You're getting out now because I'm moving in. Ain't no Brooklyn punk gonna take over that drug action. And now you want to cut off the whole supply and walk around like a saint. Well, not me. I'm stepping in.
Oh, no, you won't, Gans. You're doing nothing of the kind.
Who's gonna stop me? You gonna stop me?
No, I'm gonna stop you. Charlie Roman, that's who.
Charlie Roman. There's no such character around anymore. Charlie Roman was a tough baby in his day. But now all we got is poor old sick Papa Romano. Stewing in his beer about a bunch of no-good apple-stealing delinquents on the east side. Get out of my way.
Get your hands off
No, you don't. Please. Cut it out, Gans.
Let me go.
Come on, Gans. Let me go. Cut it out, Gans. I gotta help him, Harry. I said put that down. I can't stand here and watch him die, Harry. You told me you hated his guts. You said you wanted him dead. You told me he always treated you like a poor relation. Well, he won't anymore. And if it bothers you too much, don't look.
What's the matter, mouthpiece? Weak stomach?
You said. You promised.
I said we wouldn't hit him, and we didn't. He did it himself. Didn't he? Johnny, didn't he?
I guess.
You know. All right, I know.
I don't know anything of the kind.
You don't, huh? Look, mouthpiece, you're in this as deep as anybody else. Deeper. You brought him in here.
I know. You don't have to remind me.
I'm just reminding you in case you decide to do any talking. I got something else I want to remind you about, too. My safe deposit box. Johnny, tell your sister and that brother it is. And you, tell the boys. Tell them right. Tell them everything's going to be just the same. Business as usual. And mouthpiece. Tell them it's not Charlie Roman talking. It's Harry Gans.
Who's that for?
Charlie Roman.
Who's he?
Charlie Roman? He was a big man. He dreamed big. He lived big. Up until the very moment of his untimely death, his every thought, his every action was big. And so that you, Mrs. Roman, may know, so that the world may know the honor we bear him, we have voted not the $500,000 that he had asked for, but even more for the betterment of its people. We ask you, Mrs. Roman, to accept from us, his friends and associates, this gift, given with love and everlasting gratitude. Anna, it's what Charles wanted. Anna.
Why should I take it? I want nothing from you, from any of you. Did I ever ask for anything? All I ever wanted was my man.
Anna, don't, please.
No, Tony. Tony, you were his brother. This means something to you. If anyone is to take it, you should take it.
Very well, Anna. In the name of my dead brother, I accept it. On the condition that it be given in the name of Cesare Romano, I accept this. And from all of you, his friends, I accept this, and I thank you for what you have done. And now for Cesare Romano, I will read this.
What is it?
We found this in his papers. To be read in the event of his death. Couldn't be called a will. A will could not legally dispose of that which was illegally gained. What was his last testament? Shall I read it? The boys. Lou, Harry, Johnny, Augie, Danny, Butsy, Jaime, Momo, and all the rest who was with me all these years. Now I'm dead. All I ask is to keep up the organization. And if you want to know what I think, let Lou handle it, because there is no one you can trust better than him. I would trust him with my life.
No.
What's the matter, Lou?
Nothing.
Now, when it comes to my cut, I want to tell you it's no use to try and give it to my wife, Anna, or my brother, Tony, because I know they won't take it. The money I'd like to be split up down the line to your children. Like Angela, Johnny, when she marries. Let me pay for the wedding since I never had a daughter. Same with you, Augie, and your boy, Walter. And Harry, your kids. And oh yes, I don't want to forget the parish when I live in the old days. If it's not for me, the poor box will always be empty. Fill it up every week and you'll be doing the best thing you can for your old friend, Cesare Romano. Cesare Romano was killed.
That's a lie.
Let me finish, Harry. Don't jump to conclusions. He was killed by the society that created Charlie Roman. And he lived as they created him. In evil. Out of evil. Now that Charlie Roman is dead, Cesare Romano has been returned to us. Him we love and him we serve.
Anna, why are you acting like this?
You murdered him. You murdered my husband.
Anna, it wasn't me. Shut up!
Shut your mouth before you say something no one wants to hear. You may go now. All of you. Go, all of you, go! Get out of here! All of you, get out! Get out! I know what you're going to say to me. It is done. So let it be.
No, Anna, it is not all done, not yet. But let it be, let it be. Soon they will eat each other alive. Look, Anna. Look, it is far from done.
You better get down to Philadelphia and put a tap on the lawyer's phone. I want a report on everybody he talks to. I don't like the way that Johnny Longo's acting. Stay on his tail.
Now look, lawyer. Just cause Charlie leaves you his vote, that doesn't mean we're gonna let you run the organization.
I'm not trying to run it. I'm trying to keep it running. And the way to keep it running is to do exactly as Charles wanted to do. That's to drop the traffic in narcotics. Now, wait a moment, please. I know what's involved here in the way of money and power, but the time is wrong. Right now, there's a congressional committee sitting in Washington digging into this very thing. And except for the dope action, we're clean. Do you understand what that means? Clean! Clean! The public is aroused about this narcotics thing. You can't fight the public, it's too big.
The public? The public will stand for anything. They can't be bothered. Like bootlegging. Laws or no laws. They wanted their hooch, they paid their money, and they took their chances. I'll tell you, the public is as rotten as anybody.
Look, Gans, don't make the mistake of thinking that the public is rotten. Oh, yes, the public has been cheated. They've been led by the nose. They've been sweet-talked and double-crossed. But don't tell me that the public is rotten.
Oh, sure. We didn't make a killing in bootlegging. We're not cleaning up now on the big stuff. All right. You've had your say. Now I'll tell you where I stand. The legit stuff is okay, as long as it's paying off. But when it comes to dope and the big paying stuff, I say go all the way. And if there's any trouble anywhere down the line, we'll let him have it. Now, what do you say? You gonna get tough? Or are you gonna mooch along with a mouthpiece like Charlie did? Well, what's it gonna be?
I'll go along with Lou.
You will, huh? And you too. And 3, and 4, 5.
Now, wait a minute. You can't take a vote. Johnny isn't here.
Johnny will vote my way. I've got 5 and Johnny makes 6. That's all I need. The organization runs my way.
All right. And I'm out.
You guys that voted with him, are you out too?
We're pulling out too.
All right, but your districts don't go with you. The districts stay with the syndicate. And anybody that tries to change that will find out something they won't like.
You can't take over this way, Harry. This isn't like the old days. These are legitimate businesses. You can't just throw out the stockholders.
I can't, huh?
You think I can't mouthpiece? Maybe you'd better go talk to Johnny. Johnny?
Yeah. We had a little discussion with Johnny this morning. He came up with some crazy ideas too, mouthpiece. We changed his mind. I think you ought to go talk to him.
Philadelphia, sir? Yes. No, drive me to Johnny Longo's first.
Johnny? Johnny?
Louis, is that you?
Martha, darling, I have to talk to you.
Is it because of this, Louis? They say that you were involved with the syndicate. Is that true, Louis?
Obviously, I'm too late. Yes, Martha. Yes, it's true.
How long have you been a part of this?
Roughly since I've been a lawyer. Charles Roman paid for my law school. I was indebted. Oh, I'm sick of making excuses. I really have none. I knew what I was doing.
But why, Louis? You don't need these men. You're a good lawyer.
Martha, I don't think that a person like you with your background could ever understand.
But why didn't you tell me, Louis, after all these years?
I was afraid. I thought I'd lose you. Now it'll all come out, this investigation. Martha, you must believe that I came home tonight to tell you this whole dirty story.
Louis, don't.
This man, Longo, he didn't commit suicide. He was killed. And Charles, he was murdered too.
He died of a heart attack.
Murdered.
But not you, Louis.
That's what I tried to tell myself. I didn't actually do it, but it's the things I didn't do that make me guilty of all their crimes. Guilty as any of them.
Louis, I don't understand any of this.
You wouldn't, Martha, but I have to tell you. These others, they didn't know any other way. They grew up in a jungle. The only way they knew to survive was by violence, but I knew better. I was the educated one. I swore an oath to uphold the law. Yes, they committed the crimes, but I was the guiltiest. And I know now what I have to do. I'm only sorry for what it'll do to you. Please forgive me.
I love you, Louis. This other man that you've been talking about, I've never known him.
Thank you, dear. Hello. Hello, operator. Yes, I want to place a call to Mr. Freeman Chase, Lincoln 72791. That's Washington, D.C. Yes, I'll wait. Hello, Mr. Chase? Yes, this is Lewis Adams. I've decided to testify before your committee. Well, I'm sorry to disturb you tonight, but if I don't see you at once, well, it may be difficult for me. Yes. Yes, I can do that. Well, I could leave here in about 2 hours, and that means I'll get there about 11 o'clock. I better get here right away. Yes, I'll have the necessary documents with me. Oh, I understand, Mr. Chase. No, I'm not expecting any deal. Well, let's just say there comes a time. Goodbye.
me in God's name, speak!
Don't be alarmed. The woman who just screamed is perfectly quiet now, as sure as my name is Boris Karloff. You see, she's been dead for nearly 100 years. Her bed is empty, and whatever it was that frightened her so seems to be gone. Seems to be. But I can tell you this much. That bed won't be empty much longer, and other screams will soon be heard. Whose? Perhaps yours, or those who will join us here. Mr. Rip Torn, Miss Patricia Barry, Mr. Richard Anderson, and, well, it seems the rest of our cast cannot be raised. They're dead, you know. But spend a night with us in the Purple Room, if you dare. Let me assure you, my friends, this is a thriller.
In willing the house to you, dear brother, I am hopeful that you will fall under the spell of it, as I did when first I saw it and knew I must possess it.
Well, I'm sorry, I'll have to disappoint him there. My only interest in that property is to dispose of it as soon as possible for a profit.
You haven't heard the terms. Should you decide, after one night under the roof of Black Oak, that you do not choose to take up residence there, the estate will pass to our beloved cousin Rachel Judson and her husband Oliver, who have been my guests, confidants, and faithful companions during these years of my life at Black Oak, and who cherish it as I do.
Just a minute, does that mean I can't sell the house?
After a period of 1 year's residence, you will be free to dispose of the estate in any manner you see fit. But I believe that by that time, only death would part you from it, as it has finally parted me from Black Oak. You recognize your brother's signature, of course.
Yes, but, I don't understand. You say that I have to live in the house for 1 year before I can sell it, right?
Mm-hmm.
But you also say I have to decide if I will live in it after only one night.
Your brother felt that one night would be sufficient to make your decision. He wanted you to feel as he felt about the place. You see, he fell in love with Black Oak at first sight. But some people are repelled by their first impressions of it.
Well, it'll take a lot to repel me. I happen to know that that property is in the middle of an area to be developed by Moreland Enterprises. I'll sit it out a year if I have to.
Then I take it you'll be leaving for Baton Rouge within a week or so.
Well, I'll leave tonight. There's nothing to keep me here.
Well, do you like it, Duncan?
Well, I'm sorry to disappoint you, Cousin Rachel, but yes, I like it very much.
And it's all that you expected, eh?
Exactly. I must admit that you two come as a pleasant surprise. I don't know what I was expecting. Something out of Charles Adams, I guess.
Well, we'll accept that as a compliment, but wherever did you get that impression?
Well, when Everett bought the house, he described it to me in a letter, and then later he wrote me that you two were staying here, and I suppose I simply extended the description of the house to include you. Well, we're not quite that old. I'll get the bag.
Unless, of course, you'll change your mind and...
Oh, no, I'm here. I might as well get it over with.
You make it sound as if you think it's going to be an ordeal.
Well, now, let's be honest, Cousin Rachel. You know those stories you were telling me down from the station weren't exactly meant to reassure me.
Oh, come now, Duncan. Well, look, all of that is part of the fun of having an old house. It's history, it's secrets. All those ghosts, you inherit those
I
with the
know.
house.
I mean, of course, neither one of you would have any idea of attempting to scare me out before the morning. Well, now, why would we do a thing like that? Well, Oliver, I just happen to have a nasty mind, and I can't help remembering that if I decide not to stay here, that the place will belong to you.
You think it means that much to you?
Well, it'd mean that much to me to hold on to it. You know, this place is going to be worth a lot of money in the next couple of years, as you both know.
If you'd given us a bit more notice, we would have had the electricity turned on.
Oh, you don't believe us? I suppose you think we arranged it this way to make things a little more difficult for you. Well, Oliver, I'm certain I'd do the same thing if I were in your position.
Oh, my, you do have a nasty mind.
Why, thank you, Rachel. Well, it doesn't matter. I can explore this place in the morning. All I need now is a room this way. We closed the house after Everett's death. I'm afraid the only bed that's made up is in the purple room. Of course, you wouldn't like that one. Oh, is that a challenge? The purple room, by all means. Okay, there's nothing that you have to prove here. It's very easy to change the bedding from one room to the other. Well, listen, I don't want to put you in any trouble, and I'm certain it'd be much more difficult for you if I didn't stay in the purple room. Here it is.
Welcome home.
After you. Oh, a nice place to visit.
But you wouldn't want to die here.
Will you hold that just a moment? I still don't have any matches.
Perhaps you'd like to borrow my lighter.
Oh, no, the can will be fine until I go to bed, and then, well, I never smoke before breakfast, and I never sleep with the lights on. You mean you're actually going to sleep here? Well, if you don't keep me awake. Well, we told you we can't spend the night. Oh, yes, that's right. You did tell me that, didn't you? You excuse me just a moment, please. You know, they say that these old Victorian mansions are just riddled with secret passageways, but in case anyone thinks of popping out of some panel during the night, I'll welcome them with this.
Now, look, that's going entirely too far.
Put that thing away. Well, I think it's only fair that any ghost within sound of my voice should be advised of my intention. My good fellow, if what is haunting this house is something human, you'll be doing a favor to everyone in the district
if you put a few bullets in it. If not,
Not what, Oliver?
if not, you've done everything you can to announce your antagonism, your lack of sympathy to them. At the outset, you've been smug and provocative. I'm not afraid of dying if they're not.
Would you please stop waving that thing
Oh,
around?
I'm sorry. I just didn't want you to be concerned over me. And will you please tell any ghosts you happen to meet on the way out? Ghosts only appear to those who are fool enough to believe in them. Those who are fool enough not to. Any other words of comfort and parting?
Well, at least let's all part as friends. Let's have a drink.
I would love a drink. So what happened?
We can drink to the success of the living over the dead. Duncan? Oliver? Cheers.
Just a moment. If you don't mind, let's exchange glasses. You think we were trying to drug you? Well, I just can't help judging others by myself, and I'm sure if I were you that I slipped something in the drink to slow the reflexes and stimulate the imagination.
Come on, Oliver. Humoring.
Uh-uh. So this is where it's happened, huh? Nearly 100 years ago. Do you believe it? It started right in that bed. What's your version, Oliver? That was their bed. Captain Jeremy Ransom, his wife Caroline, bride of only 7 days. They were alone in the house, as people on a honeymoon prefer to be. But in the middle of the night, Caroline awoke, hearing the sound of footsteps on the floor below. Caroline was terrified. But Jeremy, hardened by years of war, didn't know the meaning of fear. If a prowler had gotten in, he'd throw him out bodily. He started for the door. Caroline begged him not to leave her there alone. But Jeremy stopped, and he went to the mantel. Took down his pistol, loaded it, put it into her hands. If the fellow should slip past him, penetrate the bedroom, Jeremy told her to shoot to kill. Then he went out to the stairs. He took no light to warn the prowler. He started down the stairs, slowly, searching. There in the bed, Caroline waited, clutching the gun. She waited, because she wanted to scream. Instead, she hardly breathed. She heard nothing at all. She just waited. She began to pray. And then she heard the footsteps again, coming up the stairs. But they weren't his footsteps, not her husband's, not Jeremy's. They shuffled, dragged, groped, fumbled, coming closer, reaching the door. They started in. She couldn't see who or what it was moving toward her out of the dark. Her fingers tightened on the gun. She cried out, "Jeremy, is it you?" There was no answer. So she fired, point blank, again and again in the shape. She heard a moan, then a fall. And she lit the candle. And then she began screaming.
Is that the punchline?
When the servants found them, Caroline was raving mad. Jeremy was lying in a pool of blood at the foot of the bed, a knife buried in his chest. He had been stabbed by the prowler. And then he forced his way up those stairs, step by step, unable to speak, more dead than alive, to get help from Caroline. Instead, his bride had shot him dead. She never regained her sanity.
Well, it's no joke to lose a husband like that, especially one you like.
It's all in the old newspaper files in Baton Rouge. Perhaps you'd like to check on it in the morning.
Oh, why wait till morning? Won't I be able to check it out tonight with old Captain Jeremy himself? Or,
do you think maybe he's going to take the night off? You know, after all he's been through, maybe he's going to be a bit gun-shy.
Duncan, I have had enough of your smirky superiority and bad manners. You can believe what you like. This place is all yours. And everything it contains. Let's go, Rachel. And, you'd better lock this. Keeps out the draft.
fine, back so soon? Well, make yourselves at home, dear cousins. We have a long night ahead of us. Now, what would brave Captain Jeremy have done, huh? Oh, yes, started down the stairs to investigate? Well, not me. I've had a long trip. I'm going to get some sleep. I'm sorry. You hear me? Listen, why don't you just give it up and forget it? I'm going to be here for the night.
Oh, come on, knock it off. That sort of thing went out with bustles and buggy whips.
Ah, the old creaking stair. That's truly a creative touch.
Don't you have a squeaking door? Surely you must have a good old squeaking door around the place. Thank you! You never disappoint me!
All right, if you have nothing further to offer me, I'm about to get me some sleep. I'm sorry, I can't say the same for you. First, one little more nightcap.
Sure you won't join me? No? Pity. Oh, we have the rapping noises, the rapping sounds. Oh, fine, fine, have your fun. I want the whole familiar routine. I want rapping sounds, sudden gusts of wind, musty odors. You haven't forgotten the musty odors, have you? You did put something in that drink, didn't you? I won't do you any good! Barbiturates have no effect on me! No effect at all. There, you see? I'm better? I told you it wouldn't work. Even Novocaine doesn't do the job on me. Unless I let it. It is simply a matter of willpower. Now, either you let it or you don't let it. Oh, that was a cheap trick. You could at least let me get my cigarette lit. Oh, yes. What the devil you put in the drink? I warned you! So many people know I am. Too many people. Anything happens to me, you'll be the first. You'll be the first I suspect. Oh, yes. All right, I came out of it just in time. All right, you didn't have to pick the lock, you know. I would have let you in. Why didn't you knock, huh? Are you hear me? I'm all right again. I'm on my feet, and I've got the gun.
That's enough. You hear me? All right, I know you're there. But I want to tell you, I have stopped thinking this is funny. I'm not very amused. Oliver? All right, Rachel. All right, whatever you are, Jeremy, Caroline. All right, look at this gun. You see it? Yeah, you can see it. Don't you think I won't use it? Oliver, Jeremy, Rachel, Caroline. I'm going to shoot the first thing that moves, animal, vegetable, mineral, or what have you. All right. Now does it. From now on, I take no responsibility for what happens. All right, I hear you. I hear you over there. Now look. Hey, I don't want to shoot you, but you're pushing this too far. I see you. I see you. Look, don't make me do it. All right, come on, get it. Oh, give me credit. I figured you right, didn't I, Oliver? Well, it is cousin Oliver, isn't it? Well, of course it has to be. I mean, Rachel wouldn't be caught dead in that Nite town. What is that? A knife in your chest? Huh? That's very clever. That's a very clever idea for a tie pin. I might merchandise that. All right, Oliver, let's just knock it off. The party's over. I'm not gonna scare. All right, let's just take off the mask and we'll have our little laugh. All right, that's close enough, Oliver. I mean it. Stay back. Rachel, call him off. Listen, if you're here, listen, use your head. I'm not afraid of your comic opera ghost, but I am afraid I'm going to have to kill him. I'll kill him. All right, now what we're doing. Look, Oliver. Jeremy. No, stop it. I mean what I say. Look, you think I'm going to let you put those hands on me? You just... All right, what do you got there? Some kind of glove? Oh, stop it. Please, stop it. All right, stop it!
Rachel? Rachel! Come here, quick! He's dead.
His cigarettes. I'll bet you forgot his cigarettes.
I did not. I put them in his pocket. Never can be credited for anything.
There's one thing I'll give you credit for. The whole idea. Such an obvious, childish, transparent stunt. Well, even Duncan saw straight through it before it even got off the ground.
Oh, yes? Well, if he was so smart, why did he have a heart attack? Why didn't you tell us you had a weak heart?
He didn't know. Talk to him like that. You're creep.
No, don't put him in the luggage. I want him in the front seat.
If you think I'm going to sit in the front seat with him sitting between us,
It's not necessary for you to come along at all, you know.
I think I intend to stay in that house
Listen.
alone after what's happened.
Would you stop this debate? I'm holding the heavy end. Well, get out. No need to get your feet wet.
Please be careful. I don't want anything to happen to my car.
Now that's the quality I fell in love with. Tenderness.
Forgot to turn off the light.
My dear girl, if a man has a heart attack while driving to Baton Rouge and runs off the road in a dead condition, he'd hardly consider turning off the lights just to keep your battery from running down.
Hurry, that tattoo. I'm getting a chill.
Well, I'll be getting double pneumonia if I don't get my...
Oliver,
What?
we have to go back to that house tonight.
Certainly, that's the whole idea. Now, we picked Duncan up at the station, drove him out to Black Rock, took a look around, decided he wanted to stay at the hotel. Tired, he ate in the car, and we stayed on.
I dare say we are committed to that story now.
Right, wouldn't do for us to be anywhere close to it when it happened. I have our suspicion.
Suspicion? No, but you yourself said that we haven't committed any crime.
Yes, but profited by what's happened. If anybody would think that perhaps we might have deliberately scared him to death,
Don't say such a thing. Don't even suggest it.
I'm sorry, Doc. I realize how delicate. Now, come on. If we go this way, we home in 10 minutes.
Oh. Oliver,
What?
I'd give up the whole thing right now. The property, the profit, all of it. If only I didn't have to spend another night in that house.
What? After sticking with Everett all these years?
I mean it, Oliver. I'm afraid to go back there.
Darling, you are so wonderfully practical. Next thing you know, you'll be believing it's haunted too.
It is. Now,
For
course, I will find it.
Now, will you stop all this nonsense? This house inside out. Ghosts knocking about. I'm sure we'd have stirred one up before tonight.
Well, tonight we never did anything to stir one up.
Well, that's a fine and light statement.
Oliver.
What?
Oliver, please, I know I'm being foolish and female, but please humor me. We've always felt the same about things before. Don't you feel something different tonight?
Of course I do. We've been through a harrowing experience. Went far beyond anything we intended. But it's over, it's finished, and that's the end of it.
I never gave any more credence to that story about Jeremy Ransman and what's her name, Carolyn, any more than you did. Not until tonight. When I was waiting downstairs, watching Duncan. And you in that silly outfit. I swear I was almost as frightened as he was.
I always knew that I should have been on the stage.
No, Oliver. No, it wasn't you. Or him. As if somebody else was in that room. Some other presence. Didn't you feel it at all?
Of course. I was scared stiff. But not of the bullets. I switched them to blanks after he passed out. What I was really afraid of was that he'd figure that out and come after me with a fireplace poker or something.
And you didn't feel it. So Jeremy Ransom and Caroline were in that room. Backing you up. Egging you on.
The man had a stroke. A heart attack. There's no way in the world that we can be blamed for this. There are no signs of violence in the body, no stab wounds, no bullet wounds.
You sound so cold-blooded.
You're making my blood cold with this infernal...
Oliver, please. Let's not quarrel. Tonight. Tonight of all nights.
We're all on edge. You look different in daylight.
Yes. There isn't anything to do now but wait. Wait for daylight. Oliver, wake up.
What? Huh?
Wake up.
Somebody downstairs.
Something. What are you going to do?
Going downstairs to find out who's sulking about.
No.
What do you mean?
Jeremy.
Oh, snap out of it, Red.
Oliver. Please don't leave me alone here. Please. No, no, Oliver.
You hold on to this. Remember, not blanks this time.
Oliver, Please don't go down there. Please. Please don't.
There. What do you want? Who are you? Now, I know there's someone in here. Just tell me what you want. Perhaps I can arrange for you to have it. I mean, there's no need for any mystery about this. I'm perfectly willing to...
Oliver? Oliver, is that you? Oh, Oliver. Oh, it is you. It is you, isn't it? I couldn't see you. Oliver? Oliver? Say something! I can't see you! I can't see you, Oliver! Oliver, are you all right? Are you all right?
I'm all right.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. I thought we killed you.
You didn't even touch me.
Just shoot him, Oliver. I had to. He's dead. I killed him. I killed him.
Judson? That you, Mr. Judson? Ma'am? Are you all right?
Where did you come
Well, we heard the shot.
from? How did you get here so soon?
Found your wagon, ma'am. Down by the bayou. Some stranger. Fellow said his name was Ransom, Jeremy Ransom. Out of his head. Said someone was trying to kill him and his wife. So he ran off, and we're looking for him. He come this way.
No. No. He's not here.
No? Four of them shots come from upstairs there.
You were mistaken.
So, but I think we'd better have a look-see just the same.
No, there's nothing to see up there. There's nobody. There's nothing to see.
It's no use, Rachel. He's here. You'll find him. Nobody will ever believe that it was all a mistake. Mistake?
Yes. Yes. You see, we thought he was a prowler, a trespasser. You see, his name isn't Ransom. He's our cousin.
Cousin?
Our cousin Duncan. But you see...
Now, hold on. I think you made a mighty big mistake. I mean, if Everett left in the house like he meant, I don't see how you could take him for trespass. I mean, it wasn't your house.
No, it wasn't. He's not. Poor Betty. His house. Everything in it.
The incident you've just witnessed was described by the police and the press as an accident, which of course it wasn't, just as sure as my name is Boris Karloff. We're concerned now with some of the people who live in the small resort town where the accident took place several weeks ago. We're going to see these people through the eyes of a murderer at large, unidentified, unsuspected, unpredictable, as the urge to kill again becomes irresistible. The name of our story is The Watcher, and our principal players are Mr. Martin Gable, Miss Olive Sturgis, Mr. Richard Chamberlain, Mr. Stuart Irwin, Miss Gloria Clark, Miss Irene Hervey, and Mr. Alan Baxter. Take my word for it, this is a thriller.
Evening, Miss Tomlinson.
Yes.
Mrs. Appleby is in a rare voice tonight. It's good to have you home again. Feeling better?
Yes, thank you.
Susan was a lovely girl, and so young to be taken.
What?
Great grief is a divine and terrible radiance which transfigures the wretched. The burden of your grief will be shared. Please call on me if I can help.
Very considerate. But I'll be right.
Working late again, Larry?
Yeah.
Keeping these old helps in the water is a full-time job, I imagine. Your aunt's fortunate having you to work for.
Somebody's got to take care of this place. She's a widow, and these boats in her house are all she's got.
Yes, but most boys your age would rather be out roaming the streets. You're to be commended, Larry. As a teacher, I know something about boys. I know how they squander their time.
You want something, Mr. Clayton?
I make you nervous watching you work.
Nobody makes me nervous.
How old are you, Larry?
20?
Graduate from high school?
Sure.
Plan to continue your education. Go on to college.
I haven't given it much thought.
You've seen quite a lot of Miss Tomlinson's young sister before she was drowned.
Susie used to hang around here a lot, if that's what you mean, but I wasn't dating her. She was a nice kid, but she was always underfoot. She all the time pestering me.
I know.
But I'd rather not talk about it, Mr. Flite. Do you mind?
I suppose a good-looking young man like you doesn't have any trouble finding feminine companionship.
I hadn't thought much about it.
That'd be a problem for you. I mean, avoiding unwelcome attentions.
I can take care of myself.
I'm sorry, Larry. I didn't mean to pry. I'd really like to help you.
Thanks, but I'm doing all right.
An older man can sometimes help keep a boy straight. Life is full of dark paths. It's so easy at your age to lose the way. Many temptations come our way. But if we refuse to learn from our mistakes, if we make them a way of life...
You sound just like my Aunt Eunice.
I'm trying to be your friend, Larry.
Look, Mr. Freitag, I'm doing all right. If I ever need your advice, well, I know where I can find you.
you for the garden party. There's a great deal to do before tomorrow night.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mother.
It's time you assumed some social responsibility, Beth.
Why? You have enough for both of us.
Don't be insolent, young lady.
I'm sorry.
You should be. You should also be sorry for the way you look. Oh, Beth, won't you even try? You have a closet full of dresses, and I never see you in anything but blue jeans. You're almost 21. It's time you started behaving like a lady.
Oh, Mother, let's not have another scene.
Where are you going?
Shirley?
Right along. But we'll have a long talk tomorrow.
It's a date.
Hi, kitten.
Uncle Florian, what are you doing out of bed? All right, let's have it.
Hmm?
You know what the doctor said. Give it to me.
Ah, petticoat tyranny. Just because she gave you a bad time, you have to ruin my evening.
That's right. We petted women are a perverse lot.
Amen to that.
You perish without us.
Got a date tonight? Gonna rain, you know.
Let it.
Larry? What's our cover story?
Shirley.
Any chance Shirley might phone you?
Nope.
Well, I'll answer all incoming calls anyway.
Thanks, as usual.
Enjoy yourself.
Hey, what's with you?
Somebody was watching us
Who? Where?
on the dock. Don't go out there, Larry.
You and your wild imagination.
Larry, I saw somebody.
Nobody out there. You probably saw those nets waving at you. Well, looks like we have soggy donuts with our job. You are a ninny.
Guilty conscience, I guess. Oh, Larry, if my mother had any inkling, they'd kill her.
We haven't said hello yet.
Larry, it's doing something to me.